He had a bit of like a respiratory bug, and he had a double ear infection. I think he's got an ear infection. It's not pulling at his ears or anything. He's probably fine. And then the next day, he's probably just congested from the AED. The next day, I picked him up and he was really fussing like with his feet coming back. He does. Then I moved him over to the other side, and he was still fussing. I was like, oh, he must not have an ear infection. He had a double ear infection. So. I have 3 times as many of them. You know, I tried going to a different mass just so I wouldn't feel guilty about the lack of a possible forum members. He was still there. I went to mass on Saturday, on Sunday, and you were still there.
Yeah. I told you that one time, I mean, one time, Tom and the Gold St. Francis, all the council. So, because they were all members of the church. Let me see. I think I've been in trouble by opening those blinds last time that they wanted to see.
I don't think it'll be a problem. The sun's pretty much gone.
I saw the, did you see those chairs?
On the other side. Gotta get it all from there.
And you know, during like cycle, you don't want to not address it because it is.
At least the sun's already down.
Such a sweet video when you see it.
I know, well, Sheena's not joining us tonight.
You trying to distance yourself?
Yeah? Yeah, apparently you all need it.
Oh. It's like they were asking me for attendance. You kind of did this and then
Oh, she's coming. She gave me. I gotta go grab some.
Yeah. We won't start without you.
Okay, I have to go.
Sorry, Darren, you can't come in.
Yeah, you're gonna get all warnings.
It's a petition.
Which, unless you have to turn in like 72 hours beforehand, they have to
It's,
go through it.
we can read it, we don't have to. We can read it, but we don't have to.
Well, we can't have it.
Right.
They just read it because of
I don't think it will reveal anything to you.
yeah.
Your hands were full the first time you got it.
Man, I got here this morning and they had the heat on. It was like 76 degrees. I'm like, what?
It's time. Come Denver.
Yeah, she's still getting set up. Hey, we're gonna start just a little bit late. Deborah's still getting some stuff set up. We're gonna get this turned up, by the way. Shh. We're gonna get the speaker turned up. Deborah's gonna come in here in a second. We're gonna get the speaker turned up in here. Planning and zoning, we actually could hear it pretty well over on the other side. We couldn't hear it in here, so Deborah's going to get the thing turned up. So if you give us just a little bit of patience, we'll finish getting everything all set up and make sure that everybody can hear and everybody can be a part of this. Okay? See if I can help her out with this. Hey, you have a test. I'm going to try something out. Will you do a test in here? In the microphone?
Test.
Hold on. Okay, say it again. Same level. Hello. Is that any better?
Is that any better out there?
Just talk louder.
I can scream into it, but when I was listening online, when people talk loud,
It just, yeah, I think it's that microphone.
Way to turn it up. I don't know. And it might be on Deborah's computer.
How's your husband doing?
What's that?
How's your husband?
I didn't hear any change.
Okay.
Thank you all for your patience. I'm Mayor Pro Tem, so when he's out of the room, I can't fill in for him. We do want to make sure we try to get it done right. So, I was thinking about it the other day, since we're not an official meeting, but this is almost like when you hear about little towns up in New England where they have, the whole citizens comes out and talks about an issue. And I thought that's kind of neat that and someone even said at last meeting that the fact that it's democracy in action, but in reality, it's kind of neat that everybody shows up but gives them an opinion, which is, the way those little towns are doing. So this will set the most people I've ever seen talking. So you all can be honored that you're part of that historic moment, the historic thing.
It even beats the airport zoning.
It even beats the airport zoning. But they're important issues, not to take light of it. So I myself do appreciate that. But again, it's just a process. Jamie, how you doing? Tell me I shouldn't talk, Chuck?
You can hear about 1/20 of what you're saying.
So I can talk my regular tone and everybody can hear me? I can't see him, but Arnie's back there somewhere.
He's hiding behind Mrs. McVeigh.
Oh,
Sheena says there's no sound coming out on the broadcast.
I think
Not surprising.
that's what Deborah's doing now, is trying to get the streaming up.
Thank you. Sheena just texted that there's no sound coming out on the broadcast. On the broadcast, she's on pictures okay, but there's no sound.
The restroom's right there.
Yes, that door.
Really quickly, while we're waiting on them to get everything all set up, if anybody is not familiar with City Hall, we do have one small restroom right here. We all take a right down the main hallway and take a left, and there are 2 restrooms right there as well. So make yourselves at home, and we're just getting the rest of the technical stuff set up.
This is unisex, those are men's and women's. I'm just,
Thank you.
You do it right. My job.
Thank you.
When you use that as a recorder, you don't mess with it. I mean, I don't know that we know how to mess with the sound, right?
I didn't touch the sound on it.
Okay. Sheena said that it wasn't, she can hear sound, but I usually plugged it in and it popped over.
Okay.
She just texted that there was no sound coming through his microphone.
Well,
None.
we're not Chief.
Oh, he was.
Sheila, you said that? That's the reason she stayed on the check.
He said the sound is good outside. The guy just ducked his head in and said they can hear us outside.
All right.
Just turn this up.
This is just something I brought.
I'll read the name.
Darren, do I have time to run out and grab the water out of my car?
There's some in the refrigerator too.
Oh, yeah. Phil, your microphone is not working. I know that. That's why you have 2.
Can you hear me now?
She's saying that there's no sound coming out of yours. That's why I put both of them towards you, because I've got to get someone to look at yours. For some reason, it's dead.
I'm just not comfortable.
I'm sorry. Just pull it towards you.
I may have modified your microphone.
Is mine working?
Yes. Everybody, because I can tell his was. And I knew that. That's why last time he wasn't.
Okay. Did we get this turned up yet?
The live stream has been on.
No, we need to get the microphone, I mean, not the microphone, the speakers turned up in here.
I'm gonna have to play it by ear and see how it does. I did turn the main, so we'll see how this works.
Okay. You got the main turned up? Are you able to hear me any better now?
You have to speak into the microphone.
Yes, I'm speaking into the microphone.
And then, let's see. I know.
Probably heard me at the P&Z meeting when people were speaking loud. It really got distorted.
Right. Well, so like we were in the other room for P&Z and we could hear it fine, but yeah, that's why the speakers in here needed to be turned up.
Let me reconnect you.
It's the speakers that need to be turned up, not the microphones.
I reconnected us again.
Okay.
We'll see.
All right.
It is what
You don't know how else to turn up the actual speakers?
No, the speakers, I have no control over them. I have to do it with the microphone, so that's
Okay.
the problem.
All right.
So-
All right, then tell me when you're ready. You're ready? Okay. What's up? Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay, we're going to call this meeting to order. I apologize, having technical difficulties, and we're just going to have to, if you can just keep the audience volume down. We'll have speakers up at the speaker. We were trying to get the speakers turned up, but we're unable at this point, so technical difficulty, I apologize for that. All right, we're going to bring the meeting tonight to order at 5:39. We'll start with a roll call. So we're going to start, Sheena Martinez had a procedure and is not able to make it today, so she is excused absence. Then we have District 2.
Paul Carey for District 2.
Bill King, District 3.
David Mers Jr. for District 4.
Herb Dyer, District 5.
And Darren Schroeder, Mayor. So if you would please stand with me for the pledges of allegiance and remain standing for the invocation. First to the American flag. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
and the Texas flag.
Honor the Texas flag.
I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one indivisible.
And we have Pastor Terry Ballard of Calvary Community Church for
Yes.
our invocations. Please.
Father, we thank you there for those gathered here and those that have been appointed to governance and those that are here to participate in the governance, Father. And so we pray that we treat our neighbors ourselves and be kind to one another. And we pray for wisdom and understanding in everything that's being dealt with tonight. And we give you all the honor and glory in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you, Terry.
Thank you.
Thanks, sir. All right, so we're going to go over a couple of things. I wanted to, I'm going to give a brief explanation of what we're looking at. I wanted to explain also, I had explained this, a couple of people had called me to ask me about was there going to be a decision tonight, was there not going to be a decision tonight. What we're trying to do is make sure that with something like this, that everybody gets a chance to be heard. We do represent you, and so we need to make sure that you have the process to be heard. We also need to make sure that we have the chance to work through all of this stuff. And so I was trying to provide as much space to do that. We will not make a decision before it is time. We will not make a decision without representing you. I will tell you that you can trust the people up here, but you still got to show up. Thank you for doing this. I really appreciate everybody showing up. I invite you to show up more often. Councilman Mers actually showed up for something that he didn't like, and he just stayed. And he just kept coming, and he got a great education over about a year and a half of coming to council meetings and understanding what was going on, and he ended up stepping up and running for council. You're absolutely willing to do that, but we would love to have you. We do live stream this. We do have recordings online, so please, I encourage you to participate and to keep coming back.
They had to listen to me for at least 3 minutes, twice a month, for a year and change.
Oh, yes, he did speak for citizens' comments every day. Okay, for a year and a little over. Okay. And then, the way that we're going to walk through this is I'm going to ask, Scott's going to get his thing set up here. We're going to have a couple of opportunities for people to speak. What I would do, this is a request, not a demand. I would request that for citizens' comments, because we have a lot to go through today, if you have citizens' comments about the PUD, let's leave those for once we get that item open. Everybody will have the chance to speak. If you just need to go and you want to get it out now at first, absolutely, we are going to ask that you keep it to 3 minutes. And that we keep an amount of decorum. Now, I know that everybody is very concerned with people following the rules, and sometimes people make mistakes, and sometimes people don't know that there are rules. Scott's actually going to bring up something. I want to make sure that you understand what the decorum is for a city council meeting and how we're going to walk through that, and he will have that up here in a second.
We'll see if it shows. My computer's flashing a lot at me.
And I would ask that you don't take 3 minutes from another person. This is a chance for you to get up and be heard. Something great that I have to commend a lot of people. We got a lot of emails, a lot of phone calls. Just so that you are aware, we do have our cell phone numbers on the website. We have our email addresses on the website. Thank you for all of you who have used those. If you want more time than that with people, you can call us and talk to us.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's difficult to enlarge this without cutting off portions of it. But it is a little bit lengthy. This is directly from our Code of Ordinances. It's Chapter 2 under Administration. I think subsection D, persons addressing the council. Mayor, do you want me to read this, or how would you like me to do it?
Let's just leave it up for people to make.
Yeah.
I might need to read this.
Somehow a cord that is necessary for me to project has gone missing, and I don't know who took it. I'm going to just try unplugging and plugging it back in. Oh, you know what? Look in your drawer and see if maybe it's over in that direction. It will be a USB to, like a standard USB to standard USB cable. It's not very long. Sorry, guys.
I've got a highlighter.
Not a highlighter. All right.
Okay, there we go.
So we may be wrestling with this tonight. My sincere apologies. Okay.
So basically, and I'll go over this really high level. This is, all due respect, this is not a show, it's not a spectacle, this is a public meeting. We absolutely want everybody to be heard. The things that are inappropriate, I think that there's some that are actually kind of comical. No, what were they? Hooping and hollering?
No boisterousness.
So it's mainly maintain
No
decorum.
whistling or stamping of feet.
Whistling and stamping of feet, applause is not appropriate in a setting like this. We know that there is a tremendous amount of this side, and we know who agrees with this and who disagrees with this. It is very clear to us. I promise you, there is no question in our minds. So please just maintain decorum. We will get through this. Again, we've got a pretty decent agenda. Now, I did put this further back in the agenda. Please forgive me for that. I wanted to make sure that nobody had a problem getting home from work and was going to miss this. So, okay. So, with that said, we are going to put up a timer. Do you have your timer?
I do.
For the 3 minutes. So that'll be up on the screen, and you can set that. Okay, you got it.
What's that?
Okay, perfect.
I think it's ready. Yeah.
All right, so now, with that said, we're going to open up for citizens' comments. If anybody would like to speak for citizens' comments, again, keep this to 3 minutes. when you get up here, please address the council with your name and your address for the record.
I'll start this timer after they've read your name and address.
Okay.
After the name and address? Okay. And I know what your rules are, and I'm going to respectively ask for possibly another 30 seconds or so to finish my statement. So I'm going to ask for that up front, okay? Because it may go a little over.
Okay.
I just want to let you know.
Thank you. Thank you for the attempt.
Okay. My name is Bruce Alexander. I'm here, I live at 516 Vienna Street, and I'm here tonight to speak during citizen comments as a resident of Castroville and as a former Castroville Director of Public Works. For the record, Mr. Mayor, 551.007E of the Government Code states that, quote, a governmental body may not prohibit public criticism of the governmental body, including criticism of any act, omission, policy, procedure, program, or service, unquote. That is in the code. That's not in your ordinance, but that's in the code. Mr. Mayor, you're out of line in calling me out in an email for the comments I made at the P&Z Commission meeting, and collectively calling out everyone for the criticism that will be expressed tonight concerning the failure of the city to follow proper procedures in considering approval for the PUD in the 500 block of Houston Street. It's an insult leveled by you to every citizen for you to say that you are embarrassed for we, the citizens of Castroville, to exercise our right to express our criticism of you, members of the City Council, and any city official that has not followed established procedures in every part of all of the current ordinances to protect the citizens of Castroville from unwanted development in our residential area. You, sir, have no idea what I went through during my time in leadership role working for the city. I was told more than once by City Council members during my time that half the people that they talked to loved me and half the people truly hated me and wanted me gone. There's absolutely nothing you can say or do to me that others far better than you haven't said or tried before. My son often asked me how could I be nice to people that treated me the way they did. I told him that as long as I believed I did the best I could do within the established rules and regulations, I was okay. This is no different. I asked Mr. Kemp to withdraw the application for his development before the city sent out notices. I asked Ms. Soto to stop the application before the city sent out notices. I asked the city through the city administrator to stop the process because it was not, the correct process was not being followed. I have filed 2 appeals to the Zoning Board of Adjustments and have yet to receive a response from the city on any of my requests. And finally, I offered some advice to Ms. Soto to follow the ordinances, rules, and procedures as established. I told her that I was once in her shoes and she would be faced with outside influences, including high-level city staff and elected officials with strong suggestions and sometimes pressure to convince her to lean one way or another. I told her that no matter what, do your job and I'll do everything I can to help protect you. If you give in to the pressures and go against the established procedures and ordinances, you're on your own. They'll throw you under the bus to save themselves as soon as the going gets tough. It's your call on how you choose to do your job. Ms. Soto was thrown under the bus to fend for herself at the P&Z meeting as you, Mr. Mayor, you, Mr. City Administrator, possibly another City Council member, and I suspect at least one attorney for the developer, hid out in the back office of City Hall instead of providing her the much-needed support she deserved. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. All right. Do we have anybody else that would like to speak for citizens' comments? Please. Well, if it's okay, if it is about the PUD, I would, my preference is to leave it toward that item so that we can get through some of the other agenda. If you want to speak now, you absolutely, this is citizens' comments, you're absolutely allowed. Yeah, absolutely. Former.
Good evening. My name, if I can remember it, is Bob Lee at 1314 Gentiles. I live on Mayor's Row and there are 3 of those mayors here tonight. I don't know where the other one is. He was here last meeting. Mayor, council, administration. Sometimes things happen that, how are we doing? That you get so emotionally involved in it, you can't come up with the right words to express it without going to jail or things like that. And this is one of those. This is one of those. And I've sat here for over 200 council meetings where Mr. Schroeder sits, and countless P&Z and Zoning Board of Adjustment meetings in this room. This is the best display I've ever seen for citizen involvement in democracy. This last week and this week is it, and I am so proud of that. But what I'm not proud of is what's going on being considered by council. I believe, my opinion, it is illegal for several reasons. It doesn't follow the CZO, which I believe takes priority. We've got the historic areas on the city map, which is another process altogether. And this is really a zoning change. This is a zoning change. And if anybody tells you it isn't, then it just isn't so. There's only 2 reasons I'm aware of you ever send out 200-foot notices, which I've been part of many, many times. One is something to go to the Zoning Board of Adjustment, and the other one is a change in zoning. Okay? For some reason, the city sent out letters to everybody within 200 feet. 14 of the 15 said, we don't want to do this. And so I kind of go, why are they going through this process, this particular way? And I come to find out the hotel that was approved last year on the east side of town was zoned commercial east, okay? You can only build to a certain height in commercial east. Well, they wanted to build higher. Well, if we pluck the PUD out of the ordinance, we can apply it, then we don't have any rules, okay? And that's what they did. That's what they did. And that was on the 22nd of May last year. But they called it a zoning change then. And this is a zoning change. I'm upset enough that I think I've probably said enough, but there is a process to go through. It's in the ordinance already, and in what's zoned out there right now, single family and or historical, the process is in the CZO. People expect the process to be followed by our elected representatives. The problem here is I like all of you. Do I trust all of you tonight? I'm not sure, but this is a zoning change, and it ought to be handled as a zoning change with that process. Because as someone pointed out succinctly last week, if you do this here, you can do it anywhere, because nothing will stop it, absolutely nothing. And if somebody tells you otherwise, it ain't the case. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. If I may remind you, applause is not appropriate here. We know that there's tremendous agreement. I will ask you to follow the ordinance as we have it there. We'll all work on following that together, okay? Thank you. This is not to silence you, it is to maintain decorum. Is there anybody else that would like to speak for citizens' comments? Did you? Absolutely.
If I want to speak on the PUD that Joshua County, or should I wait until after you get to that?
That's my request. If that's okay, I would prefer if we do it there. We will make sure that there is time. I'll make sure that everybody is able to be heard. There's plenty of space for that, so yes.
I'll wait until you get to that agenda item.
Thank you.
She wants to speak.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, you're welcome to do.
Either later for the rest of it.
No problem.
I also have a question.
Mhm.
Do we know if the council are coming?
If the Kemps are coming, I have not heard from them. I've not heard from them.
I was informed just, I don't know if this is where, I was informed just before the meeting that he's going to send me an email at some point during our meeting and provide some kind of statement for us. So I'm waiting for that email to come through.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Bonnie Neal. I live at 502 Vienna Street in Castroville. My home is on the northeast corner of Lorenzo and Vienna. My husband Chick and I built this home 32 years ago with the hope of living out our lives there. We wanted a place that was peaceful and quiet, a place that our grandchildren could run and play in our backyard. They loved picking fruit and eating it right off the trees from the trees we planted. We all ate the vegetables from our gardens. Chick and I enjoyed 10 happy years together in our home until he passed away from cancer. Since then, I have lived alone, but still feeling safe and enjoying the peace and quiet and security of my neighborhood, where the neighbors look out for each other and check on each other. But now I might be facing a life I never dreamed of. Too many cars, people and buildings butted up to my property line, and the noises that come with it. I hope my friends on the other corner, the corner of Angelo and Vienna, and the rest of the surrounding neighbors and I do not have to endure this. If this PUD goes through, the life as we knew will be lost. It's just a matter of time before it happens all over Castroville. Please deny this development. I am against it.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I did not hear her name or address when we started.
Bonnie Neal.
Thank you. Is it N-E-I-L? N-E-A-L, thank you.
And you got the address?
No.
It's on Vienna.
Can you provide your address one more time? I'm sorry, she didn't hear that.
She spoke quietly.
It's 502 Vienna.
502.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, is there anybody else that would like to speak now for citizens' comments? All right. We are now going to move to the consent agenda. On the consent agenda, we have minutes for October 24th, 2023, regular called city council meeting. Minutes for October 30th, 2023, special called city council meeting. Resolution on accepting a petition for annexation of KF Flat Creek LP property. Approve the police department vehicle purchase. Approval of authorizing city staff to go out for a request for proposal on the Country Village lift station, and approve the Small Business Administration, the SAM agreement.
I would like to remove item D from the consent agenda.
Okay.
I'd
You're
like to
gonna
note that
remove-
I was absent for the meeting of the 24th, so if I vote for the approval of the consent agenda, it is as an abstention for the October 24th meeting. Sorry.
Oh. Okay, so we have a motion to approve the consent agenda with an abstention for the October 24th meeting that he did not attend.
Correct.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Okay, next item, approve police department vehicle purchase.
I just had a question about this one. The police chief had made it clear how much it costs and that we have a grant for part of the price, but he did not say why he wanted to buy this vehicle. Is this a replacement for the one that was lost last year?
Well, actually, I think this is going to end up replacing a vehicle that we're in the process of determining whether we lost an engine in, and that's ultimately what it's going to end up being used for. The reason that this is being put back in front of you is actually because the specific vehicle that we were going to try and get, which was a Tahoe, are not going to be available for like 2 years or something. The backlog on them is tremendous, and so we are reworking the request to be a law enforcement rated vehicle, because it's difficult to get vehicles right now. So he's trying to keep his options open. He informed me again just this afternoon that he has a Dodge Durango that's available that he would like to get, but it's pending your approval of this item tonight, which really essentially is just allowing him to go get whatever vehicle he can that will fit his need for the department.
And the city staff, if you weren't aware of this, the city staff actually has a vehicle maintenance and replacement built into, is it iWorks?
It's in the CIP.
It's in the CIP, and it's also in iWorks, how they maintain it, like for internal planning. Okay?
All right. I was just curious why it was separately listed as unfunded.
Perfect.
With
Okay.
no reason given. So I move to approve the police department vehicle purchase.
Do I have a second? Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Next item is city administrator report.
Okay,
For this, we have Scott Dixon.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. A couple of items and a couple of announcements. Sorry, I'm getting to my list. Well, I've got a couple in front of me. One of the items that was on my report is our history at the library and what we've done to kind of preserve local history. One of the kind of treasures that the local library has is Alsatian recordings, and these recordings of family information, et cetera, but they are on cassette tapes, and those cassette tapes were deteriorating. Over the past 3-4 months, our library staff is working to digitize those. They're using software to convert those cassette tapes. That is now 100% complete. It is available on our website. If you're to go to the library website and look for oral history, if you type in under the search oral history, you should come up with the page where those are listed. So we're excited about that. And then the other part of that is just the progress on archiving important historical documents. We've got a bunch of family histories that are in binders, and those are being painstakingly digitized. We're utilizing a grant that the library received a couple of years ago to manually, because these are pretty fragile documents, they can't be put through a mass scanner, scanning those individually, and we are about 1/3 of the way through those. I think we have 154 and 50 or so have been scanned. So that's just an update on where that stands. There's a much larger archive of historical documents that the library maintains. Many of those are copyrighted. They can't be scanned in the same way, so staff is looking at ways to purchase new versions of those, the ones that are deteriorated. So just kind of an update on where those things stand. In addition, I wanted to highlight Light Up Castroville. So this is, I believe, our 3rd year to run this promotion. You all should have received in your utility bill a newsletter. The main page of the first part of the newsletter is all about this Light Up Castroville event. We give prizes. It's sponsored by the city utility, electric utility, and the goal is to improve the aesthetic and decor of our community. So very excited to see that happening. And then a couple other just kind of random announcements that aren't on the agenda, so we aren't going to discuss them, but I'll just mention them. Go Medina recognized us with the regional park just very recently as I think this is the 4th year in a row that the regional park has received top nomination as the best park in the county, in Medina County. So we're very proud of that. In some respects, we're competing against our own parks at this point with Lions Park and the improvements that have happened there, but I'm proud of our staff for having achieved that. And then
And I think Castroville took, out of all of their awards, I think we took 35 of them, different businesses and events, different things across the city.
a strong showing,
Yeah,
for
strong
sure.
showing.
And then I received this just prior to the meeting from Ms. Helen Delavan about their work session that's coming up this Saturday. Is that right? Yes. Yeah, November, well, it's not this Saturday, November 18th. So Saturday, November 18th, Castro Regional Park, they'll be working on hiking trails, landscape, general trail maintenance, and some other things. It's from 8 to noon, or she says 8 to 10. I guess that's in the evening. Bring gloves and hand pruners if you have them. Even if you cannot come, you can help by forwarding this email to everyone you know. So these flyers that they've prepared, this is from the Friends of the Regional Park.
And that is AM, not PM.
Well, I believe she's got AM, 8 a.m. to noon, or well, it says 8 a.m. to 10. So
Yeah.
That's
I think it's
That's
basically
how you
around.
can pick either a 2-hour or a 4-hour
Right.
session.
Right.
Right.
Because it'll be dark by then.
Mr. Mayor, may I ask y'all, please speak up? We can hear Mr. Dixon, but we can't hear any of y'all.
Okay.
Please.
Yeah,
Thank
we'll
you.
try. What we'll do is step back from the microphone a little bit and project our voices a little bit louder so it's not distorted. Is that a good level? Okay.
Thank you, sir.
You got it. And we will work on this for next time for being able to hear. We normally can hear in the audience, so I don't know what's up.
Was there another item on my agenda report? It was the library, it's Light Up.
Light Up.
Oh, yeah, ClearPoint, that's why I can't remember it. So we are working on as you all are aware, we're working on a balanced scorecard for the CIP, and we're utilizing ClearPoint strategy. I think at the last meeting, I told you that ClearPoint is working through some software issues. Unfortunately, I don't know the resolution if how close they are to getting those resolved, but I do have a meeting set up for this later this week. So I'll get an update. I'd put this on the agenda on Friday in the hopes that I would have an update for you all, but I do not. I am looking forward to that being completed because it'll be something that we can not just communicate with you all about, like, here's all the CIP projects that have been completed, but here's where we are on future items, including funding and that kind of stuff. So that's coming, and Yeah, that's all I have to say about that. And then I do have one last item, and this is in reference to the last meeting that occurred with the P&Z. Unfortunately, I was caught making a statement that was really inappropriate, and I wanted to read a letter to Mr. Holzhaus. I have spoken with him. I went and met with him last night. He was very gracious, but I still think because I was being recorded and didn't realize it, there were a lot of people that heard my comments, and so with your indulgence, I'd like to read
Please.
this apology. So this is directed to Mr. Holzhaus. At the conclusion of the Planning and Zoning meeting that was held on November 8th, 2023, I made a statement about you that was both unprofessional and inappropriate. I endeavor to treat others with courtesy and respect and deeply regret my statements that evening. They were inexcusable. Please forgive me. So, again, I apologize, and I'm sorry that, that he had to endure that. So, that's all I have for my report.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yep.
And I do accept your apology.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
As
sir.
citizens, I accept it on their behalf.
Well, thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. All right, can I have the presentation then? This doesn't require something else to work, does it? Ah, it was in standby.
Was that, yeah, you have to hit the little green button, right?
Okay, so next item is the, this one is the mayor's report. So for the mayor's report, this is actually our state of the city. And we have technology to provide what I'm saying as well, so hopefully that helps out. In this, we're going to talk about the current state of our finances. We'll talk about roads and what we've been working on, some things to look at from there. We'll talk about drainage, the utilities, and then our comprehensive plan update. So first, in case people aren't, I put in a little bit of extra detail so that you are aware. The way that our finances work, we have basically three separate funds. We have general fund, which is tax supported. That is your property taxes, sales taxes. We've got other revenue in there, and I'll show you what those are, but it's primarily your tax revenue that goes into that. The utility fund is funded by the cost of utilities, and the expenses are derived from those costs. For the airport fund, same thing. The money that comes into the airport is what we spend on the airport, so those are our three main buckets that go into the city budget. And just kind of a breakdown of the way that our budget works. So if you look at your residential property taxes, those are up on the top right. That accounts for about 13% of our budget. So only 13% of our budget comes from our property taxes from our individual properties. A large reason for this, we actually make more money off of the business property taxes because they don't get exemptions. I don't know if you noticed that the new proposition just passed, so your property taxes will reduce as well. And I'll show you what that property tax breakdown looks like currently, but then obviously that'll change with your exemptions. Primarily, the main source of our revenue is from our businesses. So 23% of that comes from their property taxes. Somebody asked me once, do businesses get charged a greater amount for property tax? And the answer is no. They just don't get deductions. They don't get homestead. They don't get over 65. They just pay their taxes as they are. And then sales taxes account for another 44%. If anybody's interested, I've actually got a presentation about where the sales tax revenue comes from, but it's really long and boring, and so I didn't figure you'd want to hear that. Park and Recreation, our Parks Department has done a great job of actually creating programming that is revenue deriving so that it can help offset some of the costs. So we actually do generate money a lot of the money that is used to spend, especially in the regional park, but on our parks to support that. And then municipal court fees, other revenue would be things like court costs and just the minor fees, the plat fees, other items in there. So I shrunk, what I talked about just now would be on the top left. I just shrunk that just so you've got it for reference. This is what we spend money on. About 43% of that is spent on public safety. Majority of that, that's primarily our cops, that's their technology, that's their gear, that's their vehicles, that's everything to have public safety. Culture and recreation, those are things, the library, the parks, any amenities that we have here, all comes out of there. Our streets, now this is out of the general fund. This doesn't include bond funds. 14% of the revenue is currently being spent on streets. And we'll talk a little bit more about streets in just a little bit. And then general administration for the people and the facilities to run the city. So the property tax breakdown, if you go to Medina Appraisal District, they've got a property map. You can actually go and see each one of these percentages there. So about 50% currently of your sales or of your property tax goes to, and again, it's different for everybody based on the exemptions that you have, but without exemptions, this is what it is. 50% goes to the ISD. Only 22% of that goes to the city of Castroville. And then we have the ESD, number one, that is the fire and an ambulance that supports that. That's a separate, each one of these is a separate taxing entity. Medina County comprises 15% of it. The Medina County Hospital District is 4% of that. The Medina County Groundwater Conservation District, it says 0. It's a very small percentage of it. And then there's a 3% county FM road tax, and then the Medina County Precinct 2 special road tax. So if you look at it in terms of per $100,000, again, this is of appraised value minus your exemptions. That's about $523 per year, or about $44 a month for every $100,000 of property value. The exemptions that we have, we are so that's, like I said, for residential only. We're the only city in Medina County that provides an over 65 exemption. If you, I don't know if you have to file for that. I think you have to file with the county for that. Also, if you didn't know, we have an over 65 discount on your electric bill. You just file with our city staff over here to get that implemented. And then, of course, we have the Disabled Veterans federal program that we honestly support. So since sales tax is the majority of the money that comes in, I wanted to give you a glimpse over the last 10-ish years of what happened. You can see that it was flat for a little while. There's a peak there right around 2017. There may have been a major retailer that opened up about that time that provided a little bit of a bounce there. And then the trajectory has gone up quite substantially. So if you look at the trend line, if we would have continued with the trend that we had before, it would be $600,000 less. So overall, as a city, we're doing pretty well. There's many reasons for this. I like to think it's because of the leadership that we have in place that we create all of this. But honestly, the businesses are doing well. We have new businesses that have opened. We have, honestly, a lot of people have started shopping from home, and so we actually get the tax revenue. When you order off of online retailers and bring those in, we get the tax revenues off of that. So there's a lot of things that have gone into that. And again, I'm not sure if you've noticed, but there's a little bit of inflation going on right now, so I'm sure that has something to do with it as well. All right, now the overall financial health of the city. This, to me, when I first started paying attention, I went to city council meetings for a few years before I ever got onto city council, and this was the thing that I was always the most curious about. How do we rate as a city? How are we doing financially with the money that we have? We're not a rich city. We don't have a ton of money, but we manage the money very well. Scott has, one of the reasons that we like Scott is because he has such a very strong financial background and has helped us through this. If you look at the credit rating, where it went to from 2012, and I put up a comparison here so you can see cities on the right. That's how cities are rated. It's from a AAA, which is the absolute best, to a D, which is default. You're bankrupt. You're out of. I don't know if they repossess your city or something. And it's the same thing with your individual credit. Over 800 is considered excellent credit. and then all the way down to the down in the depths. So we've gone from an A minus, which means basically some capacity to meet financial commitments, but somewhat to notably subject to adverse economic conditions, to where we are now, very to extremely strong capacity to meet financial commitments. And the credit ratings for the city is much the same as it is for individuals. It's based on your revenue versus your income versus your output, how much you have in the bank. So we're graded very, very similarly to what your individual credit ratings are. So some of the investments, one of the things that you'll notice in the last few years, we have really made a commitment to taking the money that we are bringing in and spending it very, very wisely. Again, we've reduced a lot of the maintenance cost, the operations cost. We don't have a bunch of pennies, but we do pinch pretty much every single one of them. But then we've been making investments that had, there had been and this is nothing against future councils, they've made decisions based on their existing situation, and they had decided to keep taxes, they were always pushing to lower taxes instead of reinvesting. They pushed to lower utility rates versus reinvesting. And so we're at a point right now where the streets haven't been worked on in quite some time, and we've been doing that. And again, it's a difference in strategy. We believe that if we don't do anything, we're at a point right now where our streets some of them are nearing failure. I don't know if I drive a 3/4 ton, and my wife hates riding in it because it kind of bounces her all around, but we've been working on that. And with the utilities, we have an aging infrastructure that has needed a lot of work. So we've been working on that. So I'll talk through these streets, utilities, drainage, the things we've done at Lions Park, Regional Park, with our police, animal services, and some of the challenges that we have. So with streets, I put this out on social media just in case people were wondering. If you look at the county had actually, you can see the black kind of up at the top back in 2019, the county had redone that. That's actually our city road, but they had completed that. We have a partnership with the county where they provide, in certain instances, they will provide the labor and we provide the materials. They're actually really, really good at constructing streets, and I think that they're probably the best quality that we've gotten from them. In 2020, we had a couple of small projects. You can see those in blue. I apologize if anybody can't see the colors and you want me to number them, I can do that at another time. In 2021, you can see Berlin Street, and just a little tiny piece over by the river was done in 2021. In 2022, we handled, so the county actually did, that was Amelia, yes. And in Country Village, we did, so Country Village and River Bluff all have asphalt. It's a higher quality, longer lasting type of material because they have curb and gutter, and that's the way that they were initially installed. That's the way that we repaired them and fixed them. So we weren't able to do as many as we wanted to, but we did do a repair on all of those. And then in 2023 was our most substantial, most disruptive. We have this challenge that you have to do some, otherwise people get upset. And if you do too much, people get upset because it can be a real disruption to your life. I know that there were a lot of disruptions to River Bluff, and we continue to hone our process so that we can give people notice. And the city staff has just been great about going through this. We had planned earlier this year, I think it was in May, we had looked at doing even more. That's all of things in yellow. We weren't able to do that because cost had gone up so much. We didn't feel it was financially prudent to do that. Plus, we have a water line replacement similar to the one that we did on Lafayette Street. Going down Alamo and San Jacinto, we also have another water line replacement that we have to do over there. And the way that we are, so if you see, we're doing streets kind of all around the city, but we're not doing them where we know that we're going to have to do utility work that's going to trash them, cut them up, and it's basically a waste of money at that time. We don't want to tear up a street that we just fixed. So the city staff is working together between Public Works and Streets to make sure that we have that strategy on the books so that we can replace, repair, and maintain as many as we can based on that criteria. We also had, I put this kind of in streets, but it's kind of is, kind of isn't. We had a grant that we had pursued. I don't know if anybody back in May, we had like a town hall meeting over at the Landmark Inn. We set up, this is actually a picture that was in the San Antonio News, and that was when they were replacing the bridge that was replaced back in 1903, I think it was. when the original bridge was replaced with what we have, and then they widened it out here. But this was the original bridge before they, with the old, it basically came out right about where Steinbach House is and met up with old Highway 90 back behind Sammy's. So we had applied for something to replicate that. It was a walking bridge. I talked to Sammy about this. It was something that he had tried to get going, and we found some grant money. It was about a $5 million project, and TxDOT was doing a very substantial grant for that. It would have taken care of the vast majority of that. We were not granted, which isn't a terrible thing because we can leverage some of that money to work elsewhere, but we will continue to do that. We got great community support. People were very happy about that. It's just creating a way for people that want to walk and bike across the highway, not to have to drive across the Frogger across the highway. We were successful in getting, it was almost $200,000 for a transportation planning grant. So a good portion of this is actually going to go into, we'll talk about the UDO process in a little bit, the development ordinance. As new developers come in, it's providing them the standards for making sure that we've got walkability, bikeability, that we have, I think that TxDOT refers to it as multimodal transportation. So that we're not building the entire city just around cars, but we encourage people to get out of their cars and get onto the streets, not during August, but so that we'll be working through in the next, I think we have to have that complete by next year, so we'll talk about plans for that coming up. With utilities, so I put on here two notable dates. 1927 was the first year that Castroville had power. J.T. Lawler moved here, purchased what is now the Landmark Inn, and modified the previous mill to be able to do that. I think that he invested like $36,000 in it. At that point, it was quite a bit. And in the 1940s, I don't have the exact dates, but we were reincorporated basically in 47 to purchase the utilities and run them as city utilities. So we took over the utilities. Our utilities are a little bit old. I think that we still have some of the original lines that were from J.T. Lawler that we're still finding with backhoes. So the utility projects that are complete or in process, Lafayette Street on the bottom, the blue line has been complete. It was a very tough project for any of us that lived over in that area. It was quite disruptive. There was a lot of construction because you had to basically do the entire thing. Kudos to staff for working with our engineers to find something that was less disruptive. The way that we would have done this in the past is dig it all up and put it back in. And that would have been tremendously impactful. Instead, we were able to do what they call pipe bursting. Basically, you stick a pipe inside the other pipe and you puff it out and it becomes a whole new pipe. So they were able to do that. And that line, the reason that it was replaced is, if you remember, just a couple of years ago, we were having citywide water outages pretty consistently, and those were coming from that line right there. And then we have a similar one, if you look up where we had talked about before, Alamo and San Jacinto, that we don't have funding for currently, but we are working on that as well. And then the River Bluff power, we basically have to redo all of the power in River Bluff. We still have a very long extension cord that's running through a yard there that is the product of a repair that was done before. So we are going to create the redundancy that should have been built into it in the first place, and working on that. Now there's a little dot up at the top right-hand side. That is the lift station at Country Village. We had some concerns based on some people that lived in that area that had brought up that they had talked to our people, and they're like, no, this isn't going to work for us. And so we listened to that. We are currently pursuing, that is not funded yet. I think that we've got a good chance of getting, I think it's a CDBG grant, a Community Development Block Grant to fix that. And so that's just one of the pieces of infrastructure that we're working on. Drainage, oh, that's a mess. So drainage, brief history, and I know that there are some people in here that were very active. The mayor at the time, obviously, is sitting back in the back, worked through quite a problem. The flood of 2002, it wasn't the first time, it won't be the last time, but I think it was about $20 million that was invested back then. I think that bond had just matured and got off the books, and it fixed all of the major issues, but it didn't fix all of the issues. I was talking to Scott about this earlier. Based on, we did a drainage study, which is what we need to identify the highest value targets. We leveraged the old drainage study. We updated because there had been some infill development, some new parking lots, some new buildings, and we had to make sure that that was updated. I think we had identified something like $70 or $80 million. If we just fixed everything, it'd be $70 or $80 million. And our entire general fund budget is less than $5 million a year, $4 million a year. So how are we doing?
Our budget is $14 million a year.
That includes utilities
Yes.
and general fund, yeah. The whole thing is only $14 million a year. So obviously, we can't afford that, so we have to look at grants. Again, we were very well positioned for some grant opportunities for drainage. Because we had done that drainage study, we got in front of that. We had gotten that done actually in time to submit for something that was asking for shovel-ready projects, and we have a bunch of them. We're also looking at creative, incremental, and committed. I've talked to a few people that live around me that still probably the biggest issue that we have in town right now is Athens and Algiers, that whole area. I've got, just from 2017, I've got pictures in front of Bob Lee's house where I think that the street was about 1.5 feet deep in water, and it was just coming down there, and I've seen some neighbors' houses that have gotten flooded out from that. So we definitely have some problems there. We're working on, we're trying to find what we can do incrementally to make the highest level of difference without having to dump $80 million into it. Then we're also leveraging new developments. We're going to talk a little bit later about the state of development. Development is the thorn in my side, the burr in my bum, that there's always a cost to development, and so we're making sure that they're adding into that. So we are leveraging, we have one example of where they're doing a development, and we've asked them, required them to do they're off-site, but they are impacting to that development. So it's leveraging some of the money that they're spending to make sure that they're doing their part. This is just a quick view. We have the entire study. If anybody would like to see it, it's about 47 pages of mind-numbing detail, but it really does go through and identify the major areas that we're looking at.
I'm gonna double check. I think it's on our website already, but I'll double check that.
And if, that's all right. That's actually a good point. So if anybody ever needs information, you just send an open records request to Deborah Howe, and Bruce can walk you through that process. It is, we'll put that through, thank you, the process for open records request. It's a wonderful thing. If you ever have, like, everything that we do is out in the open, you are absolutely good, bad, ugly, or indifferent. It is all available to you, so please do leverage that. You can also call, contact city staff, contact your council person, contact me. We'll help you get some of that documentation. Mine too, yeah. I was always concerned, so I bought Charlie Boy's house, and he gave me a little, when we bought it, he showed me where the river had come up to within about 10 feet of the house in 2002. I didn't think to look to the other side, because all of the water comes down off of Cross Hill and lands right smack dab in my front yard. What's that? Hills will be that way, yes. So we did the first work that had happened in Lions Park in quite some time. We're not done. It's a good start. So on your left is Lions Park before we began. So we had done some, I think if anybody hasn't seen the splash pad, that's been challenging during, especially during drought times, but we have the splash pad, we have new restrooms. If anybody had walked into the restrooms over by the ball courts, they're abysmal and not effective. We had worked with a local sports team, a local homeowner, not homeowner, a local resident to install the soccer field so that we could have good soccer play. We have, what is it? It's called, what do they call it? The league soccer, club soccer, thank you, it's club soccer. We put in some trees, and we'll continue to do some improvements as we're working on finding matching grants. So we're leveraging, there was another thing that was passed for new parkland, for park improvements. So we're always looking for new grants to be able to help support us with this, to make our money go as far as we can. With the regional park, I don't know if anybody has not heard about the new community center. So we had, the old pool building was built about 50 years ago, and it was failing. We knew that there were some issues with it, and so we knew that we were going to have to put some money into it. So again, kudos to staff. They're like, if we're going to have to put this money, maybe we find a matching grant and go for something that people have been asking for. It was in the Parks Master Plan. It is something that people had asked for, and that is a community center where we could have gatherings for, whether it's during the summer for our kids that they want to have programs, but they don't want to be stuck outside in a 1,000,000-degree heat, or if we want to have community gatherings, or if we have very involved citizens for city council meetings and we need a bigger space. It's got a lot of benefits to it. So they brought it to us, and we pursued it. We worked with Congressman Tony Gonzalez to identify where the money could come from and how we would apply for it. He kind of walked us through that process, and we were successful in that. And that was, it was, how much was it? Almost $2 million that we got for that. $1.7 million. It's got, and we've got some more details. We're actually going to be doing a community roundup with this. So that'll go out through, it'll probably go out in your utility bill. We put a lot of the events into your utility bills. There's a newsletter in there. And you can also look out for the Parks and Rec Board. It'll go through them and through the Friends of the Park to see what that looks like. This is just an artist rendering. In case anybody, I'll run through this kind of quickly. Just the view from the butterfly garden. These are preliminary. This would be looking from the park back up toward Alsace. This would be from the pool looking back, creating some additional shade spaces as well. And then this would be the view from the street from Alsace. I said before we had spent some money on police. They have gone through an active shooter training. We need to continue, we continue to work with the county and with the school district. We are not the police force for Medina Valley ISD, but we are the backup for the county. The county has their police force there, but we always want to be prepared for that. When we had brought in Chief Kohler, he came to us with a tremendous amount of experience. One of the first things that he did was identify where we had issues, where we were lacking. There were processes, there were all kinds of things that he had identified, and some of those were equipment. The old bulletproof vests, I didn't realize they had an expiration date, but apparently they have an expiration date, and they were well beyond that, so those were replaced. We replaced the old radar gear that some of it didn't work well and some of it didn't work at all. And we want to be able to pull people, please slow down on Highway 90, although it forces you sometimes on its own. But it's to really increase our ability to police that. We have a vehicle replacement program that we talked about before, so I won't go into that. We did, again, we worked with Congressman Tony Gonzalez. We work a lot with our state and federal representatives and senators to try and find things that are better for the city. We look for a lot of grant funding, and we received full funding for 2 additional officers, and that includes the officers, their salaries for, I think it covers 2 years of their salaries and equipment for them.
That's on the agenda tonight, so I'll go over that. There's a little bit of complexity to it, but I'll walk you through that.
And we upgraded the software, and this is the software that they're actually entering in their cases when the investigators go out and they have cases. That way we can track them to completion, make sure that nothing is getting dropped. We had found some issues where things weren't being followed up with, and we weren't doing a good job with that, and so this has helped us increase that conviction rate. And then we replaced an out-of-date server that if it had failed, we would have lost a tremendous amount of case data. Animal services, I will tell, because my point of accountability is sitting right here in the audience. Thank you, Ms. McVeigh, for your constant attention to this. So we did, I call it it's a Band-Aid. We have an animal control facility up at the regional park, backed by the wastewater treatment plant. It is a holding facility only. But it was completely un-air conditioned. It was completely, I would say it was not humane. So we enclosed the fences to make sure that we didn't accidentally lose one out the back door. We installed air conditioning, and again, it was just some patchwork. Grab a facility that was already there, stick a slab in it, put some air conditioning, and put some insulation so that the animals were better. So now this is completely random. I just happened to find this from one of the architects that we've been working with. Aspirationally, what would we like to do? We know that we are not adequate on animal services. Again, I got to give Kyle McVeigh great kudos. She's been working on this for a very long time. She keeps it on the forefront. I mentioned people that come to city council meetings a lot. She is here every single city council meeting to remind us that we cannot forget about this. So it's that kind of attention, and she works with us to raise money. So we are right now working with the county because of the way that, I don't want to get into too much detail here, but we have to coordinate with the county already. We know that a lot of the growth that's happening, they have to increase their facilities. So we're seeing if we can cost share with the county, where they can pick up the bulk of it because they have the bulk of the need, and then we can add our need into it and be able to take care of these animals. I'm embarrassed. I don't know the full number of animals that have to be put down, but it's a lot. So we're working on this and an actual adoption facility that is humane and is good. And we'll work with local nonprofits to do that as well. Some of our challenges. So in utilities, we have, as I said, very old infrastructure. We have historical lack. It's not, I wouldn't say it's to the point of negligence. We haven't worked on it as much as we have needed to. At the same time, we have increased cost. Again, the cost of utilities is just, or the cost of materials, the cost of labor has gone through the roof, and we are in the eternal game. We've actually looked at, does it make sense to sell the utilities? We look at that regularly, and right now it doesn't make sense. It is still a benefit to the city for us to own our own. If it got to the point where it was going to be cost prohibitive and it would cost you even that much more money, we would always look at that, and that would go out to public hearing, and hopefully as many of you would show up for that, to weigh in on that based on the information that we have. So we are in the eternal game of needing to maintain this forever. Streets, same thing. Same problems, same issues. It's the eternal game. This city was designed without streets and utility in mind, so we're pretty spread out. Our cost of maintaining that is a lot more than it is in other areas. And then on the comprehensive plan and ordinance update, I'm going to go into a little bit more of a detail on this. There's been a lot of questions about this. So we are not taking all of our codes and ordinances and crumpling them up and throwing them away, because I think that we have years and decades of goodness. But what we are going to do is we're going to revamp them. One of the issues that we had with this specific development is we had two different ordinances and one process document, and each one had different things in it. And so sometimes they conflicted with each other, and this is just one minor example, and we have a lot more examples in that. And the other thing is that one of the things that I've heard is that we want to grow as Castroville and not as San Antonio. Not that we have any problem with San Antonio, we just don't want to be San Antonio. We don't want to be New York, we don't want to be California. We want to grow as the community that we are. And so our approach with this is to define what Castroville is, historic Castroville, and not change that because we've got goodness here. Obviously, you are all very passionate about that, but it is replicating that outside. So what does this look like? We spent almost 2 years in about a year and a half in education. We had initially looked at this, and we as City Council didn't know what implications there were to each one of the decisions that we were being asked to make. So we put a pause on it. We got education to understand what some of those implications are. We brought in some people that could give us advice on this. So we started that process. We just approved it's called a UDO, it's a Uniform Development Ordinance. It takes the CZO, the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance, it takes our codes and ordinances, it takes our subdivision ordinance, and it merges it into one document so that we have one set of rules that doesn't conflict with the other ones. What does that look like? So I would encourage everybody here, if you have questions about this, if you are concerned with this, which I hope that you are, come to these meetings. We want as many people as possible so that we can do this with as much input as possible. This 11/28, so we don't have a city council meeting 2 weeks from tonight. Instead, we're going to have this meeting. It will be at the Landmark Inn. I think we've got enough space to accommodate everybody, but we'll make sure that, I think we've got a little bit of overflow there as well. I encourage you to get involved, not just in the first phase, but in every single phase. This is the minimum. All of these phases have town halls in them. We have meetings with them. And we've got some more details on what this looks like. We'll probably give a lot of those details in the first meeting, and I can share them with you as well. Again, not getting into too much detail here. So that'll be the first one, and that is the DNA. That is, we had Simple City is the company that is doing this for us, and they are, so they've done the codes for Bastrop, for Bandera, for Taylor. They helped with Hutto. what was the other one? They did another one. But they do small town Texas. They know small town Texas. And the way that they approach it is they define what it looks like, and that's what they write into the code. Then in February will be, so you start with the comprehensive plan. That includes our master plan. Oh, actually, you know what? No, I've got another slide. I've got another slide that has the address where you can find some of the planning documents that we've already got out there. So we'll go through the comprehensive plan in early February. We'll do a design rodeo where they'll actually draft codes in early May. We'll do a community code review in September, and we really look at doing probably the last community wrap up December of next year. So it's a long process, very involved, and we'll have them posted on the website, and again, we'll send them out in the utility bill, just like we did. We'll probably take out some ads in the newspaper just to advertise it as well as possible, but please do look out for that. That is what I have for that. Okay. And then I want to go back through, we had some, yes? What time did we set that?
I think we're,
Oh, we said, no, we talked about this. That, I think we said 6:30.
yeah, we may actually we may actually have like a 5:30 to 6:30 where you can come and mingle, and then 6:30 to 8:30, I believe, is the meeting.
Right.
But we're going to have all three. They have confirmed that they've reserved the main lobby area, the basement that's down the way, and
Vance
the green
house.
area in between. If we have good weather, we'll probably have stuff in all three of those areas.
Okay. So we'll have all kinds of details. These people are really great about putting that out. And it was 6:30 to make sure that people had time to, we kind of modeled it after the history happy hour. They usually start about 6. Pardon me?
We will get that advertised.
Yes, we will get that advertised, but 6:30, landmark in 2 weeks from tonight. Okay. So we had some other questions about, here we go. We had some questions about the Journey series. So this was just a tidy little name that I put on our education process. I told you that we didn't know what to do, so we brought in people. We first looked at what did we need to learn, who could teach us to us, and how could we learn through this process. So we did this. I'm going to give you a version of what I gave. We had 4 different education sessions. We had them right next door. Many of you I see that are here right now had attended a lot of those. We had 100, I think our lowest attendance, we were opposite Bunko night, and we still managed to get almost 120 people. And we had up to, I think, almost 150 at the peak one. So it was 120 to 150 at each and every one of these. We had 4 of the education. And so I'm gonna briefly walk you through what we did with it. The information, if you want to take a look at it, we have all of the videos online. I would highly encourage you to go take a look at this. So if you have any questions about the approaches that we're taking, why we're taking them, you can find them. I put a QR code for anybody that knows how to use those. They still confuse me. And then you've got the actual website. If you want to go to our city website, if you go to Government Services, Planning, Government Services.
Where to find it? It's community development.
Community
and then
Development Planning.
Yeah.
So this is the main planning page, and that's the actual URL if you want to grab a picture of that. So the intent here, and this is going to be our intent with the UDO process, and this is, I'm speaking specifically about the UDO development in context with the education that we've already got and with our approach. So goal is to grow as Castroville and not anywhere USA. Castroville is already a special place. We should work to replicate it rather than change it. We like, everybody lives here for a reason. For those of you, I'm a little bit jealous of those of you who have been here for generations. I think that is just an amazing way to be, and I wish that I could say that as well, but I got here as quickly as I could, and I wanted to close the door behind me. I moved here for a reason, because it is a great community, it is a point community. The community service here is amazing. The fact that we have this many people here that are concerned about their city, that are willing to stand up and show up and fight for what their way of life is tremendous. So I think that we need to grab a hold of that. The goals are to ensure codes and ordinances reflect our actual goals. Right now, I was kind of curious about why we continue to have people coming and wanting to build suburbia. They wanted to build basically San Antonio, and then we looked toward, they said, well, it's in your codes. So our codes are, I'll give you a brief history of the codes, but They were developed in the early 20th century, and they were put out by the federal government, and we've copied a lot of codes over time. Every time a new code comes up, they're like, well, how do we implement this? Oh, I don't know, look at San Antonio's code. So we wrote it as San Antonio's code, historically. So we want to modify those and take out the pieces that mandate us building anywhere USA, and make sure that we maintain the items that allow us to continue to build as Castroville. It is defining areas of appropriateness. This is a great topic. I'm going to talk about the concept of transects in a little bit. It's a confusing term, but it basically says you have areas of density and less density and less density, and you define where those areas are, so there's no question about if somebody wants to put something of certain density in a certain location, you've already defined where those locations are, so there's really not a question of appropriateness. It could be a question of adjacency and does it meet close, but that would be a community thing just like this. And our goal is to get substantial involvement from the public. Having as many as we had before was tremendous, but we'd love to have more. And the update is not a wholesale rewrite, but it builds on the existing and makes them better. Somebody said, I don't want to get rid of our old codes because there's some that are really good that had been developed over decades and decades and decades, and I totally agree. You're absolutely right. So what do we want? Peace and quiet and tranquility. Unfortunately, we have an onslaught that is coming from the east. My neighbor Bob said, he called it the, what do you call it? The Death Star. The Death Star is coming. And I thought that was clever. The Death Star is here. The fact is that we have a ton of development that is hitting us directly in our faces. I don't like it. You don't like it. None of us like this, but it's the reality that we're faced with. As they come here, we're trying to find how do we make sure that they are more respectful of the city that we have and the people that we are, and that they do things properly. So it's a question of, I'm going to rush through these. Conventional is something that's done over and over. Traditional is something that's done over and over for a reason. Briefly, what's happened over the past 178 years, what's happened to our thinking, where we've not been thorough enough. So this is a timeline that I put together, and this is something that I demonstrated there at the recap. So if you look from 1884 on your left to, I brought it up to 2020 basically, because that was the main information that I could find. In the first 100 years, you can see what happened with the population. Those are estimates based on a ton of research into like the Medina County, the books, all kinds of online resources. So it looks like we peaked out about 1,000 people in 1884, and then we had a slow decline. J.T. Lawlerson, when he moved here, there were only about 200 people here. The closest I could find was 325 at the end of the 20s. And in that first 100 years, only just over 9% of the homes were built. So that's only about 115 homes. We lost 6 of them when they tore Highway 90 through back in 1940. But if you look at the 96 homes and structures that we have from the 69 survey, add those on, and we lost a couple along the way. That's what happened with those. The brochure, somebody had mentioned the brochure. That was, I don't remember who had said that. I think that was O'Neill Ford. No, there was another one. Anyway, they had commented, and if you look just to the right of Prohibition, that's where they had commented on. And at that point, we had less than 115 homes. And they were all the pioneer homes. So the most beautiful part of Castroville happened early on. And we've had other things that have happened since then that are beautiful in different ways, but that's what had been talked about. The zoning laws were created. They started in the late 20s. So before the 20s, there were no zoning laws. We did not have zoning in Castroville. If you look at a lot of the pioneer homes, they violate our ordinance because they were built before the ordinances came into place. The ordinances were adopted. Hoover had actually led the charge to do this. The U.S. government had gone on this big, long study and passed down the codes to everybody. And post World War II, or toward the end of World War II, they created the GI Bill that was specifically created to be funded by things that met these codes. So the codes made suburbia. The GI Bill financed suburbia, and that's what started creating suburbia everywhere. We went through, as stressful it is right now, we went through a pretty heavy, I mean, if you look at this line, it's going to take another dramatic peak. I'm much less excited about the dramatic peak here than the dramatic peak on the sales tax revenue, but if you look at what had happened going from 1940 to 2020, there were, what is that? That's over 90% of the homes were built in that time frame. So a lot of those had fit with those along the time. Anyway, so other details if you want to listen to it. So this is conventional. This is what we think about when we think about multifamily. This is what we think about when we think about suburbia. Everything here, my daughter lives in a subdivision, or lived in a subdivision much like this, and then moved to an apartment complex much like this. Nicer, I think. But she has to get in her car to go everywhere. And so it is mandating car-centric, and you never get away from a car. Car is a reality. You just build to people and not to cars. This is traditional. This was done by Henry Castro and John Adams. It was inked by Gentiles, and that is traditional. That is what we love. I can supply this. The things that we have kind of keyed in on is whole life accommodations, from when you leave your parents' home and you don't have much and you don't need much, to when you start a family and you start needing more, to where you have kids and you need a lot more, and pets and you need space, to when you are toward the end where, like right now, my parents live almost right across the street from me, and my mom loves gardening, and so she's got the regular 1,333 square foot lot, 1,000 square foot lot. She loves it. My dad would not, because he can't get around without his oxygen and doesn't really want a yard. So it's creating those. Again, the place of appropriateness is crucial, but it is making sure that we have this. There was a misquote that was completely my fault. I went back and I re-listened to it. Catherine O'Rourke is one of the ones that we'll talk about in a second. She was the one that actually said this. It was O'Neill Ford that commented on the relationship of the baker and the judge, and he said, I don't remember the exact quote, but he said basically they lived next to each other, and it was a thing of beauty, that it doesn't matter if you are, somebody said, it doesn't matter as much if the judge can live next to a baker unless he actually wants something, some baked goods. It's creating an accommodation for everybody. That's it. So when we started going through this, Boo Hauser actually sent me this. He said, we started this process 20 years ago, and he said, we don't want to be anywhere USA little town. These are quotes that are pulled from this article. They had talked about something that Mayor Hancock had gone through with them about a little over 20 years ago. This was a great civic engagement. This was the Visionaries and Preservation Plan 20 years ago, facilitated by the Texas Historic Commission. About 60 people attended each workshop, which was great attendance for them. We would like to increase that now. They had a lot of goals, a lot of sub-goals. I put on here some similarities. Again, if you want to get a copy of this, just let me know. I can send it over to you. I won't go through all of this. This one is the one that kills me. So this is 2020. This is an overview.
The 2000.
I'm sorry, 2000. This is not 2020. I like this better than 2020. So this basically takes you about out to 410 and, I think it's 410 and 151-ish. That's what it looked like in 2020. I'm going to go back to that just for the impact. What is happening to us right now is the product of a bunch of people moving here. And we are faced with this reality that we have to deal with this stuff. If you think about the traffic right now versus what it was just 10 years ago, it is ridiculous. And we're faced with this, and we're trying to hit this head on. And there's a lot of ways to do it wrong, right, or a lot of ways to do it wrong, not too many ways to do it right, and everything is expensive.
Mary, can you put that 2020 track, there's that track that's just west of 211 that now you can actually see the dirt work happening on, but it's going to be a huge development, and it's going to look like more of that extension of that ring. It's right off the 90 on the north side.
So again, I would encourage you to go through here, but I wanted to pull up and these are basically the things that we had gone through, the key learnings. Steve Oob is he's an architect and city scale master planner. He's planned 40,000 acres of people-centric design. He said Castroville has the recipe for community, but the zoning laws have poisoned the meal. He said the community isn't made by the design, but it is empowered and accommodated by it. We have a great community that gets together, consistently, and it's because of the people. It's not because of the city layout. But in suburbia, it actually keeps you from being able to do some of that stuff. He also said Highway 90 is not lost forever. I call it the scar that ripped through 80 years ago and turned us into Anywhere USA in certain portions, and we still have hope, and he presented some ideas for that. Catherine O'Rourke is an architectural historian that specializes in vernacular architecture, and she said, when I come to Castroville, I know where I am and I want to be here. She said, pointed out the fact we don't have Alsatian architecture, we have Castroville architecture. She said, honor the vernacular, don't create cheap copies. Vince Neal, I love this. Two absolute truths. Nobody wants to be told what to do with their property, and everybody wants to tell their neighbors. It is true, but I mean, so he is the executive director of the San Antonio Conservation Society, and he came to talk to us about ways that we can protect our historic districts, specifically our infill, things like we're talking about right now. How do you preserve and protect what you have currently? And he said that you need to look at your past and determine what of that belongs in your future. We'll talk about some ways that you can protect, as we get a little bit further, we'll talk about ways that you can protect the property. Like specifically right now, the biggest problem that we have is that people keep selling property. And if they will stop selling property, and I would never, if you own property, I can't tell you don't sell your property because maybe this is generational wealth for you, but every time you do, we have to deal with it. I am not in favor of development, but it is a reality, and we will deal with it every time it's put in front of us. But if you don't mind, just stop. But that is our reality. So John Anderson, he came to us, so he was a small-scale developer and a town planner, and he talked to us about the missing middle. This kind of gives you a demonstration of what the transects look like. So you go from low density, so it has on here single-family houses, it has duplexes, cottage courts, forecourts. So there are all these different portions of it. And he said quite often you either have single family or you have big apartment complexes or huge density. And there's a good case for creating something that's somewhere in the middle. I made sure that the end was X'd out because that has no place in Castroville. Even on the outskirts, I don't think that's what we want. But we'll go through and we'll define through this process, through the UDO process, which things are appropriate in which areas. So with the form-based design, it says this area is set aside for this type of, just like our current ordinances do, it just does it with a little bit better precision. I don't want to go through all of this. So one of the things that I didn't realize when I first got here, my goal was to make sure that we didn't have slums. I had to boil it down to what do I want to make sure we don't do? We don't want to create slums. We don't want to create places of high crime, of major issues. And so my initial approach was, let's just make the design standards so extreme that they have to build these really expensive homes. And that's kind of elitist and kind of unfair, and it kind of creates its own problems. And what I found through this process is that modern suburbia actually creates this socioeconomic separation. If you think about any new subdivisions in San Antonio or really anywhere else, this is actually a place that I used to live in San Antonio, and the green, those are all the really nice, very expensive homes, and then they step down to a little bit less expensive homes in this area, and then they put the cheaper homes all in that area. And so it creates these areas of separation, so the baker and the judge, they can't live together because they're separated by what's actually been built. So we want to make sure that we have a place for everybody to live. If we want to have good teachers in our schools, our city employees, we have 2 city employees that work inside city limits. We had a new employee that we just recently hired, and he was looking for something. He could not find anything. And he's not underpaid. He's not exorbitantly paid, but the pricing market here was just too high for him to be able to afford. So he moved very closely to here, but he couldn't move in here. So we need to make sure, as people are developing things, that they're developing something where our teachers and our frontline workers, our kids coming out of school, places where they can live, and places where, we love where we are. I don't want to go through all of this stuff. I'd be happy to go through all of this stuff. We talked about a lot of this. So the challenge is white coping isn't good enough, walkability, pedestrian scale. These are all the things that we have. And so the action plan is, and this is exactly what I put out in the recap last year. So right now, we're going to work on existing developments. Our biggest and greatest threat is the hundreds or thousands of acres that are being pursued by developers that they have every right to build, and we are trying to shape them into something that is less bad for us. Make sure that they are enduring, that we're working on a cost model. We're working with a couple of different partners, some counties, some other cities, and with the Hill Country Alliance on defining for the new developers, making sure that what they're creating is self-sustaining and it can pay for its own infrastructure. It can pay for its own utilities, it can pay for its own streets, and then add some to the collective, because we want to make sure that they are not just paying for themselves, but adding to the collective that we can all enjoy. My battery is running low, so I'm going to shut up really quickly here. So the idea of transects, again, that is creating these different levels of density and making sure that we're aligning with where they go. And this is our challenge in careful planning, because the cost of streets isn't just the cost of streets, it's all of the other stuff that goes below it. And we had some other, I'm going to skip from there. We had some other ideas for some stuff that we could do, but I'm going to stop there. If anybody wants to get more details on this, I am happy to provide it. If you want to chat about it, if you want to chat about the strategy, I'm happy to go into that. Hand that back over. Okay. So that wraps up that. Next is discussion and appropriate action on acceptance of a COPS grant from the United States Department of Justice.
Mr. Mayor? Yes. Can we skip ahead? Because all these people came for the public hearing.
Okay.
Can we skip to item 12 and do the public hearing?
Absolutely. Are you guys out? I think that we've got, I think that we've gotten everybody that's going to be here. Okay.
Would you consider item 11 to be relevant? I don't know how long that one is.
Do we need a brief recess?
Was that? Okay, we're going to take a brief recess. Let's take 5 minutes if anybody needs to run to the restroom, and we'll get reconfigured, and we'll move on to the item. All right?
What time?
Is that okay? We're going to go to recess at 7:03.
Sure. It's time to go to the restroom if you go to the restroom. 5 minutes.
Again, there's a restroom right here, and then there's a restroom down the hall.
Hello? Hello? Is it?
You ready? What I told her, I said, you know what?
I have to wave every time she says the live stream. Oh, it's on?
Oh, it's
No, it's on, it's on.
Okay.
Now,
So I thought you
they're sitting there watching, everybody's just kind of walking around.
There are a great many images in some government database of me going by toll gates making weird faces.
All right, let's just wait for Scott to get back and we'll start it back up.
Yeah, there was a line back there.
Okay.
Yeah, he'll be back in a second.
He was talking to me and he said,
So thank you, everybody, for settling in. We're just waiting on our city administrator. I think the line was long. Here he comes. Just so that you're aware, we have a couple of things that you might also be interested in. We're going to talk about the state of development. If you want to know what's going on, we're going to push this to after this item. If you'd like to stick around, somebody told me that he's got cold beers to drink and doesn't really want to know that, but he'll go watch the video on it. So if you want to stick around for that, you're more than welcome to. And obviously for the whole thing. You should stay the entire time every single other week. Okay.
Riveting stuff.
Riveting stuff. Well, this is where the decisions get made. This is where things are discussed. If you want to know what's going on, the best way to do that, sorry, I'm going to back up and talk. Thank you, Mickey. So the best way to, honestly, I joke about this. We do this every other week. They're all open. We have them streamed online. Please pay attention. I know that I say that looking at a number of you that I know do pay attention. We are always very open with what we do. We slow things down when we think that they're going to be potentially controversial. If we think that there are going to be things that people will not agree on, we will always slow things down to make sure that there are no snap decisions that are made. And when things look like they need to move on, then we will move them on. We will do them all in time out of respect for you, but you always have a say in this, so please don't hesitate to reach out. Okay, so I'm done preaching. You want me to shut up? We're going to reopen the meeting at 7:13. Okay, are we ready for the next item? All right, so the next item is public hearing on a planned unit development request for approximately, on approximately 1.487 acres located at the property north of Houston Street and Angelo Street intersection, Castroville Range 10, Block 4, Lot 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, and that is 1.487 acres, Castroville, Texas, Medina County. Okay, we are opening the public hearing at 7:14.
Yeah, actually, Mayor, so on that note, earlier I mentioned that Josh Kemp had told me today he was going to send me something in writing. I had some suspicions about what it would contain, but I'm going to read those comments now. Dear Scott, due to the legal uncertainty surrounding the conflicting ordinances for the approval of a PUD, we have decided to withdraw our PUD application at this time. Please consider this our formal request for the withdrawal of our application for 505 Houston. With my regards, Josh. And it's signed Joshua Kemp. So with that, my understanding, and Cindy, I know that our city attorney is present. We've prepared to discuss the legalities and some of those other issues that have been brought up that are legitimate concerns that we were prepared to talk through. But my understanding is that if they withdraw their application, the public hearing, we shouldn't hold the public hearing. We can still discuss the item on the agenda, but there is no action to be taken because it's been withdrawn. Is that correct?
Okay. All right. So then can we open up, can we reopen, so we have to close the public hearing. Can we reopen citizens' comments?
Yeah.
Instead of having the comments during the public hearing, I can just reopen for
absolutely
citizens? Okay, perfect. Okay, so then we'll close the public hearing at 7:15. The question for you, we're going to go through some of the elements. What we planned on going through at the, I guess, during this process were some of the processes that we went through. Would you rather have citizens' comments now or after that?
Mr. Mayor, if I can, because I spoke during citizens' comments, but I was also prepared to speak at the public hearing, so I'm asking to be able to speak again.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. No, you get that.
Okay.
Did you get your timer?
And then I would also ask, sir, because I asked you following the P&Z meeting, and I don't want to monopolize the time, but I did ask you if you would follow the similar format that if I went over the allotted time frame, if I could literally buy time from somebody else. Will you be allowing that, sir?
What I will ask you to do is keep your comments here to 3 minutes. I think that we can get out everything that we need to get out in 3 minutes. But if there are things that we need to go more in depth, we absolutely can do that At another time, we can set up agenda items to go over some of these things. We are, like, in direct
Okay.
reflection of this, we will be going through some additional, what's that?
Okay.
Yeah. Is that all right? Okay.
So, the-
But I haven't opened it up yet, so I'll make sure I open it
okay,
up.
yes, sir, I just wanted to ask that. Thank you,
No
sir.
problem, no problem.
Thank you, sir.
So, would you rather us go through some of the things that we were going to go through in terms of the city processes? We had some questions on the city processes, what ordinance was followed, what the procedures, our approach with how we're going through this. Do you want that before or after citizens' comments? I'm happy with either one.
Actually, with all due respect, sir, I'd like to make my comments before you do that.
Okay, is everybody okay with that? We'll go ahead and open citizens' comments now, and then please stick around and we'll go through the rest of the details. So
So you're reopening citizen
I'm going to
comments.
reopen citizen, we closed the public hearing, right?
Yep.
Okay, I'll reopen citizens' comments, and then once we're through that, we'll go to the other. Okay.
Okay,
right,
excuse
so
me,
hold-
listen,
hold-
I've been asked, can I take that the other way? Can y'all go ahead and speak first? Please, I think it would be better for everybody
Is that better?
If-
Okay.
if we hear that first.
Absolutely.
Please,
Well, I think
sir.
that gives you a little bit more opportunity to do that, if you're okay with it. Yeah.
Thank you, thank you.
Oh, we had a question over here. What's that? In case you didn't hear that, she asked if we could keep it to 3
He's
minutes.
talking about you.
I just have a question.
Yes, please.
Is the information from Josh that we heard, does that mean that item 13 is a moot point?
Correct.
Thank you.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yes. We're going to use item 13 to discuss the process. We had planned on doing this anyway, because there were so many questions about it.
Sure.
We want to do things out in the open, and if you ever have questions, you can approach us, but we're in a public meeting, I want to address them right now. Okay, so we're good with that? No issues? Okay, we're mandated to keep this to 3 minutes. Scott?
So you're opening
Are you-
item 13?
In a second, you want to put on the, should we put on the timer for him?
Well, are you,
No, you're
are
talking
you
first.
discussing on item 13, or are you doing community?
Yeah, so you,
What they asked is that we go ahead and open item 13,
That's to
that's what
consider
you're
and
doing?
discuss.
and we're going
Read
to,
that?
I'm going to open up item 13, and then we'll go into citizens' comments after that. We'll reopen, say it right,
Got it.
reopen citizens' comments after that. Okay, so next item is consider and possible action on a planned unit development request for approximately 1.487 acres located at the property north of Houston Street and Angelo Street intersection, Castroville Range 10, Block 4, Lot 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 1.487 acres, Castroville, Texas, Medina County. Okay, so Scott, can you walk us through the presentation that you had for this in terms of the process and how we approach this and how we're dealing with this going forward?
Well, if I'm on a timer, I'll be really, really high level. Do you want me to start the timer? Is that a joke?
No.
Okay.
She does.
Yeah, so really, really high level. I know one of the concerns is that this was somehow being sped up. When we receive a request from any person saying, hey, I want to do something with my property, whether it's a zoning request or something that require a permit, et cetera, we go back to our code and say, okay, where does that fit? We have the appropriate meetings with those folks. They follow that process, and then we call the public meetings that might be necessary to have those meetings or to have that item approved. In this case, with a PUD, there is a process where they come to staff first. They talk about their plan. We showed them, what is required in the PUD. They demonstrate that they have met those PUD requirements, and then a notice is issued to the public. That's in the ordinance. It requires that we follow the same guidelines as are found in the zoning ordinance, because the PUD is separate. It's in has a lot of zoning related stuff, but it's not in our zoning ordinance. It's found in our code of ordinances under the subdivision code. So in this case, we go and issue those notices. We have the first meeting, which is a planning and zoning meeting, which was held last Wednesday. Then we have this council meeting. The primary purposes of those two meetings is to approve the PUD overlay, which is a zoning overlay that gets applied. And then secondary to that is to then approve the plan. Now, those don't have to be done at the same time. In this case, the request was that those would be done at the same time in the same item, that you approve the PUD zoning and then the plan at the same time. but those can be separated. And then following that approval, if it's approved, there's a bunch of other steps that are gone through to one, look at utilities and drainage and streets and all those other types of issues. So those
the
are
way that we're-
meant to be the first step. So we're really kind of in this process. We're very, very early on this process. There's been a lot of public input. That's normal. That's what should happen. Maybe not to this degree, but that's the intent. The intent is to notify the public, to get the public's input. It's not uncommon with a zoning request, and we saw this with other examples just in my tenure in the last 3 years, where sometimes people say, no, we don't have any problems. Sometimes it's mixed. You'll have half for and half against. And sometimes, as you've seen tonight, there's really virtually no one except for the proposer that really loves the idea. But the idea is, at least with the PUD, as it's written, the intent is that there will be back and forth. It says very clearly in our code that when that PUD item is submitted, it can be either accepted as presented, accepted with modification, or denied outright. Those are the three options. So when a developer goes through this, or a person goes through this process, that's the three. Those are the three outcomes that are possible, and I think tonight we're seeing one of those outcomes.
So if I can understand correctly, I think that what you told me before was that we've done this in the past where we look at the plan and the zoning at the same time, because it's easier to look at the full plan in context with what they want to do, so that the zoning, because if somebody just asks for a change in zoning, I think we had this with the property that was right across from you, across the river. They wanted to come and change the zoning of the property without presenting a plan. I think that kind of scares people, and so we've combined that.
Yeah, and certainly
last
that's
couple-
been our experience. When people come forward and say, well, I want to change the zoning, but then they don't have an idea of what they want to do. And that's why very often we do recommend a PUD, because a PUD gives us greater flexibility as staff and gives the community greater flexibility to say, this is what we'd like to see happen on this property or with this property.
And that way you tie the development to the approval, so if they don't build exactly what they had proposed, then they would have to go back. So like if they
Well,
had...
they can't get it, like, and again, the code is pretty clear. The PUD code, so in there is, I know it's been brought up, there's this planned development district that has a 3-acre minimum. That, in the opinion of staff, and yes, I think another kind of thing that's been lobbed at us is, well, if staff's going to be the one to interpret it, then why do we even have code? Well, but that's the role of staff. That codes get adopted, and then the people who adopted them, their intent isn't always very well recorded. Now, I believe the PUD, the intent in the PUD is pretty clear. When you read that language, it says things like, this is intended to be a flexible, that it's intended to encourage creativity. It's very clear that there are no minimum lot sizes, there are no setbacks for those very reasons. And then it says, but because there are all these things that are not considered normal zoning protections for people, because those are the things that protect us as homeowners, is that we know what can be built next to us. Because there's all that flexibility in this section of the code, the PUD, you need to treat it like a zoning change. You need to change this to, becomes a PUD overlay, and everyone that would have been notified in a normal zoning change is made aware of that, so that they can give input and decide, is this appropriate or not. I don't know if I answered your question or not.
Yeah, no, I think that's perfect.
Sorry.
It's letting people know what people, like specifically, they're not asking just like this other one, they were asking, can we just change it to commercial? And I think that the overwhelming, we had maybe not quite the same numbers, but the response to that was, no, I don't, you could put whatever you want there, and it could be, river rafting, and it could be, what do you call it, Schlitterbahn too. And,
Right.
Yeah, we don't.
But again, that's the intent is, and there's another portion in our code, portion of our code where we, a specific use permit. So it's a very similar application. You have the planned unit development, and then you have specific use permits for specific uses within our code. That's something else that people will try to make use of, because they want to be able to do something that is not quite, they want certain variances, right? And it's not quite what our use table says they can do. And so the specific use permit process, once again, it allows public input, allows the council to say, hey, there's special conditions, and this is only for this property, and if we put it on this property, you can't, it's for you and for this project, right? It doesn't apply forever and ever, it's just for this. So there's just a lot of things that can be applied through an SUP and a PUD. So that's why they're in the code, I believe, but
And just so the audience knows, I'm going to give this a little bit of latitude in just a second for questions. We normally don't do this, but was supposed to be a public hearing, and I want to make sure that we have a little bit of dialogue. I'm going to give a little bit of rein here. Just please be respectful about that, but we'll get into that in just a second. I saw a hand up there, and I just wanted to make sure we'll get to you in just 1 second, if that's okay. We're going to work through a couple of other ones, and I just want to make sure that there's no questions left on the table. So what was followed here, it followed within the process, and I think that the reason that that process is in there is so that it gives people the opportunity to see what's going on. Was there anything in here that fell outside of that process? I think that, from what I understand, from what we had reviewed, you had gone through the normal process with the normal things. There wasn't anything that was pushed in there.
If you mean like, did we violate our timeframes? Did we violate the meeting regulations, et cetera? No, we followed our process as far as all of that's concerned. Again, I don't know where the feeling of it's being rushed through is coming from. This is just normal. This is, people submit a plan.
It's
we
just
review the
stressful
plan,
when it's
the plan
happening in your
goes-
backyard.
Yeah, you may not have been expecting
Yeah.
or been aware of it,
Yep.
but again, that's what the notification is for. That's what these meetings are for. The intent is to have that discussion, that dialogue.
And this is the first time that council has had, I wanted to put it on here right away because I wanted to make sure that the council had a chance, because we can't talk about this unless it's in an open meeting, and so I wanted to give some opening to city council. And if I had any doubt that city council, the individual members here were going to do something that went against what the public wanted, I wouldn't have, if I thought there was any question about that, I would have scheduled the decision for later. But I think that the message has been loud and clear, and I know that we struggle with a bit of a lack of trust, and I trust these council people that we have on right now. I've worked with them for quite some time. We don't have a pickle among them. They are each one in their own way. Like, we have different strengths on council. Different people are better at different things, but I've seen these people fit to their commitments without, they don't get anything out of this. They get to sit through meetings like this every other week and get to do work besides that. And so they work really hard to represent the people that they care about, their neighbors, their friends. We live here too, and this is a part of this. So I wanted to make sure that we didn't have any question about it, but we did have a chance to speak it. But after what's happened over the last, call it, week and a half, I had no doubt about which direction they would go. That's why we put it, I wanted to clear that up. Why initially I wasn't going to put it on for decision, because I didn't want anybody to freak out about it. I didn't want you to be scared of what might happen. And when the conclusion became very obvious, that's when I put it on, because we would have to make a decision at that point.
So, Mayor, I know you're summarizing some questions, and I'm trying to think of all the ones that I heard as I listened on Wednesday night, and other people who've met with me offline about this topic. I know there's been some concern. Well, staff had some kind of, either we were unduly influenced by others, or we were somehow cheerleading this particular development. I personally like the development, but that does not matter, right? What I think, or my opinion, really doesn't matter. Is whether or not does it meet our code. And so all the setback requirements and the other things that this development had to meet, that's what that presentation on Wednesday was showing to the P&Z.
And whether you like it or you hate it, you tell them the process.
And that's all we do. We're bureaucrats in that respect. Like, I mean, I know bureaucrats is a pretty ugly word for a lot of people, but that's really what your paid staff are. They're intended to make sure that folks are getting due process, and that those things they're being treated fairly and that kind of thing. So that was the only intent there. No one tried to put pressure on us. No one. We just followed our normal process. I wanted to ask if you think it's okay. I'd like to ask if any of the other council members have questions. I'd like to answer their questions before we turn it over to public comment, to make sure that we've addressed anything they may be concerned about.
If everybody in the audience will give us a little bit of patience, I'm going to let council ask some questions. I know each one of them had some questions and some concerns. We'll talk it through. We will still get to any unresolved questions after that, and then we'll go back into the public comments.
Thank you.
So I will start over with Councilman Carey.
Any questions I have been answered. I don't have anything further.
Okay, Councilman King.
Clarification. I think I understand what you said. So when Mr. McAllister talked about the fact that this should have gone through the zoning board of adjustment first, because this is not a zoning thing, because this is not in the section of our code related to zone, because this is in another section that doesn't apply.
Well, it's just the codes, the PUD is pretty clear. It is pretty black and white that it doesn't go to, it goes to the Planning and Zoning Commission for first, and it's very clear in the ordinance. It says first, it must be rezoned to a PUD, and then the plan gets approved. You cannot approve a plan without agreeing to change the zone to a PUD, but that PUD, it also states, is an overlay district. So the HE that these properties are currently zoned, which is single family, remains. They are not, the PUD would not take away that single family status, and that was something that, again, staff looked at. I know that another thing that has been brought up is multifamily, that this is a multi-family development in the middle of a single family, and it is not. Each one of those, I know it's hard, it may be hard to see or tell like that, but they're all the buildings are individual. There are 2 buildings that have a shared wall, and those have been called townhouses, but our definition says they are single family attached. So the intent is that these are all single family residences. I know that in speaking with Kemp, Mr. Kemp, about some of these various issues between Wednesday and today, and this is why I really didn't know what action he was going to take tonight, and respect whatever his decision was. But we talked about, I don't know what concessions they were prepared to make, but again, the intent, if you read the ordinance, is that there will be back and forth. That's why the language is clear. That's why there's some risk to that developer, because this isn't, you're asking for something different, and it's intended to be flexible and creative, and not everybody's going to agree with that first plan. And the staff wasn't in a position to say this is right or wrong, because it met technically the requirements, but is it appropriate? That's not our decision making. The appropriateness goes to P&Z and to the community at large.
And I'm going to ask the audience again, please. I know it's hard, but I want to make sure that everybody can hear. So let's keep the conversation until afterward, if that's all right. I mean, if you have something you got to cover, please do, but let's just keep it down.
I can't hear what you're saying.
Okay, we'll speak.
So I'm saying, please don't talk in the audience so that I can speak louder and you can hear what we're saying. All right, sounds good. Let's remember that.
Could you hear me, Junior?
Sometimes I can hear you.
Yeah, I am directing my comments to the council, but I'll try to talk.
You can look at them and I'll say.
I do have a loud voice.
Related to that, there was this question about the 4 acres, because it was less than 4 acres. 3 acres, and
Right.
someone felt that had to go before the zoning board of adjustment before it came to the.
Yeah, but it doesn't, because that's mentioned in 2 places. All right, that's mentioned in the plan development. Well, it might be mentioned in more, but 2 that one could say might be related to this. It's in the plan development district. The plan development district has a 3-acre minimum. The plan development district, when you look at it, it's only 3/4 of a page, and there's virtually nothing there. If Bruce Alexander, respectively, if you came to me and said, I've got this property, I want to zone it plan development district, for staff, for the bureaucrats, there's like no guidance. I wouldn't know what to tell you. I've got a 3-acre minimum, that's basically it. I can also see some uses, there's a list of uses, and this is one way that I think staff, it's one reason, I want to explain our process. It's not an excuse, it's just so that everybody understands this is where we're coming from. This is one way that I justify or clarify for myself and for others that the plan development district is obviously something different, is because, number one, in the PUD, there's no reference to the plan development district. There is a reference to needing to follow our zoning code, but that is specific to the notification requirement. Because guess what? Again, for all the reasons I said, you're making these different changes or allowing that flexibility.
The PUD becomes the
makes
overlay.
sense, people would weigh in on that. The plan development district, when you listed the uses, none of those uses would apply to this PUD. None of them. There's one that's listed that says community unit development. Well, when you look at community unit development, it says if you're maintaining the original the density. Well, this clearly isn't doing that. And in fact, when you look at the PUD, it talks about more efficient land use and some other things, and open space and common areas and that kind of thing. So it's clear to me anyway that is the plan development district that's in our code of ordinances is for like land use planning. So if you were trying to plan an entire city and you had these areas in the outskirts and you really didn't know what was proper to put there, but you thought a shopping center, a multifamily, like there could be a lot of different things, and you wanted to give developers flexibility, you would say, I'm going to make that a planned development district. But there'd be this little caveat, it has to be a minimum of 3 acres. Another way that I talk about the 3 acres that I think just makes sense, and we're in Castroville, what size is a standard block in Castroville?
Not 3 acres.
It's not 3 acres. And it makes no sense that you would try to make something that would be applicable for a developer in this area at more than 3, because you literally wouldn't be able to do it. Each block is less than 3 acres. I think there might be a few that might exceed that, but not to my knowledge. Okay. So, to me, that's further evidence. This isn't planned. This isn't that.
So the
Now,
bottom
where
line
it
is
gets
we've got
muddy-
conflicting.
Well, I'm just going to tell you where it gets muddy is typically in the code of ordinances. You do not see zoning code, and folks, this is another reason why, really and truly, your staff is saying we need a unified development ordinance. We're not saying, like he said, the mayor said, we're not saying ball it up and throw it in the trash. We're saying there's too much. We've got sign code that's in one place and sign code that's in another place. We've got buffer ordinances that apply here but don't apply there. It's very difficult to interpret. There's conflicting issues, and one of them falls in this particular issue. The Unified Development Ordinance, sorry, it should be correctly. Unified Development Ordinance is in our code of ordinances, but it has all this stuff that looks a hell of a lot like zoning.
You're saying
that should be in our zoning ordinance. The Unified Development Ordinance that's in our code of ordinances.
You're talking about the subdivision ordinance.
Yeah, which is in our code of ordinances.
Yeah, you said unified development.
Yeah, I keep saying
Subdivision
unified development. PUD, sorry. Okay. Planned Unit Development, I got too many acronyms in my head. Planned Unit Development, that's in the code of ordinances in the subdivision code. In speaking with the planner that works for the attorney and talking to others about this, including Mayor Lee, I didn't talk to him directly, but we exchanged some emails and I heard some of his other comments. That has no business in our code of ordinances. It's a zoning code. It really should be that PUD. It would be way better, it would have been way better for everybody had that been in the zoning code, and had it been in its proper place in the zoning code somewhere. And if it had been, maybe it would have been different. Maybe there would have been an acreage requirement or something else. But the fact of the matter is, it's over here. It's in our code of ordinances under subdivision code. And again, as a bureaucrat reading through the intent, to me, it's 13 pages or so. It's pretty clear. Like, this is why we have, this is what it's for, and people can apply for it. And then this person did. And then we, as bureaucrats, say, okay, you apply for it, what's our process? And we did our best to follow process. I'm not going to try to say that it was perfect by any means, but again, in the past, we've been given a lot of grace by you all, which we appreciate. When there's a mistake made, we see this as an ample opportunity. It's never, I think some people are afraid that, oh shoot, this is the last opportunity we're going to have. No. The intent always is, this is a work in process, folks. Like, when someone comes forward with an application, if it's not perfect or we decide to send it back, then by all means, we'll send it back and work on it. And I think if I could say there's anything that's frustrating about this is that hasn't happened, and we hope that will happen with the UDO, that we will get input about not just, we don't like that, but like, okay, great, what do you like and what would work? And I didn't hear that at all on this development, and I don't know if it's because, well, there may not be any version of that that's appropriate, which is fine. I mean, like, that's people's opinion. But there should be, ideally there'd be back and forth. We didn't have any of that. And I think partly because, well, there was just such a...
I'm going to put your timer up now.
Should I put my timer up? Okay. I'll show.
Okay.
So any other questions? So I heard from Paul. Can I back up real quick? Because I think it's appropriate. Paul Carey spoke and then it reminded me. Another thing that has come up specific to Paul Carey, to Councilman Carey, is there's a conflict of interest. I know that's been lobbed at him and at us, that he somehow has a conflict of interest. The code in the
Did you want to let city attorney speak to that, or did you want to?
I can, but it's very, one, conflict of interest is determined by the person. I'll let you speak.
Well, I was going to say, let Scott speak to it, because what I can tell you is that as the city attorney, I represent the board as a whole. I don't represent individual council members, and so the determination of the council conflict of interest is particular to each council member. I provided y'all the law. It's up to y'all to apply it and make that determination.
But the law, when you read the law, it is pretty black and white. It's out there. It's public. You can look up TML, conflict of interest. Just Google that. You'll come up with what TML has to say about conflict of interest. Paul Carey does not have a conflict of interest. That said, it is up to Paul Carey to determine, to make that determination. We don't tell him, hey, you have a conflict of interest. Your duty to recuse is on you, right? But look at the law.
And he has
see
done that
everything
before
there.
when it was appropriate.
Yeah.
I know, he looks out for it.
Yeah.
Okay, anything else on that?
That's it.
All right, Councilman Burrs?
I'd just like to make a quick comment that I was kind of counting here on the page. We have 5 different ways for people to get exceptions in small or large batches to our zoning laws. And I really hope that that variety can be simplified a little bit in our new ordinances in the next year.
Because yes, it creates a problem.
The PUD, special use permits, variance process, and development agreements, which allow them to make contracts binding over and above city law.
And
It'd be
I
nice
do
to see
think
fewer options for citizens to wrap their heads around.
I do think you get those because you don't, what that tells me, just trying to interpret, well, why would this stuff exist? Why is it over there? Why isn't it in the ordinance? Well, it's probably because the ordinance we have is too rigid, and there was a desire over time by prior people to make it more flexible, but you could make the argument it went too far because it makes it incredibly difficult for staff and for you all to say, okay, but is this appropriate? And anyway, it would be way better if we just could tell everyone, here's what's allowed, and here's what's not allowed, and here's the few issues where there's a variance, and here's how the variance process works. And that's what hopefully this UDO will help us produce, but it will be as good as the input we get. It'll be as good as everybody who had an opportunity to speak. That's why to me, it's really, really important to get people who don't agree with each other to come out to those meetings and say, yeah, but I like that. I think that's good. Well, to have that discussion.
All right, anything else?
No, sir.
Councilman Dyer?
Yeah, I've got a lot of things I'd like to say, but I'm not going to cover them now because Mr. Kemp withdrew his plan. But I would like to say some things about the process without regard to whether his plan was good or bad. I was very disappointed because the city has things on the website about the process that are wrong, and we didn't even follow it. If you look on the website, you look at the application package, I read it, it's pretty clear. We didn't follow it. But be that as it may, the staff needs to look at those things and clean them up so we can get rid of them. Secondly, I got a lot of communications from the public in the last 2 weeks, a lot. Generally, I was quite dismayed at the low level of trust that the people have in this body. I want to tell you, this last 10 minutes is the first time that these council members have discussed this topic. Anybody who thinks that we've been out there working with the city, pushing an agenda, I hate to tell you, but we haven't. We have not discussed it until right now. Next thing, the mayor has been slow rolling this, and he's been saying over and over again, I'm going to slow it down. Our city ordinance says specifically, it's very important that when you get the city expressing their opinion, that you act. Not let them cool down for 2 weeks or 3 weeks or 4 weeks, that you act on what you've heard. The ordinance specifically says when the Planning and Zoning Board makes a recommendation to the council that it should be, the final vote should be taken at the next regular meeting, which would have been tonight. And had we had an opportunity to do what was originally on the schedule, I would have called for a vote tonight. That's what we should do. We've heard what you say. We have an opportunity to discuss it. We should act on it. And lastly, Mr. Mayor, I think I want to say this. This whole episode, to me, is an indicator that we should slow down on the UDO. We have a good set of ordinances. They've been there for 50 years. They've been modified 20 times when the people felt like the government was trying to do something that would hurt their interest in their property. and they changed those ordinances. There's a lot of wisdom in the ordinances. And I, for one, am totally against moving to a new set of ordinances that primarily is going to reflect the mayor's journey that he spoke to you about for 55 minutes this afternoon. I don't support it. I'm against it. And I think we should slow down and be cautious before we jump. Thank you. That's all I want to say.
And I'll tell you, so the UDO, I'll cross this again, and, oh, thank you. I'll address this again. So we've talked about the reason that this was so confusing is because we have conflicting ordinances. I talked to Bob Lee, he said the same thing, that he had that same issue when he was in office. We have issues with conflicting codes. We have codes that are too hard to follow, and so this is not a rewrite. We have what we have, and we want to keep what we have. I am a servant of the people. I have no initiative. I don't want to make this Darrenville. I have no place in here. I am a Fremda. I'm an outsider. I am here to serve the people, as are every one of us here. And we need to have the codes and ordinances in place that are understandable, that can be followed, and we don't need to throw them away, but we do need to fix them, the ones that are broken, the ones that are addressing with these things. And we do it with you, with the public, so that you have the input into that, and you make sure that things like this don't happen. Okay, was there anything else?
Unless you'll, I want to make sure your questions are addressed. I mean, I'm at your...
Okay, I want to open it up to questions. I know that, sorry, this is taking a while, but I wanted to make sure. You had a question in the back?
I just wanted to be sure that this Mr. Kemp's email rescinding his decision, is that a matter of public record?
If you ask for an open record.
Yeah. Again, if you ever want to have anything from, everything that we have is open records. You just make a request through the city secretary, and she'll do that for you. Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Mayor, before I make any citizen comments, I just want to ask you one question, if I may, please. If I may, I'd like to address this more towards the city administrator, because last week he made a statement that the city was waiting on a legal opinion before we could proceed with anything on even what we can and can't do. And I'd like to know if we have that legal opinion, if we're following the process the right way.
So the opinion that we were waiting on is which one takes precedence, whether it's the CZO or the PUD, the subdivision ordinance, or the CZO. And I think that there is some question about that still, but we have, do we have an official?
Well, I will just tell you, I had that discussion earlier today. Is it okay?
Yeah, please.
Okay. I had...
Let's hold off for just 1 second. Let Scott speak, please.
I had that discussion earlier today. The short was, our code is messed up. That zoning makes it confusing to make a legal ruling, because it really doesn't belong in the code of ordinances. That's the short of it is. But again, the planned development district and the community unit development do not apply in this case. The 3 acres, which applies to them, would not apply to this case. That's... Yeah.
Okay, so
it is not clear cut.
So no, we don't have a legal opinion on which ordinance trumps which.
So I'm going to stop here for 2 things. So one, I'm going to answer, say, I've given a legal opinion. It is an attorney-client privilege communication. It will not be shared tonight. And number 2, Mayor, I know you want to have an open and inclusive type of meeting. But we do not have this set up to do a question and answer.
Okay.
So if you want to proceed to the citizens' comments, proceed to citizens' comments, but otherwise we need to stick to the agenda.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for keeping me out of trouble. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to, no problem. So I am going to, I don't think there's anything else. I had something else, but I'll leave that. Okay, so we're going to close this item. I'm going to reopen citizens' comments at this time. We're going to go through the same request as last time. Scott will put up the timer just so that you're aware of your time. Please do step up to the microphone, state your name and address again, and please make your comments.
For clarification, Mr. Mayor, we can or cannot share minutes? We can or cannot give minutes to a person?
I'm asking you to please keep your comments to 3 minutes.
Would you answer my question?
Yes, and the answer is no. Please.
But why is it contrary to what planning and zoning did last week?
They made
Are we not operating under the same Robert's Rules of Order?
We are trying,
Parliamentary procedure.
okay, we are trying to keep a very long meeting to a reasonable amount. Okay. I will consider it.
Rules of citizens' comments are allowed for one person to have 3 minutes. That is what your current rules are. Mayor and council, if you want to change the rules, you can do that at a future agenda item, but for tonight, the rules in place. One person, 3 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you, just for clarification, your rules do say 3 minutes, but they say they can be granted an extension of time if the council concurs.
Right. Thank you.
That's the rest of the rule. Okay. My name is Bruce Alexander. I live at 516 Vienna Street. I am not here going to give what I was going to talk about because Josh, the developer, I believe did the right thing because it only took a month to get that done, even though I asked multiple times. I respectively disagree with you, Mr. Dixon and City Council. The comprehensive zoning ordinance is established by Chapter 211 of the Local Government Code, and it is the boss ordinance on zoning. Your Code of Ordinances, Chapter 100, subdivisions, clearly state how to plan unit development, compliance with the comprehensive zoning ordinance, period. Then it goes on to the zoning. You never gave a notice for zoning. That's a violation of the zoning ordinance. It's a violation of the local government code. Number 2, sir, the process you followed is flawed. The 3 acres are on the CZO. They trump the other ordinances. The ordinances are not convoluted. I enforce these same ordinances for 20 years. It's no different than the lawyer looking in a law book. The law doesn't tell you what the answer is. It references this place and this place and this place. Your job is to follow the trail and meet everything. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it. I could sit here. One more thing I just want to make real quick. Mr. Mayor, open records are wonderful. I will tell you, Mr. Dyer, that there is an open records trail where the mayor and a council member were informed of this in September, where the city administrator asked for answers from the historic preservation officer, where the historic preservation officer said certain things. So I have a trail here from August to September. These are before we acquired the property, to then October, and then it stopped in October 4th and was fast-tracked through. Those are facts. So I want to thank you, Mr. Dyer, for your comments and your support in the fact that we have good ordinances. I appreciate that, and I hope the City Council will follow that lead. Thank you.
Thank you. Who else would like to speak for citizens' comments, please? Oh, can you fix the screen, Scott?
My name is Mickey Holzhaus. I live at 514 Washington Street, 2 blocks from this planned development. My wife and I are opposed to the project. I presume I have to direct my questions to you, Mr. Mayor?
This is citizens' comments. We cannot answer any questions.
Oh, you can't?
No.
Okay. Well, I have a question, and it won't be answered, but I'm going to ask it anyway. I wonder what day, I'm going to assume today, and what time this message from the developer was received that he pulled his proposal. Because if it was received prior to this meeting starting, it seems as though out of common courtesy, we could have hopscotched to this line item and saved all of us a whole lot of time. But we can't get the answer to that because this is just citizen comments, but it's a valid question. And it's a shame that we have been brutalized with all this presentation this evening, this marketing strategy. You know, some of us have children, and I can remember catching my kids doing something wrong, like taking candy when they weren't supposed to. And when I question them about it, they stand there and they they give a dissertation about, well, I didn't see the candy, there was no candy, and they go on, and you gotta kind of redirect them back to the question. Did you take the candy? No, but they keep talking, and they keep talking in circles, and they say a lot of nothing. And with the exception of Mr. Dyer tonight, getting right to the point, and thank you for that, and some of these council members didn't say very much, but the mayor and our city administrator went on and on about a bunch of nothing. And if you look at what the marketing strategy is, it's totally hypocritical to what this proposal started out to be anyway. And you know, you can say what you want about the city being behind it, not being behind it, but all I heard tonight was pro-development. When in fact, as a citizen of the community, and all of us, when we bought our lot, I bought mine in 1983, I built my house in 1986, I bought it under the residential restrictions as a contract with the city, that these would be the restrictions that I would live under, and that the people in my block, in my development, in my neighborhood would have to live under as well. And what we're doing tonight, what we've heard all this yakking, is that the city is more than willing to break the contract with the citizens of this town by going in and want to rewrite the CZO so that it meets the narrative of what some people want to do in this town that do not have the decency to tell us they pulled it and make us wait here, and it's an insult. It's an insult to every one of us here tonight, to the Planning and Zoning Board, and to this city council. Thank you.
Thank you.
Clearly, it's an emotional issue. That's my brother.
I'm sorry, can you?
Valerie Youngman, is it on?
Yes.
Okay.
And
Valerie Youngman, my husband's David. Many of you know me, may not.
Can you state, I'm sorry to interrupt, can you state your address for the, we have to.
I'm getting ready to.
Thank you.
218 Alvena Street, Country Village. 519 Paris Street, our historical home, by the Castroville Bank. We've owned it in our family since 1902, which I think in this town is pretty rare, because a lot of the historic homes are owned by people who their families didn't originate from here. So we were very proud to have it on the restoration tour, candlelight tour last year. I'm bringing this up because of the type of architecture that was going to be in this PUD, and still may be. I don't know what the next Plan B. When I asked him about Plan B at the P&Z, there was no answer. So that remains to be seen. The Pioneer homes have many similarities. There are unique characteristics that give their story, and that's why Castroville has its charm. When people come, they don't want to see 15 houses that look alike. They want a house that you go visit it and there's a story. Behind our home, we found a well. We didn't know it was there. We found a loft that for decades no one knew it was there. His grandmother never spoke about it. The people learn. They come. They say, oh, why wasn't the kitchen ever connected to the house? Well, it was a fire hazard. They come and they learn by these old homes. We don't need these replicated, I'm going to call it a tiny town, lack of a better word. So, I know what most people said at the Planning and Zoning, and probably will say when they get up here too, if they even care to say it anymore, considering what happened. So I'm not going to beat the dead horse, but I am going to tell you this could happen anywhere, any block near you. It doesn't even have to be a block. It could be a lot. So you people, you look what's around you. And you better start being concerned about what is going on here around the city. Let me tell you, I want to talk now about the white elephant in the room. There's a big white elephant in this room, and it's called lack of transparency. Lack of transparency. I'm going to give you a few examples. And this is why it feels, this is a freckle of what is going on in Washington, D.C. So you can imagine how grotesque that life is. This is a freckle of it, and we can't stand it. It's unbelievable. We feel, okay, I'll speak for myself and my family who I've spoken with about it. We, and maybe many of you, we feel like we're up against a machine here that has an agenda. And you can pretend you don't, but we know better because we have seen open records, okay? We've seen them. Now, you can pretend you don't, but that's fine. So, to push an agenda on us, now that is not being transparent. In this proposal, for this Alsatian tiny town, the architecture, the way he presented it, it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant, and I'll tell you why. Because he mentioned there, I'm going to keep going. There's 15 houses. There's 3 already there. I'm sorry if this is emotional, but it is, because I can't tell you how many times I've gone to bed this week at 2 and 3 in the morning. And I bet some of these people have too. And that's nonsense. And especially when he just doesn't show up today to let us see his face. I would put, this is transparency. He said the density is for one reason, and I quote, I'm telling you the reason. Josh said, and I quote, I would put enough homes on those lots so that it would make economic sense. For who? For who? I don't know. There you go. There's transparency. So while trying to appear like he's appealing to the elder and the young people, how many times have you seen elderly people who want to live next to young professionals who play loud music? Never. And why would young professionals who want to meet other young professionals want to live next to elderly? They don't. That was sold a bill of goods. Let's get transparent. That's a lie. I'm sorry, I couldn't take this stuff anymore. In purchasing, Josh mentioned competing with people who were going to put 4,000 square foot houses on the lots, as if that were shameful. Okay, first of all...
I'm sorry, I've got to pause you for just 1 second.
No.
Hold on 1 second.
Okay.
I need to check and make sure that we're...
I'll
Give
phone
me-
a friend.
Please,
I'm not kidding.
give me a second. Cindy, am I okay to let her go a little bit longer?
My recommendation would be to let's keep people to 3 minutes. That's the rules we announced.
Okay, I'm going to ask you...
Okay, then it's very unfortunate that this wasn't the case at the planning and zoning, and we had many more people here, and even Josh giving his whole presentation.
Right. So I'm asking you to keep citizens' comments to 3 minutes, and you've had your 3 minutes. I would ask you to please step down, but I would be happy if somebody else wanted to speak on your behalf. Please.
Maybe we'll just have to meet, and I'll just tell you to your face.
Absolutely. I would welcome that. Okay, who else do we have?
We're being used, and we don't like it.
Somebody else for citizens' comments, please.
I'm Carol Weiser. I live at 412 Houston Street. And I thought you guys should know that the results of what happened here tonight were posted between 4 and 4:30 this afternoon by an individual that is calling himself Henry Castro. He called it. He said that Josh would withdraw it. He called everything that happened here tonight. Between 4 and 4:30. So that email that they saw, and we had to wait and listen to all this garbage, for what?
Thank you.
So they can announce that message.
And I am sorry, I cannot comment to that, but please do request open... I can't, it's not on the agenda. So please do request from the city secretary, please. Next for citizens' comments. I'm going to ask for decorum.
Good evening. My name is Lori De La Fuente, and I live at 1313 San Jacinto Street, and my mom, Bonnie Neal, lives at 502 Vienna. She owns one of the corner homes on the block where this development is being considered. She has lived there over 32 years. She knew all along that one day the individual lots would be sold and homes would be built on each of those 4 lots. Never in all those years could anyone imagine that there would be 15 duplexes on those 4 lots, much less where we are today, that this is actually being considered. The families in that area purposefully bought their land with one home on one lot in mind, and by allowing this, you are taking away their rights to a quiet neighborhood and their quality of life by allowing 30-plus cars, concrete and structures and garages up to the property lines. When my husband and I built our home in 2000, the historical committee made sure we followed all the building and zoning rules because it is next to a historical home. Luckily, we wanted our home to have the Alsatian look. Fast forward, this proposed development is being considered right next to and behind the original Pioneer home. Look what is going on surrounding Castroville. We cannot stop all the growth outside of our city, but we should be kicking and fighting to keep the inside from exploding. Everyone here should ask themselves, and I really thought that there would be some people for it here, so this is why I'm saying everybody here should ask themselves, how would I feel if 15 duplexes were built right next to your home? Even if they look like the pictures. If you support it, you will get your wish, because if this passes, it is coming to your block, that lot right next to yours. We like our small town because we are not right on top of each other. We have room and feel safe because we know all of our neighbors and we take care of each other and look out for each other. Putting 30 people on 4 lots is a recipe for disaster. You cannot control who lives there. Successful or not, it is going to change life for all of us, and there will be no turning back should this be approved. I am proud of everyone here for standing up here, standing up for ourselves, especially my mom. It isn't easy for a lot of us. The developers have had many months to do their research, and we have been given 4 weeks. But we have spoken, and the Planning and Zoning Committee heard us and voted unanimously to the council not to approve this. The council is supposed to be here to look out for their constituents. You were voted in by your neighbors. Please do the right thing and vote no. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Tammy Holzhaus Alexander, and I live at 516 Vienna Street. I'm here today to voice my position against the planned unit development proposed next door to me, on my fence line. Similar to how the developer has represented himself, I have a direct connection to the original settlers of Castroville. It is an insult to me and the descendants of the original families to listen to someone use their heritage to mask their intentions of trying to change Castroville to meet their vision of what it should be through a development in the heart of the historical residential district. We bought our lot and built our forever home more than 31 years ago on a 13,900 square foot lot that was originally laid out by Henry Castro in the historic residential area of Castroville, with the belief that the city would continue to protect and preserve the historic areas of the city in the same manner that they always had. We actually changed the design of our house and downsized a planned 2-car garage to comply with the ordinances in place when we built our home. Never in my wildest dreams could I imagine the city considering a multi-unit development in our neighborhood. This type of development is not wanted or justified in this area of the city or any residential area of the city. All the talk about about how it will look is subjective. What about the view from my back porch? If this goes through, I'm doomed to look at a 2-story wall built on or very close to the fence line, double-car driveway coming from both directions along the fence line, 4 or more vehicles for double-car garage next to my front yard, and the same thing next to what is left of my backyard. And don't forget about all the garbage and recycling containers that will be stored next to my fence behind these proposed new residences, contributing to potential health hazards for me and my husband. There is absolutely no benefit to me if my neighbor or the other side of this development. And what about the overflow parking? The developer claims 1.5 persons per house. Well, what stops 4 adults from being in these houses? Each will have a vehicle. Sharing a two-bedroom house is normal in a lot of places. Where's the overflow parking going to be? What happens when there are more vehicles than the developer is designed to handle? And what about open space? Look closely at the plans. In order to comply with open space requirements for common areas, they have identified the double driveways next to our fence line as common areas for the residences of development. Imagine parties in these common areas up against our fence line within a few feet of my home that has been at the same location for more than 31 years. The city already has a difficult time enforcing noise ordinances in other parts of the city. Why add another potential problem area? This development makes no sense in the area. My hope and prayer is that those in control of the vote on this issue will look at it through my eyes and understand the damage this will do to the historic residential area of Castroville. The city has consistently enforced one house for each lot based on the lot dimensions spelled out in the comprehensive zoning ordinances of more than 13,000 square feet in the HE Historic District. The developer needs to be told the same thing as past developers. Follow the rules and respect the surrounding properties. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We've got one more coming up right now.
I'm going to try and shorten this, so anyway.
And please,
I'm speaking on behalf of Randy Sherhard, 510 Houston Street. According to Mr. Kemp's plan, the targeted inhabitants of this PUD are young professionals and retirees. The life of a young professional would probably be dynamic, constantly evolving. There could be promotions, transfers, marriages, or the birth of children. These evolutions could force the need to move to different housing. When speaking of retirees, Mr. Kemp felt that by selling them a house, he could keep them from going to a nursing home sooner than they should. Considering these scenarios, these houses could be nothing more than temporary housing. There could be a continuous change of ownership, bringing even more uncertainty to the neighborhood. I have been looking through the eyes of the people in this neighborhood and see an extreme love for their houses. Why is it that people love their houses so much? I think it is because that house became a home after years of living, years of family, celebrations, happy times, sad times. Your home is the vessel for the history of your life, flashes of memories triggered by the home itself. One may say that no one is trying to take their homes away. No, but they will be losing the tranquility of that home by an invasion of houses. While researching Castroville PUDs, I found an interview by Kristen Dean of KENS 5, dated December the 12th of 2021. The interview was about negotiations regarding Alsatian Oaks. Emphasis was placed on the need for high-quality building material, lot size, and design. Will Collins, overseeing the development, came to an agreement with the city of Castroville that the minimum lot size for a house would be 6,000 square feet. The city set this minimum lot size to avoid more, and I quote, densely populated residential housing in Alsatian Oaks. Every one of Mr. Kemp's 15 houses will be built on lot sizes less than 6,000 square feet. This would be densely populated residential housing gone wild. Why is the density of housing important for a new development, but not for a prime historic area in your city? Why are the citizens living on and adjacent to the block of the proposed PUD held in less regard than citizens that have not even arrived yet? Precedent was set by this city in 2021. Honor that and vote against Mr. Kemp's request. And can he come back and do this again? I can't ask questions.
Yeah, I can't.
Okay,
I'm
so
sorry.
I
But
guess
please
we
do
will
reach
be-
out and we'll get you the answers for sure.
We'll be notified if he does, I guess?
Yes, yeah. Anytime there's a zoning change, and I'm sorry I'm answering, yes, please check on that. Yes. Well, she was speaking on behalf, and we got the name that she was speaking on behalf and his address, so that was good.
You got that?
Okay. While we wait for the next citizens' comments, if we can keep it down really quickly. Scott, I think that Sheena had copied you. I neglected to read Council Person Martinez's statement during the city council, so I'd like to read that during citizens' comments. Do you have that?
Yes, we do, I believe.
I should have all the
Yeah, I've got it right in front of me.
Okay. Well, let's let them speak, and then we'll read that out. That was my mistake.
Hi, my name is Joe Holzhaus at 602 Berlin Street. I'm a direct descendant of the very first group of original settlers that settled Castroville and a former city council member. My home is just over 200 feet from this proposed plan unit. Well, that's no more, I guess, right now, but I'm sure that'll come back. Sari and I am against the proposed 15-unit multifamily plan unit development being built right in the middle of our residential historic district. Not only does it not meet zoning requirements for PD zoning that exist in the books now, but it also doesn't appear to be in line with the adopted future land use plan within the city's comprehensive plan, which also shows this area as single-family residential. I believe an argument could easily be made that this looks like the city is spot zoning right in the middle of our residential historic district. According to the 2022 census, there's like 2.5 average number of people per household. Well, that would be, say there's 4 lots, there are 10 additional people and vehicles added to that property. With this proposed 15-unit with 2-car garages, there's a possibility of 30 people and 30 cars added to the city block. So that'll be tripling the population and traffic of this one city block. And I know many of these have young children here and audience and families running around everywhere. I think that would have a lot of families with small children in this neighborhood, and I fear this high-density subdivision would endanger them. I totally support our current single-family residential zoning ordinance that allows for 1 house on 1/3 acre lot. So I know that hasn't been said, you said, so that's what we all want here. We're good with that. And that's our settlement, nothing else. And so my wife and I invested in our home as in the residential historic district because we like the gracious lots and character of the neighborhood. Those 1/3 acre lots were originally mapped by Henry Castro. We all know the zoning rules when you buy this property in the area of Castro and agree to them when we purchased the property. In fact, my wife and I downsized our garage to meet the city's single-family residential zoning rules. We were good with it because we wanted to be good neighbors and make sure our homes comply. So here's some of the reasons that right out of our design guidelines that I'm against this. The buildings do not relate well to lot size, and they overwhelm the building site. The buildings do not have a similar lot coverage to that of their historic neighbors, and this will change the distinctive character and historic lot size in our residential neighborhood. Our streets and infrastructure cannot support the population and traffic flow. Growth is inevitable and desirable, but destruction of our community character is not. Please do not let these developers change the historic character of Castroville and replace it with their own vision of what Castroville should look like. Sure, we made mistakes in the past, as I said before, but let's prevent them from moving forward. And I'll ask again, Mr. Kemp and Mr. Edward Cross, to be good neighbors, protect our historic values, and use our current single-family residential zoning ordinance to build 1 home on each 1/3 acre lot. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have somebody else for citizens' comments, please?
I'm Eric Davis, 415 Houston Street, ground zero of progress. When Mr. Kemp first told us that he purchased the Romano property, that was confirmation that officially settled who had won the bid of the very property that me and my wife had placed an offer. He said that he would like to set up a meeting with me and my wife to discuss his intentions of his plan for the property. In exchange of numbers, I had asked what his intentions were exactly, and he was very persistent that he showed us his plan in person. I disclosed to him that we were too interested in that property and shared that same concern that some developer would come in and take away from the piece of history that sits in the middle of our town. The day came when he stopped to visit. Along with 2 of our close neighbors, he shared his vision of his version of this planned development. We all had many questions throughout the presentation. He quickly pointed out that this was a separate investing group from the downtown bunch. When asked who his investors were for this venture, he negated from answering. To our surprise, not only was he going to develop this property into the Castroville version of the Poundsbury he discussed in all his presentations, but his vision included 15 new buildings on these lots. As I watched the reaction of the immediate group and saw the all factor light up their faces, I realized that this project had been pitched before. The reality of the logistics, architecture, engineering, mathematics, and future impact of what it's going to do to the streets of this town quickly took over my thoughts. As I continued to listen to this sales pitch, my head filled with questions. My initial take was that this design looked very commercial. So I asked the question, if this idea had failed to take off, what is your next plan of action? What are the next steps? He stated that there is no way that any of the space would be filled with commercial business establishments. The design looked very inviting for the city, or for such spaces. It's hard to believe that. He also stated that it's funny that you asked that very question because the city pushed him into the commercial direction. He stated that he was very against this very idea because of his personal integrity and namesake. No savvy investor sticks his neck out there without some assurances. So I now ask the council the question, did such conversations take place, and if so, is there some underlining bigger vision in the works? We all heard this community's reservations on the project and witnessed the ill handlings of the council in these proceedings. Was Josh telling us the truth, or is there some tomfoolery before us? Is this project truly about preservation or profiteering? Little did we know you could dream big along with the right dreamers on your side and split lots into 15 units or more. The math speaks for itself on that return on investment.
Thank you. Please, let's refrain from, I know that everybody is in agreement, and we absolutely appreciate that, but let's keep decorum, please. Don't take her spot.
Sorry, that's my bad side. I didn't see either. My name is William Jett, and I reside at 1515 Angela Street with my wife, 4-year-old daughter, and 8-month-old son, and we were firmly opposed to the withdrawn proposal. I've spoken with each of you at length about this. It would have proven to be detrimental to public safety, the quality of life of residents in the area, and would have set a dangerous precedent for similar land in historic Castroville. I did not come to this position lightly. I spoke with Mr. Kemp on 2 occasions, once to listen to his vision with an open mind, and second time to share my concerns. I also spoke with the mayor and all 5 council members who graciously shared their own perspectives and listened to my reservations. Moreover, I studied each of the 4 Journey series lectures, and everything I state from this point forth is a direct quotation. So Mr. Obrey said, when you revisit the planning and the ordinance for a city, it's a 3-part approach. You include elected officials, business leaders, i.e. developers, and the citizens. You're hearing from the citizens tonight, and they are overwhelmingly against anything like this in the future. Now, Dr. Vincent Michael, the Executive Director of the Conservation Society of San Antonio, he states, what does the community want in the future? Do you want to keep that core as it is, or do you want to keep that core with added density? The key is what you want the community to feel like. And the key part of that statement is the community, the citizens who constitute the city, not developers, not city officials, not the public servants who implement the law. It's the citizens themselves. And finally, Dr. Catherine O'Rourke of Trinity University, she states verbatim, be cautious about historicism. Oh, you love your buildings. I'm going to give you a copy of them. That is not forward, that is backward. That is different from honoring the town and its traditions. Be wary of nostalgia and uniformity. And I state that as someone who is a direct descendant of Dominic Schott, who has a historic house here on San Jacinto, and who was a stonemason who helped build St. Louis Catholic Church and the Moy Center. So I have as much respect for my ancestors as anyone. And finally, I would say, my fellow citizens and I rightfully hold you to the highest standards, and we fervently hope that you honor the trust we have placed in you as our delegates to carry out the will of the people that has so resoundingly been spoken to tonight and over the past couple of weeks. And this is especially true for District 2, in which I reside. A full 100% of the respondents who actually live in the impact radius stood in opposition to this. The lone exception being an Airbnb owner who lives off 471 and who stands to financially benefit from the proposal. This proposal is a moot point, but the opposition that this has brought to light must inform the ordinances of the future. You cannot ignore what happened here over the last couple of weeks. It has to be taken forth as you carry out this UDO. And I quote a city council member I spoke with when I expressed concerns about the democratic process. And they stated This is very simple. City Council should not vote for what it believes. It should vote for what the public believes. And that's not true for just here for tonight. It's true for everything going forward that is related to this property. Thank you.
Thank you. Nice.
Thank you all for being here, and we really appreciate the job that you do. It's a thankless job.
Thanks, Janie.
And so I really appreciate each and every one of you and for listening to us. My name is Janie Brock. My husband and I live at 1219 Alamo Street. We have the historic Dominique Schott house, and we live on 1.6 acres. I would encourage each and every one of you to try to work toward developing a historic district. We tried that when I sat on HLC, I sat on P&Z, I sat on the Design Review Board, and I am a member of the Conservation Society since its inception. I am an outsider. None of this is my history, but I think it is very unique, and I think it's important that we all make sure that it stays intact and stays unique. So I would encourage each and every one of you, whether you have a historic home or not, that you want to establish a historic district in Castroville so that it is preserved from now on. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Janie. Would somebody else like to speak for citizens' comments?
Good evening. My name is Claudia Holzhaus. My husband Danny and I reside at 306 Madrid Street. We've lived there for 43 years. We have a vacant lot adjacent to us, and we are very concerned that the next development will be erected right on our property line. Zoning ordinances were created to protect the safety and peace of residential areas. However, some of these ordinances, they're not put in stone, so developers often provide attractive incentives, etc., to motivate authorities to make changes. This is when the residents closest to the affected property should have their opinions honored by the city representatives. When the developer walks away, the surrounding residents are stuck with heavier traffic, noise, street parking, safety, and quality of life issues. Our neighbors and I can all attest to the above during several Tardy Hotel events. Our quiet, historic, single-family home neighborhood is about to be shattered if this was allowed to be implemented. Also, we know that Josh's business partner is Mr. Cross. We have no idea what % of skin Josh has in the game, but he's clearly the homeboy face of this project. There's no transparency. We have very good reason to believe that some councilmen work behind the scenes under the radar to bring this to fruition, even to the point of mentioning more multifamily housing to come and how the public works yard would be sold and redeveloped soon. No transparency. And so we ask that the council and the mayor please be transparent with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have somebody else for citizens' comments, please?
Good evening. My name is Adele Miller. I'm here on behalf of my family who owns the property located at 1512 Lorenzo. The house is within the 200 feet of the planned unit development that has now been withdrawn. My grandparents bought this home in the 1950s, where they decided to settle down and raise their family after leaving Fort Sam Houston housing. Castroville had a lot to offer. It was not too big, surrounded by countryside. It was charming, quaint, quiet, and the residents were friendly. We spent many days, my family, with my grandparents, visiting, celebrating holidays, birthdays, making mud pies in the summers in the backyard, and just spending quality time with the family. My grandparents remained in this home until their passing, but we continued to gather there as a family to celebrate birthdays, holidays, and the likes. I've spoken to everyone in my family, and not one was in favor of having a PUD placed in that position. This project, if approved, which it will not be now, at least in this version, will bring more traffic, increase safety concerns, crowd the streets with parked vehicles that do not fit in their garages, and having a negative impact on the precious history of this city. This will not only affect the nearby homes, but it would affect everyone across the entire city. This particular PUD design had too many homes in a very dense and very historical area. There is no way to control how many people live in a home, how many vehicles they want to have, or who they can sell their home to. And then they sell it, and then they sell it. How do you control that? They could potentially become rentals. And who will be enforcing the HOA rules when these rules are violated? This project doesn't belong in this location. I think everybody's made that pretty clear. Perhaps a better place would be in a larger piece of land or on the edge of town where there's more acreage so that these homes can be set apart and not on top of each other, allowing space for privacy. Not everybody wants to be in everybody's business. The designs of the homes themselves are nice looking, but crammed together and crammed into a 1.487 acreage in the middle of the historic district is not where they belong. It's been very sad to watch the divide this proposed project was creating amongst our community. How can this be healthy for a city? Part of the charm of Castroville is the friendship that has been made among neighbors on their 1/3 acre lots. So we, my family, respectfully ask that you help preserve the value and the history of the city and listen to the voices of the community and vote in opposition of this PUD or any future development that's similar. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have somebody else that would like to speak for citizens' comments, please? Is there anybody in the hallway or anybody that's watching from the lawn chairs in the back? I think they've got a cooler back there. I want to go hang out with them. Okay. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't see there.
That's all right.
I'm looking over here. You're right in front of me. I apologize.
Don't forget Sheena.
Oh, yes, and I won't forget Sheena. Okay, we'll ask before we do that. Please state your name and address for the
I'm
record.
Jenny Andermatt, 1201 Alamo, and something Adele just said just resonated with me, that we're thankful that the proposed PUD is not moving forward. Yes, yes. But we need to be sure that that space, that Castroville Range 10 Block 4, lots 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, and 7 at 505 Houston Street, and other properties that are clearly connected to the history of this town. Janie said, you know, she's not from here, this isn't her history, but I submit to her and to all of us, we live here now. We are the living history of this community, and we need to be mindful and watchful and careful and watchful and careful about how we are stewards of what we have left here. And and please don't think we don't want what we have here at the heart of this town to become necessarily what is happening at the edge of town. And so
And I appreciated Mr. Dyer's remarks that we've got good ordinances in place. I used to be on Historic Review Board because that's what we called it before it had another name. And I think that the ordinances that are there right now that are helping protect 505 Houston Street from a PUD, I think they're damn fine. And thank you for your time and all of you for your service. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Again, please maintain decorum, and I know that there's tremendous agreement, and I'm not trying to take that away from you, but please, let's continue. Do we have somebody else for citizens' comments? I promise I will realize when you get up here.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name's Terry Beck. I live at 104 Harvest Moon. I'm not here to talk about the development one way or another. I am concerned about item number 17 on the agenda. And also, I'm a little confused at item 15A, which is a closed session item. I've never seen that before, and I sat up there amongst you guys, and I've never heard of that. So the separation agreement with CPS. So maybe that's something that wasn't available when I sat up there. And finally, Mr. Dyer, I want to thank you for being brave and moving the agenda item up on the agenda so that people could speak their piece and we can all go home peacefully. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Terry. Do we have somebody else for citizens' comments, please? Is that, I don't know that she can she speak for citizens' comments? I'm sorry, that's Brianna. It's Brianna. Right.
Sorry, if we're at citizens' comments, then...
Yeah, we can't at this point, I'm sorry. Are we, so the other call that I needed, I neglected, Councilwoman Martinez had sent me something that I meant to read during the council thing, and I neglected to do that. Sorry, I'm speaking to the attorney right now. Sorry, Councilwoman Martinez had sent in a request. She couldn't make it today, and she had sent something that I meant to read during the council comments. Can I read that on her behalf for citizens' comments since she's a citizen? Or do I?
Yeah, you'd have to reopen the item, so if
Okay.
you want to get that on the record, the other option is just to include it as an attachment.
Okay. I'd prefer, she had asked me specifically to do that, and that was my mistake, so I'll do a last call, make sure that, is there anybody else that'd like to be heard that would like to speak for citizens' comments?
Related to your question, it has to do with the discussion on.
Right, so we're going to reopen that item.
Okay.
But we can't make comments on that.
That's correct,
So it wouldn't be
we're
right.
reading it, getting it onto the record, because apparently that was the intention.
Okay.
Right.
So we're going to, so we're going to close out citizens' comments. I do want to state, we're going to go back to this so that I can read Sheena's comment, and then I'm going to move around. In case somebody wants to stick around for the current state of development, I would love to let you know what's going on with what some of our challenges are, and we'll go over some protections that you can put in place for situations just like this. So please, if you're interested in that, please do stick around for that. Okay, so I'm going to reopen item number 13, and that is consider and take possible action on a planned unit development request for approximately 1.487 acres located at the property north of Houston Street and Angelo Street intersection, Castroville Range 10, Block 4, lots 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 1.487 acres, Castroville, Texas, Medina County. It's a lot to read. Okay, for this item, are you able to read that? You got that
I
up?
am.
Okay.
Sheena Martinez emailed us this afternoon at 3:16 p.m. She said, "Good evening, everyone. Please forgive my absence from tonight's meeting. I had a new neurostimulator put in my spine yesterday, but I wanted to get my opinion on Josh Kemp's proposal at Angelo and Houston on the record. I would like to begin by saying to Josh Kemp, I love how you and your fellow investors have been improving downtown Castroville with the movie theater and barbecue place. These two establishments have boosted commerce in the city and given citizens and visitors more reasons to visit and/or live in Castroville. As elected members of City Council, we are the sounding boards for the citizens of Castroville, as well as the protectors of Castroville. With that being said, I cannot support the proposal for the property at the intersection of Angelo and Houston. After talking to the citizens that would be affected by this proposal, these are the things that attracted the citizens to this area that we would rob them of if we allow this to occur. Tranquility. Their children can go out and play without having to worry about large amounts of vehicle traffic, and a lifestyle that we have been boosting in the Journey series. If you really want to build townhomes in Castroville, I think it best to find land on the east side of town that could handle everything that these townhomes would generate. Very respectfully, Sheena Martinez, District 1, Castroville City Council Rep.
Great. Thank you. All right. Since I've still got it open, did anybody else have any comments that they wanted to make before I close this one?
I thought we couldn't make comments.
We are not in citizens' comments. We reopened the...
No, I thought we couldn't because
we're back in the discussion item.
Can we have
Let's-
discussions on this item?
Y'all had discussions on the item a little bit earlier.
Right. We need to close it out.
You know, y'all reopened it to get Councilwoman Martinez's comments on because she was not able to be here.
Okay.
And so it's up to y'all if y'all want to have. to
Oh, I
have a
thought
continued
you had told us earlier because Josh withdrew it.
No, we had no decision to make.
That was the public hearing.
The public hearing, yes.
The
right.
public hearing had to be canceled, but the discussion item could continue.
So my comment is I think this is government at work. And I think, again, every citizen, people sent me emails and say, why are you all talking about this tonight? Because state law says we have to. State law has a process that we have to follow. And so any person has a right to ask a question of city government. And some of those questions have to be addressed through P&Z, and some of them have to be, and then they come to council. But also, all the citizens have a right to then give their opinions for or against it. And then city council makes the decision based on that. So this is working. And I think we should be proud of ourselves that this is working. And so that's just what I want to say.
Great. Let me start over, because I started on the other side. Did you have anything else to add? Okay, great. Councilman Merz, do you have anything else to add?
I guess just two comments. First of all, there have been a few comments to the effect of, I don't think this would be good in the proposed location, which happens to be next to the person talking. I think it belongs in this other location in town. I hold myself to the standard that I would never vote for anything in someone else's backyard that I wouldn't vote for in my own. And I hope that all the other council members and you, either in an election on a new zoning reform or if you're ever on council, would hold yourself to the same standard. And I also encourage you, we have heard very loudly and very clearly that this is something you're against tonight. I encourage you to come back every 2 weeks and tell us what you're for. Because otherwise we don't know. And we try, but there's only 5 of us and there's 3,500 of you. There's not enough days in the year. So, thank you for coming.
And he practiced what he preaches. I'm telling you, he came here and he wouldn't leave. And that's been a very good thing for us. Councilman Carey.
Only because the issue was raised and I had actually personally been confronted with it about conflict of interest. I want to be clear that I was hired to do the survey on the property before there was a plan that I knew of, and that at that time the plan had not been publicized. And the first thing that I said to Josh when I did see the plan, about the time he revealed it in the application, I told him that it was going to be an uphill battle.
I'm sorry.
I told him it would be an uphill battle.
Yep.
Secondly, I support the suggestion that Fred, she left, Janie Brock made and having been the chairman of the Historic Landmark Commission, for several years, we attempted to do that, and it was for the best interest of the community, and the community said no, repeatedly. So this is the kind of thing that will help accomplish, is to secure your neighborhood and secure your infill to what you want it to be. So consider local conservation districts within your community. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. And I've said everything. I really believe in this process. It's so important that you show up. It's so important that you talk to us. As you said, this is the process at work. If I thought it was going to happen another way, if I didn't trust the city council members to reflect what the citizens have asked for, then I would have done this very differently. I'm sorry, I can't take, if you don't mind, contact us afterward. I would be happy to engage with you. Is that okay? All of our cell phone numbers, our email addresses are on the website. We are very, very available. I did not answer all of the emails, I'm sorry, but I did answer every call, and I returned every call. If you want to, and I know that everyone of council has been on this, please do reach out to us.
Mayor, if I may, just real quick, I just want to acknowledge, we didn't hold the public hearing. There were other letters that were submitted that would have been read in a public hearing setting. There's no need to do that. They'll be entered into the record, so they'll be a part of the official record. But we received numerous other letters and comments that were intended to be read. I just want to make that statement.
All right, and if anybody has questions about how to get more informed, reach out, we'll help you out.
Can I ask what happens next?
What happens next is the planned unit development was denied, or was revoked, was
Withdrawn.
I'm sorry, I'm tired. It's tired. I'm sorry, I'm tired. It was withdrawn. If it were to be resubmitted, it would go through the same process. It would be, if it is submitted outside of the ordinances with a request for a change to the ordinance, it will go through very similar process. I think that we are double-clicking in on exactly where that lies. I think that we'll probably have to talk about that in the next city council meeting, about how do we apply this. I think that's actually a good thing for the next city council meeting to go through, is how do we apply this? How do we take this out of ambiguity so that there's no question about it for this one item? So that there's not a question whether it's a CZO or the subdivision ordinance. So we'll go through and we'll talk about that. December 12th is going to be our next regularly called council meeting, and we will discuss stuff during that. All right? Great. I'm sorry. She's going to hurt me. She keeps me legal and out of jail. Please reach out and ask your questions. I want to make sure you get answers. Okay, so next item. My battery's dead, so I can't give it to you visually. Maybe Scott can help me out with this. This is presentation on current state of development in and around the city of Castroville. If anybody would like to hear about protections that we could put in place for future, if you'd like to, I think that we're losing it. I'm going to give them a second to clear out. If you would like to hear about things that you can do to protect your areas, I will go into that in the next thing, in addition to telling you about what we know is coming. Thank you, everybody, for coming. We're going to take, we'll take about a 4-minute recess. If anybody needs to take a bio break, and we'll take that recess at 8:50. We're in recess. 4 minutes.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming.
Sorry, my very stiff.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bruce.
Dixon.
Thank you. Seriously.
What does your shirt
I
say?
owe you. You made that statement on Wednesday, and it clicked.
Yeah, she's going to have to show you. I can't tell you. Oh, there it is. Not in my backyard.
Move over. I can't hold it. Lots in my backyard, not in my backyard.
It's an official NIMBY.
See, like, tell Miss Jeanette to behave herself. She didn't tell me, I was like, oh my God, those are hard. got a moment, I'm going to wait for
I'll watch your machine for you.
Language tonight's this, tomorrow night is the Alsatian Festival of Texas State. We should drink it that way. And then Thursday is the City County Tourism Issue.
Maybe I'll put that on the agenda. We should.
Wow, that's actually, we should do that. In fact, they go across the street. And also, he said they didn't have agendas, just everybody came in. They did fine. So, I think we both do this. Property goes to the state.
That's probably been perpetuated by places, organizations, especially nonprofits, like the Lions or the have to demonstrate their nonprofit status.
But don't they just accept the minutes as read or so correction? You don't vote
to accept the minutes.
Robert Rule, they changed that. They said that accept them all unless there's an objection.
How do you accept it?
And then someone says that change this.
No, but I mean, the process, no one objects. The process is actually, it has to go to a vote.
Madam,
we kind of do that.
Then because we don't want to fall sleepers. Robert's Rules of Order says, because they changed it like 10 years ago, 15 years ago, it says for minutes, you simply, the presiding person says, is there any deletion or correction? And then if there's none, or are they corrections? Since there's no correction or addition, we'll accept the minutes as read. But we don't have to vote on it.
I've got mine, thank you. Unless somebody else wants it.
I got one, thanks.
Water. Got booed. Oh, okay, tell him something. I thought you said he got booed.
Everybody voted, but then after that, some organizations.
Essentially, if there's no objections or corrections, they're approved. There's nothing. I know. I just wanted to make on the record. I didn't even vote for the minutes. Yes. I know, but now there's renewed interest. And tell them what are the advantages. Yes. It's an overlay district that puts limits and protections in place.
fine, but if she couldn't stop this interpretation of ordinance says that that makes your discussion.
I believe in the Four Corners rule. Document stands on its own. The Four Corners rule, the document stands on its own. Okay, well, and we need to make sure our council
Come back now.
And I've been dealing with it for 20 years. And he knows it because I used to run his But he had his mind set up about how he was going to do it, and that's the way he did it. I couldn't mess with him.
Long time, long place. Very good observation.
And he got a point.
Oh, it's right. Hey, Scott.
If you can cut this so much as 700 blocks of Paris, he said yes or no.
You could find it.
Pretty much if he said yes, anybody flew through Paris.
But that's another thing.
Well, not really.
We got slow, anything. Cobblestone are out there. That's what I said, make the, it's a lot easier to see and work in that area.
Getting that set up.
Okay. Yeah, we're gonna have that discussion.
Yeah, I think he'll be a few that will say.
All right, if I can have order, we're going to call this back into. Thank you, everybody that decided to stay. We're all in this together, and I really appreciate those of you and those of you who are still online, and I'm hoping that we can get the other ones back. This takes all of us. Okay, so we're going to go back into open session at, what are we, 8:58? All right, so the next item is presentation on current state of development in and around the city of Castroville. So we're going to talk about, I put this on here because...
Sorry, did we do items?
I skipped.
9 and 10?
No, I skipped us ahead because I figured that this was going to be most pertinent to the people that were here.
So we're rearranging again.
I'm rearranging again. Sorry to do that.
Hold on.
Where are we at? I'm sorry.
We went on to item number 11. He said that if we have to stay here, you have to stay here. So. All right, everybody good?
Yeah, so we're now on 11. Do you need this?
No, my battery's dead. Do you mind? Can you...
Do you need a charger?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that'd be good.
I think.
What kind of charger does it use?
It's a Surface charger.
Oh, the Surface?
Yeah.
What does it
I can go get you one.
There
If they does need that.
Yes.
It may take a minute.
It'll take a second.
yes, I
for
need
this
it.
computer to wake up.
Okay, while this is booting up, I want to talk about some, one of the things that I discussed was how do you protect historic Castroville? If you notice on the presentation before, and I said this to a couple of people, but I want to reiterate that, the best thing for us to do, one of the reasons that we're redoing, the biggest reason that we're redoing the ordinances is for the new development. That is our most immediate emergency. Any changes to current Castroville need to be absolutely last. And so we will slow roll that. The idea is to take current Castroville and make it replicate something to that extent, the same kind of interaction that we're able to have out on the outskirts instead of what people have brought to us. And I'll talk about what they brought to us and what some of the challenges are. So the things that you can do to, on the infill. So we have, I meant to get, did you ever find out what the total number of empty lots were?
Like 24 or 34, isn't it?
I think it's more than that. It sounds like...
It's more because the original plot kind of goes past the roads in some parts of town.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's true.
There's 21 lots associated with, adjacent to historic
So I
property.
think it's like 36. I remember there being a 6 in the number.
So there's a lot.
Yeah.
We still have a lot of infill. If you look at where the original 96 homes and structures from the 69 survey, basically the things that were built that would be primarily 19th century. They're clustered around, and there's been a lot of infill. So how do you protect that? Every time somebody sells a property, we've got to deal with it, whether it's something like this that is like really difficult, or whether it's somebody that we had an issue. I guess it was before I was on council. It was about 4 years ago. There was a pre-engineered house that was that had been submitted for a what do you call it, a permit, and council at that point had gone through that, and we're trying to stop that because they didn't want a pre-engineered house in historic Castroville, and the determination at that point was that that is allowed under the law. The law does not allow us to restrict building materials, building types, unless it's in a historic district. We actually have a historic district, and there have been some questions recently about our ability to enforce that in non-historic areas. But if you have a lot, like with this lot that we're talking about right now, that could have been made into a historic district with specific restrictions that apply to that. Deed restrictions work okay, because we have a historic district, a nationally recognized historic district. I think you can actually put that into a historic district and put those restrictions on the existing infill lots. That would require, I don't know the exact process. We are working through exactly what that would be, because somebody had approached us about how do I actually put my existing property open lot into the historic protection.
It can actually be done block by block, but it has to be unanimous in the block.
Is it the entire block, or can it be a piece of a block?
80%.
80%.
80% of the lot, I mean.
The residents who live in the area that we're trying to visit.
But for example, this was 6 lots. Can you put 6 lots into a historic district if 100% of the ownership agrees with it?
I don't think 6 lots would be 80% of that block. So
Is it 80%? Oh, it's 80% of the block, not 80%?
Of the group.
80% of whatever you lay out.
Right.
You tried to do Florence Street, it was.
But districts are, you can have really small, like districts,
Right.
there's
You could
no
have a-
minimum size district.
There's no minimum size. You could have a
I
single
believe so.
lot district that is a historical district.
That's how our 96 structures function now.
Right.
They are each an end of, because none of them are in one area, so they're.
Okay.
each an
For those
individual
listeners-
individual
For those listening, can we recognize
Yes.
Priscilla Garrett, who's speaking, she's
a long-time member of the Historic Landmark Commission.
So the 96 structures.
Actually, I'm sorry, Priscilla, do you mind just coming up and, I really appreciate you doing this.
She
I
does.
just want to make sure,
Everybody else did.
I just want to make sure that people online can hear you if they need.
The 96 structures that we protect now, that if something's going to be done on that lot or to that structure, they have to come to the Historic Landmark Commission. If a lot has been attached to a historic structure and then separated, we also have purview over that because it is on the survey as original lot. But we don't have purview over anything that was not on the original survey. And so you're looking like what happened tonight is people are concerned because now all of a sudden, they live in the area of something that has never been protected before, and we've got something that's going to be built that is not going to fit.
Right.
So the idea of a local historic district, which would encompass everything in whatever we determine to be a district. If the council isn't going to do it on their own, it would take 80% of the citizens within that district to be for it. We tried 3, 4, 5 years ago, Phil, to do from Landmark Inn, 3 blocks down on Florence Street, and we couldn't get 90% of the people, 80% of the citizens to buy in to have a local historic district. So you either do it that way and we get not 80% to say yes, because that would protect any infill that's in that determined area. And if we choose to do the whole HE overlay, that's quite a bit, okay?
Got to get 80%.
It's, unless council decides to do it on their own.
And I think that something like this, from what I understand, Carol Romano was one of the people that worked with you on, was it that one?
There's been about 3 times they've
About
tried
3
to do
times,
it. Carol tried to do it first, yes.
So this is something that people can do voluntarily. If you have an empty lot, like you have an empty lot, you could put, you've talked about this before, you're like, I don't want to sell it because I don't want somebody to build something next to it. You could make the individual lot into a historic district with protections on that specifically.
Well, we've never had anything brought in voluntarily under an ordinance. I mean, that's something new, but yes, that's something I guess could be done. But right now, it's just the 96 structures, and by the way, we don't even know how those 96, if THC, Texas Historic Commission, said, okay, here's what your overlay is gonna be, right? Phil, you correct me if I'm wrong. And everything that's in that HE overlay now are on the survey, our current overlay, on the survey, we would have priority over that to say, okay, yes, you can do this, no, you can't do this. I don't think we've known that in the past.
We don't know that yet.
Okay.
That's still for us.
And I don't want to go down, we're getting a little bit off.
That is a separate presentation that I do want to bring back to council
Right.
with our HPO and
So,
others.
but just to let you know, we don't know how those 96 structures even got identified.
Yep.
We don't know who did.
Okay, thank you. So one option is don't sell it. One option is buy it and sit on it. I know that we heard a couple of people that had worked on doing that. Absolutely great. Just make sure that you're protecting it. Like, I know I'm not going to live forever, and I've already told my kids on pain of death, this place stays. And I live on the river on almost 4 acres, and most of it's floodplain, luckily. So, but there are things that you can do to put that protection in place. Same thing. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, we're on this topic of development, what's happening in and around the community, right? And
That
the
is
reason
part
you're
of it.
talking about these things is that if you don't like the development or you have concerns about the development, here are some things you can do to protect your property, right?
Yes. Thank you
Okay,
for
that
bringing
is,
that in.
that's, okay, but I think we need to get to the other item.
Right. Well, and that's what we're talking about right now. There have been claims of us being, sorry, can we keep it quiet? Sorry. Love you, man. So I've heard people that are stressed about the fact that we're talking about developments. If you look at almost every single council meeting, we're talking about one development or another development. We don't want the development. I've said this publicly, I've said it privately. I don't like the fact that everybody's moving here. But the problem is that people have land, and they have the right to keep it, they have the right to sell it, and people have the right to buy it, and they have the right to develop it or to sell it off again. They have these rights that we cannot stop. People say, why don't you just stop letting people in? Well, if we don't, then they're going to build in the county, and they will build whatever they want. And what we're doing through our development agreements is kind of what we're trying to do through the Unified Development Ordinance, which is create some rules for them to fit that include our thoroughfare plan outside of our city limits, because most of the traffic that's happening in and around us, it's not Castroville traffic. We're a town of 3,300 people. To have 30 to 40,000 cars a day going through our town, this is not our local traffic. What we do locally is going to exacerbate that, and we have to create additional routes to get around. So these are our struggles. So one is don't sell it, one is protect it. By a historic district, you can put deed restrictions on things. For those who own larger properties, we're actually working with a group from the Hill Country Alliance on doing some presentation on conservation easements. So for the people, I know there are several people that have large lots. The lots that we're about to talk about, they're hundreds of acres. Some are thousands of acres. And so you can put conservation easements on there if you want to keep that in your family. If you want to make sure that it doesn't get separated after you die, make sure that it happens. I know that the Bames have done that to a great extent in different areas. I know that there are other people that have done that same kind of thing. You can dedicate it to park space. That's another thing that keeps it open, keeps our open areas. Something else that we're exploring is creating outside of our areas in these places, because one of the nice things about Castroville is you have, much like in Alsace, you've got a little cluster and then you got a lot of open space, a lot of greenery around that. And so what we're working on through this process with city designers who understand how to do this is create smaller pockets of lighter density I had shown you on that map of what from single family up to like high rise. So high rise has no place here. But we have to, through this process, determine what is the densest that we want to allow, and how do we cluster that? How do we ensure that we have open space? How do we not just fill this up as I've driven through LA before, and it's like you can drive for 4 hours and never get out of the concrete dome. And how do you keep from doing that on Highway 90? So I think that those are some of the protections. If you want more information on protections, especially if you're large landowners that have property around Castroville, we can talk about individual infill. I'd be happy to engage with anybody on infill dealing so that we don't have to deal with this kind of stuff again, or for larger areas outside.
Derek?
Yes.
I was going to add that there is also an agency in Texas that does agricultural conservation easements as well as natural conservation easements. So you can actually preserve a farm or a ranch in the same way.
And we saw a presentation on this. One of the things that they had said is you can do a conservation easement but still keep enough space for your family.
Exceptions.
So you can have a certain level of development that happens on it specifically for you and your family, and however you designate that, so that is possible. Actually, I think it would be easier. I think that this would be fine. Okay, so if you look at what we have currently, right now, one of the items that we're discussing is this 35-acre tract right here. This was sold this year. We have a development agreement that we have made, that we have passed with it, which includes some off-site drainage issues that actually helps us out in other areas. They're creating a park up in this area right here. And they had done, when they came in, they wanted to have a single entrance out onto 471 with a big interior loop road, and so all of that traffic would have gone directly out onto 471. We could not connect them any other direction except south, and so we got them to connect each one of these, Provident and C Street, and what is this street? I forget the name of that one.
Sharp over there.
Sharp Street.
Sure.
Shot Street. So they connected each one of these to continue the gridded design that we have for the rest of the city. So instead of being one loop that dumps out everywhere, they can get out in these areas as well. So if they want to go to, O'Reilly's, they don't have to get out. The idea was don't put them out on, if they have to get to something that's here local, don't put them out onto 471 and then out onto Highway 90. So limit the amount of putting them out onto the main roads. If you look at Petranco, I had done a more extensive display on what happened on Petranco. All of the stuff, I remember driving there not even 20 years ago, and it was like 2 lanes, and there was no traffic. I'm like, this is beautiful. And now you can't go 20 feet, and you can never get that wide enough because they're all gated subdivisions that all dump out onto Petranco, and they all go one direction. And so we're trying to, with these new subdivisions, we're requiring interconnectivity. They kind of freak out at that. They're like, you want us to connect to the cheap homes? And we're like, yes, we want you to connect to every, the gridded system that we have provides the ability to get around. Like when Lafayette Street happened, that was an entire street, and that was a pain in the butt for us to get out, because we went from having 10 ways to get out to having basically one way to get out. And so it's creating these things that are reducing every little bit of traffic we can take off of Highway 90, off of 471 is a win. Okay, so that's one of them. I think that everybody is aware of Country Village Estates. Yeah, right here, thank you. So this in total will be, so they own everything. This is the Groves Place right here, but everything up from here and over is all owned by Upmore Homes, and they have already started building buildings in here. That'll be about 85 homes that are in there. Alsatian Oaks, people continue to ask me, is that out? Is that gone? Is that what's going on with that? They had run into a lot of delays with TxDOT. I don't know, I'll show you in a second what's happening with TxDOT along that area right there to deal with some of this stuff. So this is the development agreement. It was agreed to before I got on But it was a solid development. It was a solid agreement. They got the best deal out of everybody because what their development paid for was improvements to our water systems, to our sewer systems, things that we could leverage to make the rest of the city better. We increased our capacity on our well. We began to loop our systems so that we can create additional redundancy inside of our water system. We will continue to do that. Again, we're leveraging each one of the developments. If they are all going to detract from our comfort, our care, our ability to get around, and so we want to make sure that they are doing something to add to the collective. So the front area up here will be commercial. I think it goes all the way, I don't have the county lines up. I think it goes all the way basically just past Flat Creek. So I think this is the property line right here. That was approved for 950 homes. That development agreement and all of our approved development agreements are on our website. And they are all fairly well similar. They've got some of the same elements with that. These homes will, so they hit delays from, it took 2 years to get, what do you call them, transformers. Took a ton of negotiation with TxDOT. TxDOT, well, I'll get into that in a second. So that's what that one is. There is another development agreement that was also approved.
So for your information, Perry Homes has started putting out information about the homes they're building. So Perry Homes is the builder. Sorry, Perry Homes is the builder in Alsatian Oaks. I don't know if they're going to be the only builder, but they're the active builder right now. And I can't remember who sent it to me, but I got forwarded some marketing material that Perry Homes has put out. So they are starting to actually, we should see some construction very soon.
Well, they're out there constructing now.
Yeah.
They're building foundations.
Yeah. Okay,
And there's,
sorry.
I think that they have the home builders, I think there's 2 of them, and they've got the signs out there for that. I think that they were planning on probably 5. You know, honestly, the economic turndown, the increase in interest rate, it's been tough on us financially, but it's been great because at one point we had 5,000, I'll refer to a unit of measure, an EDU, that's an equivalent dwelling unit. Bruce is very familiar with this. It's basically how much an individual home consumes. And so if you think about, they were pursuing almost 5,000 EDUs. In Castroville, we have about 1,000 homes, I think a little bit less.
1,500.
So think about 5 times that. So like they were coming out of the woodwork, and so it was really nice. They actually slowed down on some of that. It allows us to get caught up with our ordinances so that we can apply that to them.
May I ask a question?
Yes, please.
Because you mentioned TxDOT, and there were delays. Because you mentioned TxDOT and there are delays, has there been, and you mentioned the previous items as far as the other development, that would have gone out to 471. What rules were put in place for this to have multiple areas for them to get out?
There was
Still just that one?
That's a great question, and that's right along the lines with it. So I'll talk about the thoroughfare planning as we're going through this. Don't let me forget, okay? Thank you. So that is, I wish I had the master plan. I'll do this in another council presentation, or I'll put something together that's a lot more kind of consolidated. There's another development over here that's it's about 700 homes. And if we talk, I don't know if we want to talk price ranges. So if you think about the Upmore homes are probably $600,000 to $800,000. I think that.
Well, that's what they originally asked. They were asking more, but I think the one that sold, yeah.
Well, MP Homes, I think is talking about. I think most of them are in that 500 plus range. There was one in Country Village Estates that was for sale for like $1.2 million.
It started at 1.3. I think it's come down to about 950 now.
Which is typical. They have the parade of homes there, and so that's pretty typical. The Alsatian Oaks, the original agreement was that they had a certain mix of, I think initially they were supposed to start at 250. There was a group that was 350,000. There was another group that was 450,000. I think that you could probably up that by about 100,000 for each level because 250 is not entry level anymore. And then these are the same. It's the same kind of like 600, probably 600 to 800, 600 to 900,000. That's behind where they're doing all that clearing right there, which scares me to death. And so all of this in here. The front part is still zoned commercial. this front part right here, and everybody that's along here, you saw that the car dealership has expanded their service area. They bought a tract that's right here, and they're still working with TxDOT on creating connection to that. And then Endura owns this tract that basically goes from the where the Chevy dealership has their extended track all the way out to the Sims place. I think it's this road right here. So they own like basically this whole area right here and have been proposing commercial development there.
May I ask you a question, sir?
Yes, yes, please.
Does the city still own the property behind the car dealership?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay,
Yep.
that was dedicated to the city as part of that development?
Yep. And that's part of what we're asking from people. They're either, like with the Alsatian Oaks development, that includes, I think it was $1.5 million for specifically designated for sports parks. Whole separate discussion with that. But yes, we do still own that.
I don't, just as a comment, I don't want to get into this. At one time, the city zoned that industrial because they looked for a place to put certain types of businesses that they didn't want anywhere else. So I didn't know if that was still valid.
We've not designated anything with that right now.
It is.
We have not,
It is.
our zoning map hasn't been updated. That's part of the UDO.
And I'm gonna just bring us back in.
Okay, we're gonna come back in. We're talking about development, so that is, sorry, thank you. You're so good to me. I'm her worst nightmare. I like the open communication. She's like, nope. Yes, ma'am.
You wanna give me a ruler at every time
Oh.
got a gavel right there.
I want to put the gavel over here. Okay, so something else that we had talked about, I don't think I still have that on here. We had talked about, so through all of this, the original Alsatian Oaks had only 2 entrances. It had one, the one right there at Tundra Lane, and then the one over at 471 across from the Circle K. So we had pursued, we called it the Northern Route. The Northern Route basically comes from Victory Lane and up and around.
Follows that shape.
Follows kind of that shape here, and it comes up to this area right here. Now, the thing that we will have to work through, there are a couple of property owners over here that they are not in the city limits, and so we are talking to them about, helping us out with connecting that to 471, because that really is where it helps us, and then ultimately getting that not just there, but across the Medina River and connecting up to Goatman Road. We had initially talked about doing like a full bypass on that, but there's so many challenges with that. We're just trying to catch the connectivity right now and get them to Goatman Road so that they can go there from Goatman Road. We drove around Uvalde, and they've got a 2-lane road that you can go around Uvalde. It's quicker than going through, and so it just creates additional ways for people to go. Ultimately, that is not going to, and I'm talking about, just to be clear, thoroughfare planning in terms of how are we dealing with the impact from the development, and that is going to require like a full actual bypass that is 100% of this stuff is outside the city limits. We have no control over it. We are working with the county, actually with Bexar County, Medina County, TxDOT, very regularly on this. It's a huge uphill battle. Okay, so I'm going to move from those areas. So basically, this whole area right here is all not this. There's a spot here that is not designated anything. There's nobody that is pursuing any kind of agreements. But basically, the rest of this, like aside from what people own, that's a rough kind of too far outline of where. Oh no, it comes all the way out to here. Sorry, not above the signs and back down. So all of that is
It's a little over 1,000.
acres, right?
Some level of planning.
Right.
Not including. the
Comparable
stuff.
in size to the historic core.
Yes.
Bigger, I think.
Comparable, yeah.
Yeah, comparable. So that, Alsatian Oaks by itself doubles the population. Most of these developments over a few hundred acres are doubling the population. So I've said before, you'll hear, this is not aspirational. This is not what I hope for. This is something that I hate, but it is reality. We will probably double in size in terms of population in the next 5 years. I'm guessing probably about the same again. in another 5 years. That is our harsh reality, and you can't stop development. We cannot say, you can't develop here, you're not allowed. That would be a taking from the people that own this property, and they would sue us and say, well, if we can't sell it, then you got to buy it. So we can't do that. We can't ignore it, because then we have absolutely no control over what they do. You can inspire goodness. So you can offer incentives to help them reimburse their cost. We're doing this primarily through what's called a PID, a private
Public Investment
District. Thank you. The county leverages these pretty hardcore. Basically, the PID, it puts an assessment onto the property itself. And so I've seen nods, I think people are pretty familiar with it. So basically, when you do a new development, and it's got a PID on it, like, let's talk about this one. This one has a PID on it, and they invest so much money into the public infrastructure that directly benefits that neighborhood. They can assess an additional tax that actually goes on the tax roll that only the people of that development pay. For the length of the PID, it's usually 20 or 30 years, those homeowners will pay that PID until those public improvements have paid off. It's one way that we've gotten people to increase the value of their properties. They lost several lots when we asked them to do some interconnectivity, so it helps make them whole, and we can ask for some higher degrees where Texas state law does not allow us to mandate any kind of construction standards that is outside of the, what is it, the International Building Code, right, which includes plywood and, I don't know, probably plastic and bubble gum. So we can't say you have to have a rock facade unless it's in a historic district. Just in normal areas, the only way we can do this is contractually through these development agreements, and we have included those things in terms of masonry requirements and in sidewalks and open spaces and parks, because we want to make sure that everybody has a park in their neighborhood, has a place for people to go. And aspirationally, I would say interconnectivity so that people could go on trails between the parks. That's hopeful. I don't know that that's reality. This area right here, the old Vanderwally farm, it's basically, let's see, where are we? Everything adjacent to the airport down to about here. So it's about like, it's this right here. It's almost, what, almost 300 acres?
Yeah, it's between 250 and 300 acres.
What this, so we had a group called Cobblestone that approached us 2 years ago, and originally they approached us with like 1,300 homes that they wanted to put on this, and we're like, you gotta be crazy, especially because of the proximity to Highway 90. That's the direction that they're going. We don't have anything that like, we don't have a way for them to get out. That would be very problematic. So what we've started doing with a lot of these developments is, so far we've asked, in a couple of instances we've required that only a certain amount of it can be residential and a certain portion of it needs to be, I call it commercial. It's more local services, retail, coffee shops, restaurants, providing some of those services. And with Cobblestone specifically, they had asked for 800, well, they asked for like 1,300 homes. We reduced it down to about 850, which is still a lot, but it's substantially less. And they would create something kind of like what you saw earlier, but this would be on Old Highway 90 where there's a little bit of density. It was more like three stories with retail below. They were working with a local grocery store, kind of like the old Super S kind of size. They were working with a little grocery store, so they were going to put some more of like a mixed-use development, retail at the bottom and condos up top, so that they could create some of that. They would have that area where they would have people living and working, hopefully have services there so that they didn't have to get out. This would be for the young professional that would want to stay in one area and have some services that they can deal with. And plus, by reducing the number of overall homes, you reduce the number of overall traffic. You get a little bit of extra traffic because other people will go to the retail stores, but overall it has a calming effect to it. Part of that is making sure that we've got connection in between. Something else that we've required with new commercial developments is making sure that they are connecting their parking lots. If you look at what happened over between Dairy Queen and Jim's, they put in a parking lot, which created more drainage issues, and then they blocked it off. So now the semis that go in to drop off stuff for gens have to back onto the highway, and it creates a problem. So we're making sure, and plus the people that are going there, luckily they've got that little triangle road that they can get out onto. I don't remember which road that is. But they can get out onto that and get back around, so like we can go back from one to the other and get them. So we're making sure that the commercial are connecting to each other, so you don't have to leave, like with some of the ones that are currently on Highway 90, if you want to get out of Whataburger and go to, or if you want to get out of one chicken place and go to the other chicken place, you got to get back out on Highway 90, take a left, and it just creates even more issues.
Well, there's none adjacent anymore anyway.
Oh, so sad.
Church is closed.
Disappointed.
So's Dinah.
Church's
Chicken's
closed.
closed.
Oh,
Dinah
yeah.
is very disappointed. She doesn't know where we'll go for lemonade.
You have your choices.
Okay, so, so those are owned by developers. Over to the, I lost my thing, east. So right now, our city limits go out to the Chevy dealership with the Endura agreement that brings them out here. This is the Decock Farm, and they have been actively marketing this, and we have looked at a range of different things out there. Initially, it was a housing development. Before the economic slowdown, it was going to be a housing development of, do you remember how many homes that was? Scott or anybody else?
They had, like, it was going to be a lock and leave, and I don't remember the quantity. It wasn't super big because it's like 250 acres, right? Or 100.
But it was, I want to say it was.
1,200 homes is what it used to be.
Was it 1,200?
It was 1,200 with a decock.
Yeah.
At one point.
I forgot it was that large.
Yeah, so it's ranged between those. And again, right now encouraging, after we get our ordinances to make it so that you can't do a large development without having some of that commercial to lighten the load on it. We make more money off of the commercial anyway. It lightens the traffic load. It provides services that are close to people. And it's just, again, trying to do whatever we can. We just don't have many ways in and around. We have Highway 90, we have 471 and Lower LaCrosse, not too many places to go. So that is another one that we're going to have to deal with. I think that's it. In terms of.
That's it for now.
That's it for now, right.
There are other things that are in the pipeline.
But the message is that there is growth that is coming, and we are working so hard to try and minimize that impact. That's why we are working on the northern route. That's why we're trying to work with TxDOT and the counties to get like a full bypass. I'm on, actually they have a US 90 study right now. Myself, Judge Lutz, we're both on that 90 study and are trying to get them to look out for that. We're looking for different kinds of, well, we'll have some stuff that's coming up. We'll talk about transportation, all of the things that we're doing for that, but we are working really hard to try and find other ways around there. It's not an easy thing to do, but we're committed to doing it. And it's not an easy thing to do because, like, if you look at our master plans, there was something that was put out on social media a few months ago, and they're like, oh my God, look at all these lines, they go right through my property. Well, in our master plan, we will always, if you look at the existing master plans, they always go through properties that are not in the city limits, that are owned by families, and we're not saying we want stuff here. We're just saying if you sell it, then this is what we want to put here. And so even if we can't figure out something on this side, ultimately we have this on our master plan to say, if this ever sells, you know where the roads are going to go. The developers will pay to put the roads in, and we'll make sure that we've got that interconnectivity. Did I miss anything? So we do still own this city lot here, and this city lot here. Niles Maxwell owns this property right here, and they have looked at several different things over there. They are looking at commercial only, so we're not, I'm mostly more concerned with the residential development just because it adds so many people.
Endura's selling those other two triangular
Oh, yeah.
lots.
Here and here. These have, like this one will have some, each one of these will have some restrictions based on the airport because you've got the runway protection zone right here. But these are actively being marketed. And if you look down, honestly, if you look east and you look west, I am While we're concentrating in Castroville, I'm equally concerned with, when you look at, come out. Sorry, this is zooming too fast. You look at between here and Dunley, or actually between here and Hondo. If you look at the amount of development that has happened out here, you know, even just going up 4516, there's Morehouse, Bame Ranch is going up there, so there's more and more that are coming down to 3 Points. And there's more developments that are happening out this area. So these, Yancey Water, I believe, is in this area, and I understand that they're looking at doing raised water tower. I have not confirmed that, so please don't let that start any rumors, but that is my understanding. I know that Medina Electric, we got notice that they're increasing their power lines out in that area. So once they open up power, they open up water. The only thing that's left is sewer or septic, and that kind of opens that whole area up for development, and we're scared to death of that. There is some commercial development out this way, but there's also a lot of homes that are being built that way. Those are going to impact us. If this fills up before we have any kind of alternate route, alternate ways for people to get around us, our only other option is to try and create more services over, you know, between Castroville and Hondo, so that people stay in Medina County and not everybody's going through to San Antonio. None of these are easy problems. None of these are simple fixes. And we don't have the ability to, we only have the ability to influence and work with people. But that's what we're doing.
Okay. Well, the other thing I was going to mention is that state laws recently, did you talk about disannexation? Now that there, I mean, anyway, the bottom line is that there's a lot of laws that are really, that favor the landowner. We're a land rights state, so that kind of makes sense, but they're really benefiting the developers that make it even harder for cities to control development and control growth. So growth is going to happen. I think that's kind of just a fact of life, but the idea is to get in front of growth and shape it so that it reflects the values of the community that the growth is going to impact. And that's an easier thing said than done. So that's what we're trying to do, but it seems like the legislature is moving faster than we are, outpacing our ability to really do that type of stuff.
We're just trying to keep some buffers wherever we can, and every single year they remove the ability to do that. Every year they take away something that we have to preserve it, and so this is why things like this are so important in our historic court. Okay. Anything else?
That's it.
Okay, perfect. Please stay for the rest. I just wanted to make sure that you guys were aware of that. All right.
All right, he's talking to you.
We're going to start the timer again, Mayor.
Thank you. I don't think that's a bad idea. I got some Chinese food back there if you want some. All right, next item is item number 9, discussion and appropriate action on acceptance of a COPS grant from the United States Department of Justice, Office of Community Policing Services, COPS, in the amount of $250,000.
I don't know if this is our second or third attempt to try and get this grant, but EMC did help us do this. Really, thanks goes out to our representative, Tony Gonzalez, for getting this for us, because I think but for his influence and involvement, we probably wouldn't have got it, even this time around. It is a 3-year grant. The grant pays so the city pays a portion each year. The amount is $250,000, as you read. In the first year, the grant pays 75% of the salaries. In the second year, it pays 50%. And in the third year, it pays 25%. And then they expect you to keep those officers on in year 4. One of the things that's been challenging, we've been pursuing this grant thinking, man, that growth is right on the horizon. We're going to need to add officers as our population grows. The challenge now is what is the housing market going to do next week, next month, next year? And so that is one of the, I do believe that we're in a really good time for this. It won't happen as quickly. This hiring won't happen tomorrow. There is a release schedule for these funds. Same thing with the planning grant. Planning grant has like a 3-year horizon, and they've allowed us 6 months for advertising the engineer, and then 6 months for something else. So that transportation planning grant probably isn't something you're going to see immediate. It'll be like many things. It's going to be a slog.
All right, Councilman Dyer had a question.
Yeah. I think on the COPS grant, we have to include all the ancillary stuff.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot more we're gonna have to pay for. Police cars, body armor, all of that kind of stuff. And then, I mean, we need to see the big picture all the way through that required year that we have to keep these officers.
So we shouldn't need additional vehicles. So what this will do, these 2 additional offers, it's 2 additional positions. So it's not, and they're going to supplement our current staff. And what it will allow us to do is be fully, have full rotations of officers and be fully covered in every shift. Right now, that's not happening. So we have vehicles that sit idle in our parking lot that aren't being used. Now they'll be used when these officers are here. But you're right about equipment, et cetera. The grant does pay to outfit the officer and then pay a portion of their salary, so that, and we are matching some of this grant dollars with other grant dollars that we've been pursuing. But I think the biggest challenge is going to be the actual, just our match on payroll. That's our biggest sum. The other parts are going to, the other amounts.
When we vote, we should vote on the whole package, because it's a lot more than this. The chief was telling me the other day that, you know, he's gonna have another officer on each shift. Well, that means you gotta have another vehicle on each shift.
No, because we have enough vehicles. We are not, we still have I think 1 or 2 vehicles we can pursue through Stone Garden, which we haven't done because we really kind of feel like now that we may change our mind, because we just had a vehicle that the engine we think went out on. Now, that's going to the shop to be reviewed, and we'll find out, does the engine have to be replaced or is it something else? But if that vehicle really is down, then the grant we just got to replace a vehicle, that's what that will be used for, and then we may pursue Stone Garden to get 1 more vehicle, which was what was the intent originally. But I don't have the ability to quantify all those costs. What I can tell you, though, without trying to quantify them, is that the largest cost, if we had to do a vehicle, that would be one of the largest costs, but we won't. That's not part. We will not have to go get a new vehicle because of this grant. We have enough vehicles as we are right now, provided we don't have one blow up on us, right?
So you're just
the largest cost is the actual how much we pay them, and you know, we have COLA adjustments and everything each year, and this does taper off 75, 50, 25. So in year 3, we're paying 75% of the salary. That will be a pretty significant commitment. Each officer with benefits. Sorry to tally that for you, but roughly what we're estimating is $125,000. No, that's not true. I'm trying to remember what they estimated as the original cost per officer, but.
So this $250,000 that we're talking about taking action on tonight is just accepting the grant. So what I'm suggesting is we're committed to a lot more than that if we do this. And in terms of salaries and benefits, so we ought to be identifying what the total package is that we're voting on.
You're committing, I can say this, if they're saying they're going to match $250,000, and we're going to assume that that is the total cost, that covers the cost of the 2 employees, which we should, because that's how we submitted the grant, you're committing to an additional $250,000 over a 3-year time, really, $250 plus another $80. We'll call it, you're saying over a 4-year time frame, because you're also saying I'm going to keep those 2 officers that we hired, and what that means is you can't reduce your total force. Right. It's not, okay, we hired you and you, I can let the 2 of you go. No. If you have to maintain the force that you had when you applied for the grant, and if you add 2, now you're up to whatever number that is, you've got to maintain that for the 4 years. So what we're committing to be clear, is something like $330,000 over a 4-year period, which will be matched by $250,000 over the first 3 years of that 4-year period.
And do we have that money?
Well, it will require us to budget in the future. We're going to have to be careful with our budgets, and we'll have to take that into account. I mean, it is going, Herb, it's like everything else. It would be a trade-off, and we'll have to see how our sales taxes perform. We have been doing very, very well with sales tax, and generally, I'm pretty conservative on those numbers. So generally, I don't think this will be an issue, but the other thing I would say to you is, right now, we need additional officers. Right now, this is the only way to get free money, if you will, to pay for those officers. So, you know, even if we think it's going to cost us more, I would say we're better off accepting the grant now, because we know we have the need right now. We could use those officers today. There's times when when we don't have enough officers on the street, and it creates a safety problem for those who are having to work. So,
If I'm not mistaken, we have shifts with one officer right now
that's what
at
I'm
night.
alluding to. Yeah, it's generally early in the morning is when that happens, but.
We already voted to apply for this grant, right?
Right. You approved applying for it. We've applied for it. This is like our third time to apply for it. But her brings up a valid concern, which is, well, how much is it going to cost us? And I think, and can we pay for it? And the answer is yes. The short answer is yeah, you can pay for it, but you may, we'll see what the future holds, you may have to make some hard decisions come budget next year. I don't know that you will, but you may, depending on all the other things that you want to try and accomplish. Because our budget, is limited.
Right. And
But
so,
yeah.
well, and the other thing to remember this, so the problem is that you need officers before you have the revenue to pay for the officers. And we all know that. I mean, it's a tough place to be, and we have to make some estimations on where are we going to be. If you would have asked me
2 years ago,
I would have said, man, we're going to be packed up all the way. Luckily, the economy slowed down, and we haven't had that need. But we know that it's on our horizon.
The problem is, where will we be in 3 years? And we really, 2 years ago, I was a lot more confident that, well, hell, we'll be covered up. Now, if you ask me the same question, I'm really not sure. I don't know. I know that the demand for housing in Texas continues. Like that, it really hasn't died down, although people are having a hard time selling houses here. The ones that are built, they're still, the people are still buying them, even in this economy. So,
Are there any issues with going back and just identifying where the funds would come from, putting together the full plan, and then approving this in the next council meeting?
I don't know, because I don't know when we have to give them proof that we've accepted it. But what are you asking though? Like,
just putting together the plan. You're saying that we might have to make some hard.
But I don't know what those are. I couldn't put together that plan today. I really don't know, because it's going to depend wholly upon what are our expenditures, what are the things that you want to try and accomplish in the general fund, which future councils set, and whether or not there's enough funds available to do all the things that you're going to try and accomplish. I would suggest that if we just stayed neutral, like we aren't going to try to add in the general fund, we aren't going to try to add parks or any other positions, then we should be fine, frankly, at our current rate of growth. Because if you just look at sales tax, we've underestimated sales tax by at minimum $250,000 a year. Well, you're not having to make up $250,000 a year. You're having to make up the difference. In year one, it will be very little. By year four, you're paying for the full amount. Well, by year four, your sales tax, if it continues at the current rate, you won't have a problem in the world. Now, again, where will sales tax be in 4 years? Is it a chance? Is there a possibility it reverses and falls off the cliff? Sure, but is that likely? No.
But it's clear we starting to build houses out there.
Right, and that's a good sign. It's a positive sign.
And they wouldn't be building houses out there if they don't think they can sell them. And we made a commitment in this whole thing that we were going to provide police officers out there in these new areas. And that's part of the property tax we're going to get back to offset that also. So are we jumping a gun on this a little bit? If this whole housing slowdown didn't occur, that's what we might be. But every indication indicates the economy is starting to turn around here. And again, the fact that Perry's actually building houses, Perry's a smart builder, and they wouldn't be out there spending money unless they thought they could sell.
What I can do is find out and report back at the next meeting. I would suggest, and it's our recommendation to approve this, the staff's recommendation. But that said, one of the things I will explore, if you'd like me to, is, okay, what is implementation time frame? What latitude do we have for implementation, to see if you want us to slow roll the grant and say, okay, you know what, we're not going to post, we've accepted the grant, but we have up to 6 months to post positions. We'll wait those 6 months, or maybe say 2 or whatever. I don't know what latitude there is in the grant. I haven't read that closely, but I can find that out.
Do you have questions?
I really didn't. My crystal ball's not working. To know what we are going to be looking at 2 and 3 years from now. I've been in this situation before with my own business and made questionable decisions in retrospect, and I hate to jump into an obligation like this right now. not knowing if we're gonna even be able to match the grant, so.
What is our, for the Q3 report, I don't remember the exact amount that we have left in fund balance for.
Well, that's the other thing, is you could say,
Yeah,
you
pretty
have
high.
about between $3 and $4 million in excess general fund reserves that are currently unassigned. So you could also say, you know what, hell or high water, we have the money sitting in our account, we're gonna match that money for this.
As long as we dedicate that to that expenditure, then this is free money.
You would earmark that, yes. I mean, you have the ability to earmark those funds.
We get earmark.
That's basically, I was just going to back it, so that's basically what y'all have done in the past. You've said, we're going to spend general fund reserves on this, and then I've come back to you and said, well, actually, we overestimated our expenditures, we underestimated our revenues. Throughout this year, you made certainly obligations, they amounted to this amount of money, where you said you were going to use your reserves to pay for it, and actually, we didn't spend any, or we spent certain sum. I think this year that just closed, is the first year that I've been here that we actually spent some of the reserve money that we said we were going to spend, but it was still a small fraction of all the money we committed. And I think, Paul, that may alleviate some of your concerns. And you can say, look, we've got the money there, we're going to earmark it for that purpose, and maybe it gets used, maybe it doesn't.
I would make a motion to accept the $250,000 grant. We have to understand that we're committing 4 years.
Yep.
All right, I got a motion and a second. Do I have further discussion?
I guess I'll just say that, and I'm terrified to read the numbers I just did on my page here, because I almost surely did the math wrong, because I always do. But spread out over the population of Castroville, this is a pretty, and over 4 years, the amount of money we're obliging ourselves to spend here is pretty low per person. And I can't speak for everyone in every district, but I speak to a lot of the people in my district when I go for a walk through 90% of it every night. And with the few times that we've had people coming from San Antonio to check car doors in our neighborhood, we have a lot of people in my neighborhood, in my district, who feel very strongly about security right now. And there's an argument, there's a discussion to be had about whether more police officers is the most effective way to reduce the odds of that happening in the neighborhood. There's a lot of people who are pushing for more police officers in my district right now. And if I just correctly calculated the extra amount of taxes each one of them has to pay every year, then I think they'd be pretty darn happy approving that.
Especially if they're only paying half.
Well, and we're not increasing.
Well,
rates.
I mean, I calculated
Yeah, you
what the
calculated
city
the
will
half,
pay,
right,
not
right,
the
right.
$50?
I got
Wow.
30
That's
per person.
in that range, yeah.
30 per person.
It depends on if you
for
do it
each.
by population or if you do it by actual number of homes,
Well,
taxpayers. Do it by population, it's much, much lower, but
You should have some
five-
kids, that
five-year-olds
way we
aren't
can
paying.
spread it out over the population.
All right, anyway, all right.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Okay, next item is a discussion and appropriate action on Economic Development Corporation progress and membership. You have Scott for this?
Yep. So we have a board, believe it or not, it's been 2 years since you formed the Economic Development Corporation. That corporation has now, we originally seated it with 7 members. On this body, you have Phil King, Mayor Schroeder, and Herb Dyer serving. Those positions were 2-year terms, and they expire in November. Staff recommendation is to, and we have an EDC meeting this Thursday. So staff recommendation would be to reappoint the entire board and then go back to the EDC and see what their willingness to serve is and establish, then come back to the council and say, okay, these are going to be the terms and these are going to be the people. But right now, we need to reappoint them just because we've got a few people. And I know Herb Dyer has mentioned he would like to step off. I reread the bylaws. It's actually in your summary. The board shall consist of 7 persons who shall each be appointed by the city council. No more than 4 of the 7 directors may be city employees or city council members. The term of each directorship will be for 2 years. All directors must be either be residents of Medina County, Texas, or reside within 10 miles of the city's boundaries. Those filling vacancies. Anyway, so as long as they meet those terms, we don't necessarily have to reappoint another member of council. That's up to you. But I would suggest that for the time being, we reappoint the full board and then let the EDC make a recommendation as to, one, who to appoint for the vacancy, and two, whether they're willing to serve those terms and for what period of time.
And so to be very specific, reappoint the board minus Councilman Dyer.
No, I would reappoint him as well until we can find his replacement. And that, we ought to do that as soon as possible, because obviously he's asked to be removed.
Are you okay with that, or would you rather us appoint? Okay. All right. Thank you, Rick.
Does that make sense down there?
We keep pulling more and more out of you. Thank you. All right. So do I have a motion to reappoint the board as it stands?
Before we do that, do we have other council members who want to be on the board?
So moved.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I think you said no. Okay, further discussion. I would say for further discussion, we'll go back to the board and ask if somebody, because we have one council person who is not here, so we want to make sure that if anybody on council does want to be a part of that, it helps to have alignment between the ultimate decision makers and the people that are looking at increasing our business revenue. So
We'll bring this back on the 12th for
on the 12th.
another potential action.
Okay.
I may have said
So
this
motion
before.
second?
Good there.
Okay, I was make sure.
I may have said it before, but my wife told me if I volunteer for one more thing, she'll shoot me. So
Mine too.
And you believe her.
yeah, I'm not taking that risk.
All right, I have a motion and a second, and we don't want Paul Carey to die. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Next item is discussion and appropriate action on approval of an amendment to the gas sales contract and fee increase with West Texas Gas. For this, we have Scott again.
Oh, this is me.
Is that Scott or is it John?
Well, hey, John. You've been waiting so long.
Like,
Do you want to talk about West Texas Gas? I mean, you have the summary in your council, or in your packet, mayor and council. They had not adjusted their pricing with us for some while. As a company, we were told by their representatives that there were some cities where they hadn't adjusted their prices for like 20 years. They just haven't. They've kind of been asleep at the wheel. Well, guess what? Just like we've seen in a lot of other places, prices are going up. You want to speak to this or not? You're so much more handsome than I am, John. So the net is right
got
now.
a positive peer pressure in.
Yeah,
Okay,
he really does look
on the record,
a lot
I
better
don't
than I
want,
do.
I don't want Scott to be my boss, so when my boss asks me to do something, I can say no.
No.
Yeah,
Thank you.
he's good.
No, thank you very much.
I've got Will folks. They do, when I ask them to do something, Will fits in. The net, kind of the summation of the difference is, right now, our contract is, we pay the Houston Ship Channel cost for gas. And then we pay an additional 65 cents per MMBTU. Now, that's not the way that we sell gas in MMBTUs. I asked, and maybe our engineer on council can clarify this more, but I asked him, okay, what does that equate to? And it was like a third. Do you remember? It was a third? I can't remember. But anyway, it was like a third, I think. So the net changes. That was what our original contract is. Now they're saying it's going to be 102% of whatever the ship channel cost is. So it's a 2% increase right off the top, whatever the channel is. And this all gets passed through in our power cost recovery factory. So we don't try to set the rate. We say whatever they're charging us, that's what gets passed through on a monthly basis. They also are increasing that 65 cents to $1.75 per MMBTU. What they tell me is if like for the standard customer, it's basically not including whatever the gas cost might be for that month. It's like $3 on their bill for gas. Now we're going to look at utility rates on this agenda, and I don't know if you want to bring those up before executive session or not. We've been moving all kinds of stuff around tonight, but we certainly can do that. But gas, we have a separate increase that we were looking at putting on the gas rate simply because CPS Energy has hit us with a new contract, it's only 6 months, and I have every belief that they may not continue after 6 months, but, you know, that gas rate's going up as well. So, gas rates are going up. That's okay.
I understand the race. I don't have a problem with the package that you gave us with the increases, but there's a footnote in the package that says if there's any fees or extra expenses, that it's the responsibility of the buyer to pay them. Are we exposed to another situation like we had a couple of years ago with the big freeze, where the prices just went astronomical and you have to pay it? You don't have a choice. Is this a risk to us?
Yes, because we pay the Houston Ship Channel cost. This past winter, there wasn't a major issue. I mean, gas prices fluctuated, but it hasn't been an issue. But yes, this city presently is exposed to whatever the monthly cost of gas is when you're a gas user. We definitely have that exposure. But that hasn't changed. That's where we are right now.
Yeah, but this isn't talking
This
about the
doesn't
cost
add-
of gas. It's talking about fees and penalties created in the stream that sends the gas. So I don't know, I'm not smart enough to know how gas moves, but this sounds like it's something totally different than the cost of the gas. It's saying we're liable for any penalties, fees, or whatever happens under the PUC, which I just think we need to be aware.
Yeah, to my
We're
knowledge,
at
that's
risk
not a
for
new.
those costs.
Yeah, to my knowledge, that's not a new provision. Now, we have an executive session item that touches on our gas utility, and I will discuss that in the executive session. But there are other options that you all can pursue about gas to try and hedge some of these potential liabilities and exposure and some of that other stuff. But they're competitive matters. I can't discuss them out here.
Do we have any other options other than approving the amendment to the gas sales contract?
Our recommendation is approve it, and at the same time, let's explore other, there are other hedges that we might be able to do to hedge up those pricing. I've talked to Schneider about some of those things. I can get into those in more detail.
More questions?
I know Schneider talked to us past, and they would say, you know, we think cost of natural gas is going to go up or something. But like if you read the internet, it says that because of milder weather and everything else, that it's gone down in 23 compared to 22. And by the way, in case you all don't know, MMBTU stands for the metric million British thermal unit. And so instead of selling gas by the gallon, because it's a pressure gas, they sell it by a thermal unit. How much does it cost to raise?
The energy factor.
The energy factor. So I guess we're locked in, but they want to raise the rates. But you say it's about $3, they think? They ask.
Yeah, I think that was a comment that was made during our discussion with them, that on the average bill, that $1.10 per MMBTU would be about $3 on an average consumption bill of Cashville, Texas.
But that's about double what we've been paying before. Because you said it used to be.
That's right, but that's only that's only a small portion of your overall bill.
Cost.
Right, because this is an adder cost to whatever you paid for the gas. You pay the ship channel cost, whatever that is.
Yeah.
That's $3, whatever it is. You pay that, $5. The city marks that up to run the system.
Yeah.
And that's the markup cost that we're talking about increasing tonight. It's not a lot, we're actually not going up by a whole lot, but we're talking about increasing the sum to make up for that contract. Anyway, you pay that $5. Now you're gonna pay $5 and, $6. You're gonna pay $6 because you're gonna pay, 2%, not 20%, Scott.
100%.
Yeah.
$5.10.
And 10 cents, yeah. $5.10 instead of $5 because it's 102%. And then you're going to go, instead of paying 65 cents per MMBTU, which would have been, we'll call it $1.40. Now you're going to pay $3 or $4 and change. on top of the gas.
And I forget, how long is this contract good for?
Through December 31st, 2024.
Yeah, 1 year. Which I actually prefer. I think that's a good thing.
Councilman Burrs, AKA Mr. Preparedness, brought his bill.
I've had this same bill in my bag for like 3 months now. I'm getting a lot of mileage out of it. So on the bill here, it's got the gas item and then it has fuel adjustment immediately under.
Right.
Is that the second item we're talking about here?
Yes, fuel adjustment is all the pass-through costs
okay.
that we do, and that's a whole separate issue, but fuel adjustment is where every month, and that's why your month your bill will swing. Because we have to do some pretty complicated calculation to figure out how much to charge you on the fuel adjustment, because this month was really, really cold, and we billed you this amount, but we were off because now we gotta make up the difference, except that this month isn't as cold, so we didn't use as much. Now we actually have to go up by more on the price. There are massive swings, and that's another change that we're implementing as of January 1st with Schneider, is to do a better job of estimating those prices so we don't see those massive swings. And there's other steps we can take, like I said, that I'm gonna get into in the executive session.
So just as an example that may not be representative at all, in August, our fuel adjustment was 194.
That 194.
And so if it's going to be about doubling, given that was
4 or 5
August, and so we were
4 or 5
just
bucks.
cooking with it and taking showers, but
$4 or $5.
In the wintertime.
probably not an
that
outrageous
number-
expense.
Yeah.
In the wintertime, that number tracks up to about $20. In the summertime, it tracks down to, $3, $5. But in the wintertime, it can get up quite high.
Yeah, and I would say that your summer example, that it wouldn't be $3 on that bill, because that's not an average consumption. That's much, much lower because it's in August. But your average consumption is more like when
You're
you
gonna have to
said
put a
$3.
February bill in there with it.
We have all of our bills for the last 5 years. I could put the whole stack in there, but
About 3 years ago, I started putting up an Excel spreadsheet and tracking those numbers as they go along, just to see water, sewer, everything. So, yeah, that's why I know. But no, I don't have a problem.
Councilman Terry?
I think it's not a bad offer. Yes, things are getting more expensive, but this isn't hitting us real hard.
All right, do I have a motion then?
I make a motion to approve the contract as you so read.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes.
Yay.
All right. If you guys are okay with that, I'm going to go ahead and skip down. We'll go into executive session at the very, very end. That way we can cover the other stuff here. Thank you for sticking around. I want to be kind to you. Okay, so we're going to move, let's see, I haven't missed anything.
Nope, you're caught up to executive session.
All right, we're going to go to item number 17, discussion and appropriate action on adopting an ordinance on utility rates to go into effect January 1st, 2024. Mr. Scott again.
Sorry.
1 second while I bring this up.
my bill out.
Yeah. Bill,
Okay. This is, I think, the third look at the utility rates. We had a lot of discussion about whether we're going to be ready for this meeting with these utility rates, but I've basically told staff we have to be ready because your intent, if y'all can please hold it down to the minimum, I'm trying. I'm kidding. It's a joke. Sorry.
I'm going to throw it at you.
Can I say one
Couldn't
thing?
resist.
Sorry, Deborah.
No, I was going to say, I did put this in your iPad or your
Yeah, you got it in
Surface
front of
Pros, but I also gave you a hard copy, so you do have it in your
Everywhere.
packet.
Got it everywhere.
Would anyone in the audience like my hard copy to look at if that's easier than the screen?
Public record.
Thank you very much, appreciate it.
So we've looked at it several times. I basically told staff we've got to have it on this agenda. And so there were some things I didn't have ready on Friday that I've spent, I've spent time trying to get it ready for this meeting. So that's what you're going to see tonight. I'm going to show you a couple of, we have a couple different options for rates. This is all based on the conversation that we had at the last meeting, where we explored some of the proposed rates, and we looked at that kind of stuff. So, key points, you all discussed about making the rates effective on January 1st, that we would not make changes to the customer charge. The electric rate adjustment for the intercharge, it reduces the current rates, but that's kind of misleading, because the power cost recovery factor will, I mean, the rates, basically electric rate is going to go up, but it's going to be minuscule, a very small amount. And I'll show that to you in a minute. We're adding that power cost recovery, as I mentioned, and then the gas fuel adjustment fluctuates month to month, so we're going to work on flattening that experience for folks. This just kind of, again, we've seen all this before. Here's what the customer charge is. That's that base rate. And then the ending charge is the rate for your actual consumption for gas and electric. And your power cost recovery factor is the adjustment for those energy charges that we get from the providers. So the electric system, you all were good with what had been proposed, so there is no change tonight to what we originally proposed. This is just kind of recapturing what we did on the left side. What Schneider did was look at our budget, look at the anticipated revenue based on this past year, and forecasting next year, and then see where there is a deficit. So you can see on the electric system side, there was a net deficit of about $102,000, and once we do this rate adjustment, there will be basically it's breaking even, but it'd be $10,000 to the good. And that all depends on consumption. Again, y'all seen this before, but this just kind of breaks down your residential inside and outside consumption totals and those billed amounts. One of the things y'all had asked about was how many residential in customers you have versus residential out. And for electric especially, it's pretty clear, because our CCN is really limited to our city limits. That's why you don't see very many residential out customers. And the same will be true on the electric side, so on the commercial side. So there's your commercial. Again, 98.6% are inside the city limits. So there's, again, just this is what, if you were to adopt the policy tonight and you continued to agree with the electric rate, this is what would go in our electric rate section of our rates. Now, I don't know if you remember the past, but we usually make those attachments. For electric, we would attach this. And that it says unchanged at the bottom, because this is the same as what you saw at the last meeting. Then we go into the gas system, same thing here. Y'all are good with the rate we proposed, so there's not a lot of changes here. You can see there was originally about a $50,000 deficit. Again, a big chunk of that is the fact that our contract for services with CPS was increased. Yeah, I think we have one of the challenges, and I want to be upfront about this as well, is that is a 6-month contract. Our budget ends in October, September 30th. So in May, that contract for service ends with us. It has a 6-month extension, but there's no guarantee that CPS will extend it past 6 months. And we will again discuss that more in executive session. But anyway, that presents a whole host of challenges. If we have to start managing our own gas system, how we're going to go about doing that.
And so just for clarification, the previous agenda item does not really play into the gas rate because it's that separate line item on the bill?
Yeah, that's on the PCRF. That's already in we already do that, so that's the fuel adjustment you see on your bill.
Okay.
Yep. So there's your residential inside and outside usage. Again, our residential consumption for gas outside the city limits is pretty small. That's all that really touches on the commercial side. And there's your commercial gas, and I think we talked about this last time. We do have a shrimp farm down towards La Coste that buys gas from us, and that's one reason why you see the commercial outside usage as high as it is. They use gas in their system. There's your proposed rate estimates for gas, and I've made that note at the bottom that we just discussed. Houston Ship Channel costs will be 102% with this new West Texas gas rate, and the transportation cost adder would go from 65 cents to $1.75, as we discussed. So this, not with, absent that language on the bottom, this Excel would be what would be the attachment for the rates for gas that the public would see in the utility rates. And on to the wastewater system. Unfortunately, I do not have good news for wastewater system because we tried to think real creatively. What can we do for the sewer? Can we do a graduated rate for sewer? You know, how could we be more creative about how we bill for sewer? The short is that due to limitations of our own software and of the software we purchased, and really just the complexity of trying to do a tiered system for sewer, the recommendation was to just leave it as is. And unfortunately, it's not a small increase in sewer rates. This is the area where we're going to see the most increase, and you'll see that, or you can see that in the budget. So the budget, forecasted budget for the sewer utility is $550,000 under budget. Like we're losing $550,000, but it's actually not $550,000 because when you look at that's looking at the year that we just closed out. Our revenue, you see that the wastewater revenue was anticipated to be $1,288,000. Our revenue is more like $1.1 million. So there's actually an additional $200,000 that's not reflected in that graph that's missing. Now, what I talked to Schneider about was rather than trying to make up that $200,000 in rate, because the rate's already pretty high for sewer, we are presently, the enterprise fund receives interest on the money that sits in that account. We maintain a fund balance for utility fund for emergencies and other purposes, and that money produces interest income every month. That interest income is enough to offset this $200,000. It's not a lot more than that, but who knows, rates could go up even more. But right now, we certainly hope they don't, but right now, that's enough money to offset. So our recommendation for staff is don't change the rate. Unfortunately, we really couldn't find a way to lower it. But I mean, if there is any type of ray of hope, that is that the interest income on the utility accounts, which by the way is the interest income on all the utilities, we would use that to offset the loss in sewer. Does that make sense?
Still supplementing our sewer system with our electric system.
Well, yeah, with all of them.
Yeah.
Now, one of the things that I want to explore with Schneider and with staff and everything is I've done this in other cities that I've worked in. We eventually, for this very same reason, we eventually combined water and sewer into one utility. And we treated them as one thing in the budget as well. So all the personnel were water and sewer personnel, and all of the expenditures were water and sewer expenditures, and we didn't differentiate if it was a sewer plant or the water plant. We just didn't. Like, it was all one. And that doing that helped to mitigate the cost, because you do a little bit, you could go up a little bit in the water rate, a little bit in the sewer rate, and you can make it work, right? And you'll see that in a second in the water rate. So water rate, so the problem is with wastewater system, we've got a pretty big challenge. So you see that remains unchanged, and that's this Excel spreadsheet would be what would go in as the adopted rate if you were to adopt the proposed sewer rate. On the water system, this. So customer charges would remain unchanged. Your current rate per 1,000 gallons of sewer is $9.99 for residential inside. That would go up from $9.99 to $16.67, which is all the more reason why, especially those of you who hung around, for the love of God, watch how much water you're using right now, so that, because we do the winter averaging. We're still doing winter averaging for residential. Commercial doesn't get that benefit. they just pay whatever they use. But for residences, if you can watch your usage in these months, October, November, December, and January, we throw out the highest and we average the rest, and then that's what we assume you're going to use the rest of the year, because we shouldn't be watering or doing any major water uses that aren't going into our sewer during those months. So that's one way to try and control your costs on the resident side. Bruce has a question.
May I ask-
I'll acknowledge, Bruce, yes.
May I ask a question, sir?
Please.
Okay. I understand the utility rates. I had to face it.
All too well.
All the time.
Yeah.
I deal with the water utility. We just went through a rate increase effective January 1. I understand that. I fully do. And I appreciate your comments. I have a couple of comments, if I may. The electric is the total kilowatt hours. I mean, I see you break it out. 1165, is that going to be the total, or is it going to be?
It'll be-
1165 plus 7 or plus?
No, let me get back to it.
Total cost per kilowatt hour.
Here.
Because I see it on one.
Yeah, so this is the base rate, the I forgot I have a touch screen. This is the base rate, .0463 is your base rate plus your PCRF. The PCRF, let me see if I can find it.
May I, sir?
Yeah.
Yes. And
The only reason
I give that latitude because I know that you have experience in here and.
There it is.
Thank you, sir, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
The reason I asked that, excuse me, I understand breaking it out, and I understand, if I remember correctly, on the electric bill you get from City Public Service, there's a kilowatt hour charge, there's a demand charge, there's a power factor charge, all of those combined. I'm going to ask this, has the city considered changing the demand meters on commercial accounts? Because the higher demands on commercial accounts is what drives the big cost of the electric bill from CPS. And as you pass on these big charges to the residential customers, the residential customers are supplementing the commercial bills. That's number one.
Yeah.
Number two, I understand and respect the pass-throughs on the gas. There's not a whole lot you can do. That's a single source supply.
Right.
Okay. Number three, the water rates. On your website, you listed previously several years carrying out. Is this in line with that, or is this changing that scale?
Oh, yeah, so I think what you're referring to is our forecast of what water rates would be. in the
Right,
future.
that we look at and we say, okay, we know what it's going to be this fiscal year, we know what it's going to be next fiscal year. Is that chart gone and now we're
Pretty
reestablishing?
much.
Okay.
I think pretty much,
Well-
because we didn't experience the growth on the residential side that we thought we were going to. We were really looking at meter counts and adding meter
Sure.
counts, and we've had an abysmal amount of.
And I will say on this too, that I deal with this with my utility, that each water utility, each utility has to make their own decisions based on what their financial obligations are. It really pains me when I have to go through somebody that says, we want to compare our rates with everybody else. Well, it's not a matter of that, it's what is for each individual utility. The sewer does bother me though, sir, and I want to make a point on that. The unit cost is roughly a 70% increase. Now, you brought up the fact that the winter averaging, I think that's fantastic to tell people, but we're already 2 months into the winter averaging, and you drop the highest and you average the 3. So people have already been, in essence, no, it's actually.
This one just came out, this is the first one.
No, sir, by what was told to us, the last one was the first one, this one's the second one.
I don't know. I would just say this.
The only reason I'm asking is that there wasn't a whole lot of notice to people to try to recover that.
Yeah, okay.
That's all I'm making a point.
Yeah.
Okay,
I
thank
don't
you.
know if we say anything about it in our, thank you. I don't know if we say anything about it in our.
I thought it showed up in the last bill.
The consumption period is October, November, December, and January.
Right. So you've
The
had 2
billing-
months of consumption that are going to affect a rate increase, a 70% unit cost rate increase, go into effect January 1. I would ask that maybe that be looked at, because it's already affected people without even knowing about it. That's just a thought, a comment.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, great.
We did, again, this is the first time that has been said publicly. At the last 2 times we brought this up when we saw sewer coming, that similar comment was made. electrics, I want to go try to answer the questions in order. I think that was really, the
And that
electric
was-
demand meters.
I want to double click on that as well. We did send that out in, like, for the winter averaging. We sent that in.
It was in
Read the newsletters in your
Newsletter.
utility bills for
That's
those of you who get
October,
it.
yeah.
I'm glad you're saying that because I couldn't remember if we actually put it. I know we talked about putting it in the newsletter.
I think we
thought
did.
we had.
We put it in pretty regularly.
Yeah.
Just to say, hey, watch out, this is coming, this is how it works.
We didn't have the rate adjustment in there, but we did mention the.
I'll be honest, if everybody did that and they really curtailed the usage, we'd have to go back and redo our model and be like, oh, right. Yeah, I mean, that's the way that works. But still, it's a good practice, and that's what people should be doing. Back to the demand meters on the electric side. So we, as a city, I know that we've talked about and looked at that. There would be relatively few commercial accounts that probably would fall in that demand meter category, just because we have no light industrial. We don't have the big groups that just that have these huge pools of electricity at either at constant levels or at predictable levels, right? But there might be one or two. I mean, it's a valid point. It's something I need to go back and ask about because it's been a minute since I talked to Schneider about that, but it is something we had explored once upon a time. So you talked about demand meters, and you.
The second one was gas pass-throughs.
Yeah, gas pass. He didn't really have a question about that. Was there any other question?
The third one
No,
was
sir,
the water rate
it's
schedule.
just the total amount of kilowatt hours.
Oh, yeah.
1165 plus the power factor?
No. It's 1165.
Okay.
It's .0463 plus the power factor.
Okay, so
And-
1165 would be the cost of kilowatt hours?
Yeah, roughly. I'm not gonna say 1165 exactly, because it might be 11.654 or something like that. Because I did suggest going up by .003 or something like that.
The reason I ask you,
Yeah.
Mr. Dixon, is
Yeah, and I'm gonna remind you just one more time.
Thank you very much.
I'm sorry.
Sorry,
you.
Bruce. We can get with me, and I'll go with you.
Thank you.
Yep. All right.
City really wants to keep me out of jail.
Yeah.
She wants to go home
she's also
sometime
looking at the
today.
frickin' clock. Yeah, it's late.
Well, no, I mean,
Yes.
we need to make sure that we don't have any kind of violations over here.
Thank you very much.
All right, so we cover that wastewater again. This is a proposed rate. And I don't know, I'm open to other suggestions if we can find another way to do it, but this is what meets our, that $550,000 shortfall is doing something like this. The water system, on the other hand, we were able to get a little bit more creative with, and this was really based on your comments about wanting to look at conservation measures in our rates. And we have updated a few of those slides, I think 2 of the slides from what RESPEC, when they did that presentation about our drought contingency and that kind of stuff. So I've peppered those in here, and I'll try to go through those fairly quickly. But water, again, if you look at that bottom, we're forecasting a $141,000 loss after making these rate adjustments to be about a $10,000, so basically breaking even $10,000 gain. This just tells you what our customer count is by class. So that's how many residential people we have versus residential outside versus commercial and inside. And you can see that the vast majority of water customers we have, the number, mind you, not necessarily the amount of money they're spending, is on residential inside. And you'll see in a minute, and I think we talked about this last time, commercial, despite being a much smaller number, on a percentage, pays more than its fair share. I can't remember, it was like 85% or whatever, it was pretty high. This is just your percentage of residential customers inside versus outside. Again, the vast majority are inside. Here's your rate tier comparison. This was to try and convey to you that when we look at these tier changes I'm going to show you in a minute, you can have a frame of reference, and we can come back to this and revisit it if you want to look at it again, but it gives you a frame of reference for how many people are impacted. So the vast majority of our residential water clients, and this is residential inside and outside, we combine them for purposes of this graph, is in that 0 to 5,000 gallons per month. That's what they're consuming. The next highest here is in the 5,000 to 10,000, and they're at almost 20%. And then when you get over 10,000, that's what makes up the remainder, basically 30%. a little less than 30%, 29%. So here's where we updated some of these slides. This is your demand, your monthly demand for water, and you show it's basically in acre feet. So this is acre feet by month, January through September. And y'all kind of wanted to see, well, what's our demand been? And it's broken out by commercial, residential, and then those inside versus outside for both of those categories. And then the orange that you see on top, that is non-revenue water. Non-revenue water is what we report to TCEQ as loss. It is not an insubstantial amount, but that loss could be anything like from fire flows to main breaks to really anything that's unmetered where the water gets consumed. Now, all of our facilities, every city facility, including parks, we meter that water and we actually charge ourselves for that water, including the like baseball, the agreement with baseball. We pay for that water.
Can you go back real quick? So that is just 2023 water stats? The graph?
Yes.
Okay.
That's monthly demand for 2023. And some, I cut out a bunch, there were, if you remember that presentation had like 35 slides, and I did not put, I think I put 6 in here, so we'll see these. Here's your available water and 6-year usage. So what y'all asked for, you see that blue. The blue was the updated number. I'm trying to see if it actually says it, but we actually used the current pumping to update where we're at. And you can see where your 5-year average is and your 6-year average water demand. You can see it is going up and to the right. That's that trend line up on top.
Do I see correctly that we're likely to exceed our pumping rates this year?
Yes, and that's more clear in, I have 2 of these. Is that in here twice?
Yep.
Really? I updated both those slides because when I moved them over, I had to go out and crap to them. There's your reaction to drought. Again, we talked about, are people, when we go into a drought cycle, do people behave? Are they using less water? And sometimes it's due to a leak or something else, but by and large, the answer is no. When we're in a drought, for the most part, people don't respond, and they continue to use more water. And the disturbing trend is that, especially when we look at May to August of 23, or even September 23, they were using more and more water. There are 2 colors to the right, on the right end. Those are predicted 2023 use based on average and predicted based on 2022. So if we use the same as 2022, that's in that darker green. If we used it based on our current averages, it's a little bit lower, as you can see in that lighter color. I'd already showed you that. There's your accumulated water usage, and this is where that deficit is, David. And it's basically 12.9 acre feet. That's if the drought declaration, the current drought declaration were to continue through the end of the year, which given the precipitation, the rain we've received, isn't highly likely. Still could happen, but I don't actually, do you know what stage are we in right now? 3? We're in 4 here still? Okay, so still in 4, but we'll see if that actually continues, or if additional rain helps us get out of that.
I remember our last discussion that you overlooked some of the land over there, and we would switch that over.
Yeah, we do need to look at that, but I'll be honest, for that we'll probably need to be looking at for next year. This year with this overpumper, when you look at the ways that EA deals with overpumpage, we have the ability to convert after we've overpumped any of the stuff that's not currently unrestricted. So yeah, so we can, and we'll have to pay the fee that we would have had to pay to convert it up front. So they give us a little leeway to do that. And I would suggest rather than rushing to do that now and figure, we'll just, if it happens, then we'll bear that penalty. But that penalty isn't tens of thousands of dollars. It'll be whatever the cost would have been to convert it.
Did we reduce to stage 3?
Well, it has gone up and down, but right now I'm being told it's still in 4. So
it's still in 4.
I know that there are, the
San
thing to keep
Antonio's
in mind
at
is
2
that there are
right
different wells, and some wells are at, there may be a well that is at 3 now, but the well that we are kind of mandated by, it's under 4 still.
Okay.
All right.
Fill that up for us, please.
What?
Can you fill that up for us, please? That well?
Fill it up, the water? Yeah, I'll just make it rain some more, make it rain. So here's another commercial breakdown. This is by commercial, so there's your commercial inside versus outside. There's your commercial rate tiers. Now, the thing to note here is that unlike the other slide, where, you know, the vast majority were in that lower tier, here in commercial, the vast majority are in the upper tier, the over 50,000.
That's nice of them.
And I point that out because these are the old proposed, this is some more consumption data. Your residential number of accounts and how much they're using. And I think there was an error that we spotted on one of these slides, and forgive me because I did not change, I don't think I corrected that error, or I don't think it has been corrected. But it was just where we reversed the number of accounts or something. This is what we talked about the proposed rates we'd originally presented to you. This is a comparison of those. I'm skipping through those because I want to get to the one that we're actually going to look at tonight. Here's a comparison of rates in the area. Again, unfortunately, when you look at this is just water bills, mind you. I don't really want to see the same slide with sewer, but on the water bill side, you can see we're the second highest out of those.
You're jumping around up here.
What?
Your presentation is.
Look at you.
Oh.
It looks normal over here.
Yeah,
Well,
sorry.
it's through the conversion.
Yeah, I was going to see if I can make this.
That's good.
Yeah, that's much better.
Why don't you just unplug it and replug it?
Yeah, I was trying to avoid doing that, but it's probably what I need.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, look.
Hey.
I thought maybe if I reset it, it might help. All right, so that, that second kind of reddish orangish line below the green dotted is New Braunfels, so I guess count your lucky stars. But the second line is us, and you can see we're clearly trending higher than everybody else. That's just our water rate. Did you take away my ability to control it? Probably. All right, so I think, yeah, there's the proposed water rates. What we did, we left those bottom 2 tiers in the residential side, we left those alone, meaning that the current rate and the proposed rate are the same. Where we started making a change is at the 10,000 user mark. Now keep in mind that between 10,000 gallons on the residential side, between 10,000 gallons and over 50,000, that makes up 29% of your current user classes. And in keeping with kind of what y'all were trying to do to create these graduated rates, where the more you used, especially in a drought, you're gonna pay more for that water. So we increased the 10,000. That you're taking the rates up by 5%, and then once you start using 20,000 gallons, now your rate went up by 15%. Now the rates were already graduated, but really not by a whole lot, and not enough to obviously make any difference in people's consumption. Then 30,000, we'd increase by 25%, and 40 to 50, it increased by 40. On the commercial side, y'all talked about leaving it flat. We did do that, but we increased it by 5% for any commercial customers that are using over 20,000. We didn't graduate it. It's already a little graduated. We left that, whatever was already, we left that in place, and we just increased it by a flat 5% by tier. But doing this, our water system, again, it goes from $140,000, projected loss to we'll be basically breaking even. So this is what would go in the attachment section of your ordinance. You would adopt the verbiage of the ordinance, and then these 4 things that I've shown you: gas, water, wastewater, and electric. Each one of these Excel spreadsheets would go into the attachment. And then this is what your total system looks like after making these changes. So overall, the system, your revenue is estimated at basically 7.2. Keep in mind there's about $200,000 in that wastewater revenue that was overestimated. But anyway, 7.2, your operating expenses are a little over 6 million, and that means net revenues of negative 1.5 million. So you were at a net loss, if you will, in your utility systems of $842,000. After making these utility rate changes, your projected revenue is a whopping $40,000 over what you're bringing in. Now, again, there's about $200,000 of loss that isn't in this spreadsheet, that's in that sewer side, but we would use interest income to make up for that. All right, any questions or, thanks Priscilla, any questions or?
What's the fine for disrupting a meeting?
For her, a lot. Yeah,
The
for
cop
her,
could
a
throw her
lot.
out. I bet he'd do it. Sorry.
Okay. So that's the end of my presentation. Are there any questions about our rates?
I'll start with District 5 this time. Councilman Dyer?
No, I think we've discussed it enough times that everybody knows it's coming.
Well, we know it's coming. The message is still we're still trying to get it out to everybody else, but we will definitely
I don't have
advertise
any
the adopted rates. Thank you.
Councilman Murray?
I guess just reiterating that one of our goals with particularly the way the water rates have been structured is to try and avoid burdening the smaller homes that are not using much water in the first place. They're not irrigating, they're being very responsible, and to avoid burdening them any further. And I'm pleased with the results. It's unfortunate that our costs have gone up, and ultimately the city doesn't have an infinite money pot, so those have to go. They end up with the citizens one way or the other. So this is the most transparent way to do it.
Councilman King? No question. Councilman Carey?
No question.
All right. Do I have a motion?
I will move that we
Nobody
accept
wants to do that.
the utility rates as presented.
All right. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. I have
And can I clarify that that would be the electric and gas system rates that were originally proposed that haven't changed? We've already taken care of West Texas Gas. The sewer rate that was unchanged from the last meeting, and then this new water rate that we just discussed, which has the, I'm just clarifying for the record,
Thank you.
which has the graduated tiers where you have successive increases on the residential side and a flat 5% for those customers that are using 20,000 gallons or more.
Correct.
5% increase, okay.
Right. Yeah, I totally agree with that. As a part of the discussion, nobody ever wants to bring rate hikes. Nobody ever wants to pay. I don't want to pay rate hikes, but
You got to do it.
you got to pay for it. And I think that this is the most responsible way. I appreciate staff going back and looking at how we could make sure that we're minimizing the impact, especially to those on a fixed income that aren't. I've talked to a couple of people. They're like, I don't even want to take a shower. I'm like, no, you got enough to take a shower.
Take a shorter
Please-
shower.
Please take a shower. But they're just overly concerned with that. So I think that minimizing that, especially on that.
It's a valid concern.
Yeah.
I'm concerned about it. I also pay these rates.
Yes.
So yes.
What
And
what
we
I
pay
did,
these rates.
what
The
I
city
did is I
pays
went
these
underneath my sinks and I turned the valve down so that there's not the full flow is 20, 30% less. So just, because you throw the valve open and, it's just flowing.
Comes out fast.
Yeah, so
Great. I have a
reduce your
motion.
flow.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. All right, next item is discussion and appropriate action on increasing the Castroville Care Utility Program from $25,000 to $50,000. Just for clarification, the Castroville Care Utility Program is where we take a certain amount of the revenue that is generated from the utility systems and we put them toward an assistance program that is managed by a third-party company where people in need can go and make requests to have basically grants for a certain amount of their utilities. And so we know that this is, anytime you have increased rates, especially for folks on a fixed income, especially for folks that don't have enough revenue, enough income to be able to handle these kind of things, we make sure that we have things that are in place that will help them out. So, Councilman Dye, I think that you were the one that actually brought this up, saying that you wanted to get this on here to.
Well, last year, we ran out of money 9 months in the year. So, and now we've got increased rates. So, I mean, these same people are going to be worse off than they were. So I think it would be prudent that we should consider raising it from 25,000 to 50,000 for next year.
Did you have anything else on that I missed?
No, but I do want to say this. I think we haven't heard from the group. I'm trying to Southwest Texas something. They administer programs like ours for many utilities in the South Texas region, and they have qualifications, and folks are limited to how much money they can receive and how often they can receive it. Many times it's just once or twice for the entire year, and so very often some of these people find themselves, having to go from charity to charity to try and make ends meet. I would strongly encourage us to request a presentation from that group about the use of our funds, and maybe just do a presentation on to remind us all how that money is being used, and then talk about if we were to fund it an additional 25,000, how that would be used. So I'm fully on board with increasing this amount for all the reasons that Councilman Dyer said, but I think we need to probably meet with the folks that are administering it, so that you all understand, okay, but if you increase it, what's the net effect? Will it simply be that, well, when we ran out of money last time, we wouldn't run out of money? Or do we want to explore actually increasing the amounts that are available to these families, or how often they can come back, or the thresholds for needing the money, or proving neediness? All of that is stuff that we can set. And so it has been set. It was set when we set up the CARES program, but I think it'd be it's been long enough, I think it'd be worthwhile to revisit that.
I think that's an excellent suggestion, and we have time because we have the funding from the beginning portion of it, so let's get that on the books.
But if you wanted to go ahead and fund it, we would go ahead and say, okay, we're earmarking those funds, but we're gonna then dictate how they're gonna be spent through that care, once we meet with the CARES group.
And what I would recommend, honestly, to council, and this is obviously your decision, I would recommend that we hold off on approving it until we get that presentation, so that we have a better understanding of what the actual need is based on what they have. We don't need to pass this right now. I think it would be better to go into it with an educated decision. Is everybody okay with that?
It won't take long to get this back on the agenda, so.
It just depends on how long it'll take for them.
Yeah, I need to see if they're going to be available on the 12th. I'd like to have them come out sooner than later, frankly, but I haven't reached out to them.
And my only question was just, you said that the funding comes essentially off the top of the utility fund as a whole, and so this additional funding would be doing the same thing.
Yep.
Okay.
Yes, that's
Yes.
correct.
Yes.
It doesn't come from any one utility, but essentially, essentially electric department probably paying for it.
Okay, so let's take no action on that and then make a request to get the presentation. I think that'd be a great presentation to see.
Okay.
All right. Next item is executive session. Pursuant to the Texas Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, Section 551.071, entitled Consultation with Attorney, the Texas Government Code, Section 551.086, entitled Competitive Utility Matters, the City Council, as the governing body of a public power utility and public gas utility, will meet in closed session to discuss competitive matters, including CPS separation agreement and CPS gas contract renewal and related activities. Texas Government Code Section 551.085, entitled Deliberations Regarding Economic Development Negotiations. The City Council may convene in executive session to receive advice from the city attorney regarding the following, and that is the Endura development. The third one is Texas Government Code Section 551.072, entitled Deliberation Regarding Real Property, to deliberate the purchase of real property, and that is approximately 6.75 acres in Medina County for future public works utility facilities. We're going into executive session at 10:49.
You guys can stick around, but it could be an hour before.
Sit and talk to each other.
This one takes a while.
And you can talk, just realize that the live stream is left on. That way we can find out.
Yes, always check if the live stream is left on.
Thank you guys for coming in, and please come back often.
Well, you'll have it ready tomorrow pretty quick.
I didn't want to leave on sound,
Oh, my gosh.
I do want to tell you 551.007 allows you to decide if I participate in deliberation. That's in the code. contrary to what your attorney just said. So you have the authority to
Let me
allow.
put this stuff away. She said that. I thought I said on last year.
City council allows it,
He's the chair. She's the
but not
chair.
him, but I don't, I think she said.
Well, I think our ordinance says city council, but the state says the chairman can make that decision. To allow extra, someone, to take someone from the audience to speak. Anyone who has relevant information can speak at any point. At the invitation of the chair.
street is built?
I've heard that it's been on many things over many years. The courthouse?
It was courthouse, but that was only the single-story little building there.
It's been a school, that's when the wings got
Yeah,
built.
that's when the second floor. And there was a library. Well, this was after the city.
Put a little
back
lemon
to the
on it,
city,
had a
this
little
room here
lemon
was
and
library.
caper sauce.
Yeah, exactly. I put lemon and lemon, that's lemon chicken.
Yeah.
I put lemon on top of the lemon chicken? I mean,
Say over here,
the
something
name.
about the thing. Say over here about the thing.
Me too. Why? Oh. 11:30.
Is it, no, what time is it?
11:30.
11:30.
That's what your big clock says.
Well, I didn't know that was right.
That can't be all right.
We need to shut these
Yeah, I have 11:32.
11:30.
It bothers me about the blinds being open. I don't want people peeping in.
Tell me when you're ready to begin again.
I don't think that's what they mean by transparent government.
Some people do.
I'm telling you, I think that they were out there on lawn chairs with
Drinking.
beer coolers.
It wasn't damn beer. You know what it was.
We're recording now.
I don't know what it was.
Just don't say any
It was.
names. Just don't.
Jeff Jacobson. That's what it was.
Last string's on, it's on here.
Well, in that
Okay.
case, we should have gone out there.
So we are, sorry, we're returning from executive session at 11:33. I believe we have no action from the executive session, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And, oh my gosh, we're through the agenda. Oh, future agenda items. Is there anything that we're missing? You finally got access to the future agenda list?
Finally got access.
Okay. Yay. And then we talked about getting the presentation for the utility thing.
There was one other thing that I made note of.
A presentation, I understand
On
Scott's
the,
got feedback related to our ordinance. Is that something they should give us an update on, is what Cindy has mentioned to him about what that ordinance says?
You just send that to the rest of the council, so you have to. The legal opinion you shared, should I send that to the rest of the council? Yeah,
But-
I think keep it me and the mayor.
But
For the historics?
No, on the ordinance.
The historic preservation ordinance.
Oh, that
is-
ordinance.
Okay. I'm
The
sorry.
ordinance.
What's it do?
That, I talked to, we had a joint meeting. I know,
Okay.
for future meetings. I had a joint meeting with HPO and stuff, so what we would like to do is come back and do the presentation. I don't know if we'll be ready for, but I've already got plans to have them
Okay.
filed. And what I wanted them to talk about specifically is how we interpret our ordinance and what properties it applies to. Are the properties we have the right properties and all of that? And I think we are now, that was a very, very productive meeting. I felt like it was good. We all got on the same page, staff.
You had sent those easements to me, the pages and pages and pages of utility easements to look at, that you were talking about having the engineers summarize, evaluate, and quantify for us.
Yeah, I was asking, do you think that's necessary? Yeah.
In some of the cases, I think it is, but in other, I don't,
You think it warrants, you read it up because it warrants council's.
yeah, they wanted, what, $37,000 to do that research work? I noticed that there were several easements that weren't identified,
Right.
so there will be more.
So if you want to put that on the, is your recommendation to bring that back to council for,
I don't,
try to keep us out of trouble, Paul?
yeah, I don't know why, I mean, we don't have written easements on maybe 60, 70, maybe
So let's-
100 easements around town.
Let's quit.
Another future item
Yeah.
would be utility easements and actually getting those documented.
Okay, yeah, let's get that on the, and this is really a time to discuss the things that need to go on there, so I don't want to get too much
Okay. Well, that-
in the trouble with.
I didn't get real deep into it. I realized all of a sudden that, well, basically, it's pretty much all, everywhere in town. It doesn't have documented easements.
I'm going to go back to Phil, because I don't think he was done.
So you're saying you may not be ready to give us that presentation?
Yeah, I'm not gonna do it. I've got to get the HPO, I got to see when they can come to it. But but they're gonna come to a historic preservation officer.
So this needs to go on, I'm asking.
Pending list.
The
Pending list, yes. Make sure that you're adding it to the pending list if you don't have access. Everybody should have access.
That's the item that I'd asked it, so I will take care of that one.
Okay. All right.
The HPO, if you don't see it on there, add it, I'll turn it back.
This wasn't something I said, but it was something I thought I heard earlier in the meeting, a future agenda item about ironing out PD versus PUD in particular, possibly, or like digging into that process more.
I don't want to get into that for a couple of reasons, but because mainly because we're going through UDO right now.
Right. Which is
They're
part of
going-
the reason I was surprised. to
They're
hear.
going to address it, yeah.
But I was just relaying that I thought I heard someone up here say that earlier in the meeting, so I didn't want it to fall off.
No, thank you.
Let's,
Or was it you?
I'm going to put that on, no, it was, I don't know, maybe. I was thinking the same thing. I think that we need to.
He said it.
Okay, yeah, this isn't me. This is just, I heard somebody say
Yeah,
it,
this
so
is
I'm
me.
trying to make sure it doesn't.
Okay, well, let's,
So what
let's, I know, let's put a little bookmark there. Let me I'll talk to Scott on the next week or two and just figure out, because if something comes back, we need to make sure that we have a policy in place that is very clear, that is legally supportable, make sure that there's no question about it, no doubt. We know of one hole. We know that there are other holes, but let's plug the one that we've got in the interim and say, this is the policy that we're going to do, this is the procedure, and if that requires council attention, then let's get it on there. If not, let's have the discussion about it anyway. That way people are aware of it. Because I'm hoping that more people are going to be paying attention to this and will actually listen to that discussion.
So, I'm sorry, what was the subject?
It's
It's gonna be the
identifying for any kind of planned development,
It's zoning.
ordinance,
process.
district, anything, making sure that we have identified exactly what's being followed on that. And we.
The policies and procedures.
Yeah, exactly. Just make sure that there's no question, no doubt. I don't want to run into this again.
We will have a utility policies that will be on the next agenda too. But some of this should already be done.
Okay. All right, anything else? From you? Councilman Dyer? Okay.
I think I would stick it on the list.
Oh my God.
Well,
We are through.
technically, I think at next meeting also though, the Herbs, resigning from the.
Sheena did text us and say that she had told Herb she would be willing to take that seat.
Okay, we'll have that on for discussion. Yep. All right, we are through the agenda and adjourned at 11:39. Thank you, everybody, for your time.
Still back.